The Heartline Prologue. In the year 1877, the Siskiyou House, originally a third-class hotel patronized chiefly by mining men, had fallen into such disrepute that it was scarcely more than a cheap tenement. Its office was now frankly a bamboom. Beside it, a row hallway plunged into the shabby, shadowy interior. Here a steep stairway rose. Above were rooms to the police of San Francisco as the occasional resort of counterfeiters, confidence workers and lesser the neighborhood. The Siskiyou Hotel had a local reputation as being the home of Madam Grant, who occupied Vaux rooms on the second floor. Her rooms were slovenly and squalid, almost barbarous in the extremity of their neglect. Upon the floor was a matted carpet of dirt and rubbish inches deep, piled higher at the corners, uneven with lumps of refuse, bizarre with scmps of paper, cloth and tangled strings. In the rear room an unclean length of burlap was stretched across a string, half concealing a disordered, ramshackle cot, whose coverings were ragged, soiled and moth-eaten. A broken chair or two leaned crazily against the wall. The dusty windows looked point-blank upon the damp of an abutting wooden house. There had once been paper upon the walls. It was now torn, scratched and rubbed by grimy shoulders into a harlequin pattern of dun and greasy tones. The front room, through the open rolling doors, was, if possible, in a still worse state of decay, and here wooden and paper boxes, tin cans, sacks of rags, doing service for cushions, a three-legged table and a smoked, rusty oil stove, with its complement of unclean pots and dishes, showed the place, abominable as was its aspect, be a human abode. A print or two, torn from some newspaper or magazine, was pinned to the wall in protest against the sordidness of the interior. The place gave forth a fetid and the air was damp, though sun struggled in through cracked panes, half lighting the apportionment. There was, however, one piece of furniture, glossily, splendidly new, incongruously set amidst the disorder, an oak bookcase, its shelves well filled with volumes. Seated upon a cracker box in front of its open doors, this afternoon, a boy of 8 years sat reading with rapt excitement the story of Gulliver's Travels. He, too, seemed strangely set in that environment, for he was clean and sweet in person and dress. His hair was black and waving, his eyes deep blue, clear and shrewd, his cheeks were pink and gently dimpled, his mouth ample, firm and well cut. Over a square, deeply cleft chin, he was patently a handsome child, virile, graceful, determined in his pose. His natural charm was made more picturesque by a blue flannel suit with white collar, cuffs and stockings. Oblivious to his extraordinary surroundings, he read on until he had finished the book. He rose then, yawned and walked to the window in the front room to 100 out upon the street. Opposite was a row of low buildings, a stable, a Chinese laundry, 2 dreary rooming houses and a sallow. The roof line off block, where the false wooden fronts met the sky, held his gaze for a few moments. A horse car lumbered lazily past, and his eyes fell to the cobble-paved thoroughfare and its passers-by. To the left, Market Street roared bustling a blink away and the throngs swept up and down. To the right, a little passage starting from 2-1 on each corner of the street penetrated the slums. The mellow California sunlight bathed the whole scene, picking out, here and there, highlights on window glass that shot forth blinding sparks and flashes. The boy yawned again, his hands in his pockets, then turned to the sooty oil stove and peered rather disgustedly amongst the frying pans, tins and pasteboard boxes. There was nothing in the way of food to be found. He sniffed fastidiously at the up-to-door of cooking, then knelt upon the floor and began a search, crawling gingerly on hands and knees, the ends of 3 matches projected slightly above the surface of the matted layers of rubbish. Here he scraped the dirt away with a case knife and came upon a paper-wrapped parcel which, opened, disclosed 3 bright pieces. He wrapped them up again, tucked them into the hole in the dirt and went on with his quest. His next find, a foot or so from the baseboard of the double doors, was a cache containing a pearl-handled penknife. He put it back. Here and there in the subsoil he came upon other treasure trove, each article carefully wrapped in paper or bits of rag, a jet earring, a folded calendar, a silver chain, ovo watches, a dozen scrinlays, several $5 gold pieces, a roll of corsetlaces. He returned them one by one as he found them, and smoothed the dirt over the place. He had nearly exhausted the field in the front room, when he came upon a small paper bag containing a few macaroons. These he sat down to eat, first brushing off feathery bits of green mold. He discovered another bag containing peanuts. He chewed them slowly, throwing the shells upon the floor, his eyes wandering, his air abstracted. Leading off the FHNT room was a smaller one whose door was shut. He opened it now, and went in somewhat fearfully. Here was another cot drawn up in front half window, and, upon nails driven in the wall, women's hats and dresses. Upon the inside of the door was pinned a stained yellowing newspaper cut, the portrait of a man perhaps years old, with inside whiskers and a wide flowing collar. Beneath it was printed the name, Oliver Payson. The boy gazed at it curiously for some moments. From this, he turned to a corner where stcdd an old trunk covered with cowhide whose hair was rubbed off in mangy spo, and corroded brass-headed nails held a rotting, pinked flap of red leather arm ut the edge of the cover. On the top of the trunk, also in brass-headed nails, were the letters FG. He stooped over and tried the lid. The trunk was locked. He lifted it, testing its weight, and found it too heavy to be budged. He rubbed the hair with his hand, played with the handles and fingered the lock longingly. Then, after a last look, he left the room and closed the door. He had gone back to the bookcase and taken down a volume of Montaigne's essays, when he heard a knock on the door of the back room leading into the hallway. He unlocked the door, opened it a few inches, and stood guarding the entrance. A woman of middle age in a black bonnet, shawl and gown attempted to pass him. He stood stiffly in her way, regarding her harsh, sour visage, thin, cruel lips and pale, humid, bluish eyes. At his resolute defence her attitude weakened. "Ain't Madam Grant to home?" she said. "No, she is not." "What do you want?" "Oh, I just wanted to see her. You let me come in and wait a while. She'll be back soon, I suppose. Doesn't allow me to let anybody in when she's the boy." "Oh, that's all right, Frankie. I'm a particular friend of hers. I'll just come in and make myself to home till she comes in. I'm all winded coming up them steep stairs, and I've got to sit down." "I'm sorry," the boy said more politely, "but I mustn't let you in. I did let a lady in once, and Mamsie scolded me for it. The next day where Mr. Watch, my sakes. Does she keep her watches in the dirt on the floor, too?" The woman said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "You needn't worry about me, my dear. Everybody knows me, and trusts me, too. Besides, my business is important and I've just got to see the madam, sure. You may wait on the stairs, if you like, but you can't come in here. She says that the neighbors are altogether too curious." The remark was made deliberately, as if to aid his defense by its rudeness. But the woman's skin was tough. "You're a pert one, you be," she sniffed. "I'd like to know what you do here all day, anyway. You ought to be to school. We'll have to 100K after you, young man. They's societies that makes a business of seeing to children that's neglected like you, and takes 'em away where they can be taught an education and live." The boy's face changed to dismay. The tears came into his eyes. "I don't want to go away. I want to live here, and I'm going to, too. Besides, I can read and write already, and I learn more things than you can learn at school. I'd just like to see them take me away." "What do you learn, now?" said the woman insinuatingly. "Do you learn how to tell fortunes? Can you tell mine? Now?" I'll give you a nickel if I will. Don't want a nickel, I've got all the money I want. Oh, you have you? How much have you got? Say, I hear the madam's pretty well fixed, how much do you suppose she's worth, now? You can't work me that way. She put forth a shaky hand to stroke his dark hair, and he warded her off. Nor that way either, he said, beginning to grow angry. Say, sonny. Do you ever see the spirits here? She began again. No, but I can smell 'em now, he replied. She burst out into a cackle of laughter. Say, that's pretty good. A likely little fella, you be. I didn't mean no harm, no ways. You mean that you didn't mean any harm, don't you? He asked soberly. No, I don't mean no harm, sure I don't. What do you mean? She says one shouldn't use double negatives. What's them, then? I'll mean you don't use good English, said the boy. I'll don't talk English. What do I talk then, Dutch? What's the matter with you? Oh, I'm just studying grammar. That's all. Now you see I don't need to go to school, the way you said. Mamsie teaches me every night. Oh, she does she? Well, I hear she has a fine education, some say she's went to college, even. Yes, she has. She went to a women's college in the East once, then what's she living in this pigsty for, I'd like to know. It beats all, this room does. Let me come in for a moment and just 100k round a bit, will you? I won't touch nothing at all, sure, the boy protested, and it might have come to a physical struggle had not footsteps been heard coming up the pier over the railing of the balusters. Ties her, she whispered hoarsely. A head, rising, looked between the balusters, like a wild animal gazing through the bars of its cage. It was the head of a woman of 27 or 8, and though her face had a strange, wild expression, with staring eyes, she was, or had undoubtedly been, a lady. Her hair, prematurely grey, was parted in the centre and brought down in waves over her ears, her eyebrows, in vivid contrast, were black, and between them a single vertical line cleft her forehead. What might have been a rare beauty was now distorted into something fantastic and mysterious, though when at rare intervals she smiled, a veil seemed to be drawn aside and she became an engaging, familiar, warm-hearted woman. She was dressed in a brilliant red gown and dolman of mosaic cloth with a Timlin hat off. Such striking colour was, 30 years ago, uncommon upon the streets. But, even had it been more usual, the severity of her costume, with neither a bustle nor the elaborate ruffs and trimmings then in vogue, would have made her conspicuous. She came up, with a white face, gasping for breath after her climb, one hand to her heart. For a moment she seemed unable to speak. Then suddenly and sharply she said, "Francis, shut the door." The boy obeyed, coming out into the hall. With a hand still holding the knob, the lady wanted me to let her in, but I wouldn't do it. "Mamsie," he said. Madam Grant turned her eyes upon the apologetic, cringing figure, whose thin, skinny fingers plucked at her shawl. Just called neighbourly like, "Thinking maybe you'd give me a set-in, Madam Grant," she said. Madam Grant had come nearer, now, and stood gazing at the visitor. The expression of scorn had faded from her face. Her eyes glazed. She spoke slowly in a deliberate monotone. "Your name is Margaret Riley." The woman nodded. Her lips had fallen open, and her eyes were fixed in. "Who are the 3 men I see beside you?" demanded Madam Grant. "They was only 2. I swear to God they was only 2. There is a little child, too. For the love of heaven." Mrs. Riley moaned. "Send 'em away, send 'em away, tell 'em to leave me be." Madam Grant's eyes brightened a little, and her colour returned. "Come in the room and I will see what I can do for you." The 3 entered. Mrs. Riley, half terrified but curious, darting her eyes about the apartment. Sniffing at the foul odor, her glances returning ever to the mad woman. Francis went to the bookcase and resumed his reading without manifesting further interest in the visitor. Madame Grant seated herself at a muslin box covered with sacking and untied the strings of her hat. "What do you want to know?" she asked sharply. "Elle got 3 tickets in the lottery, and I want to know which one to keep," Mrs. Riley ventured. Somewhat shamefaced, Madame Grant gave a fierce gesture, and the line between her brows grew deeper. "I'll answer such questions for nobody. That's the devil's work, not mine." "How did your 3 husbands die, Margaret Riley?" The woman held up her hands in protest. "2, only in vo," she cried, "and they died in their beds regular enough. God knows I've all my fingers out for 'em, too." "They died suddenly," Madame Grant replied impassively. "Who's the other one with the smooth face, the one who limps?" Mrs. Riley coughed into her hands loosely. "It might be my brother." "It is not your brother. You know who it is, Mrs. Riley, and he tells me that you must give back the papers." "Oh, I'll give back, I was always meanin' to give 'em back, God knows I was. I'll do it this week." "In a week it will be too late." "I'll do it tomorrow." "You'll do it today, Mrs. Riley." "Elle will, oh, I will. Now, if you want a sitting, I'll give you one," Madame Grant continued. "That is, if I can get Weenie. I can't promise anything. She comes and she goes like the sun in spring." "Never mind," said Mrs. Riley, rising abruptly. "Elle think'll be going." After she started toward the door, the clairvoyant's face had set again in a vacant, far% away expression, and her voice fell to the same dead tone she had used before. She clutched her throat suddenly. "He's in the water, he's drowning, he's passing out now, he's gone. You are responsible, you drove him to it with your false tongue and your crafty hands. But you'll regret it, you'll pay for it in misery and pain, Margaret. Your old age will be miserable. Escape shame." Mrs. Riley's face, haggard and terrified, was working convulsively. Without taking her eyes from the medium, she ran into the front and shook the boy's shoulder. "Wake her up, Frankie, I don't want no more of this. Wake her up, dear, and let me go." Francis arose lazily and walked over to Madame Grant. He put his arm tenderly about her and whispered in her ear, "Come back. Mamsie dear, come back, Mamsie, I want you." He began stroking her hands firmly. Mrs. Riley, still gazing, fascinated, at the group, backed out of the room and closed the door. Her steps were heard stumbling down the stairs. Madame Granny's eyes quivered and opened slowly. She shuddered, then shook the blood back into her thin, white hands. Finally she looked up at Francis and smiled. "All right, dear." Her smile, however, lasted but for the few moments during which he saw rest her, then the veil fell upon her countenance, and her eyes grew strange and hard. She gazed wildly here and there about the room. "What's that in Boston?" she asked suddenly, the pitch of her voice sharply raised, as she pointed to the shells upon the rubbish of the floor. "Only some peanuts I was eating, Mamsie," said the boy, guiltily watching. "Has been in Toledo. Somebody has been in New York. Can see the smoke of the trains." Her eyes traveled around an invisible path, from mound to mound of dirt and scraps, noticing the slight displacements the boy had made in his quest for food. He watched her sharply, but without fear. "Oh, the train didn't stop, Mamsie. They were express trains, you know." Don't tell me." She pointed with her slender forefinger here and there. "New Orleans is safe, New Orleans is always a safe, straight-laced old town, but the place isn't what it was. They've left the French Quarter now to the Creoles, but I know a place on Royal Street where the gallery whispers, 'Oh God, That gallery with the magnolia trees, and the leper girl across the end. Her voice had sunk to a harsh whisper. Now it rose again. Chicago, all right, I wouldn't care if it weren't. Baltimore, he never was in Baltimore. But what's the matter with Denver? Somebody's been to Denver. She turned her gaze point blank upon Francis. He met it fairly. Oh. No. Mamsie, nobody ever goes to Denver, Mamsie dear. She knelt down and groped tentatively, sensitively, across the layer of dust that sloped toward the corner, by the bay window. She turned, still on all fours, to shake her finger at him, and say solemnly, don't ever go to Denver. Francis. Denver's a bad place, a very wicked place. They gamble in Denver, they gamble money. She arose, apparently either satisfied or diverted in her quest, turned to the boy and $100K inside the bag she had been holding. Go outside, Francis, she commanded, after fumbling with its contents. He walked to the door and passed into the hall. Here he waited, listening listlessly, drumming softly upon the railing. The room was silent for a while, then he heard a muffled pounding, as of one stamping down the surface of the matted dirt. At last she called him and he went in again. Madame Grant's face was placid and kind. She proceeded to occupy herself busily at the little oil stove, putting into the greasy frying pan some chops which she had brought in with her. The spluttering and the pungent odor of frying fat soon filled the Frevaux rooms. She cut a few slices from a loaf of stale bread, and set the meagre repast forth upon the top of a wooden box. Come and have dinner, Francis, she said, with a sweet look at him. That the boy was far older than his years was evident by the way he watched her and took his cue from her, humouring her in her madder moments, restraining her in her moods of mystic exaltation, pathetically affectionating her lucid intervals. She was in this last phase now, and from time to time, in the course of a meal, his hand stole to hers. Its pressure was softly returned. Read today. Elle finished Gulliver. What did you think of it? Why, somehow, it seemed just like it might be true as fit might be true. Francis, what did I tell you? Her tone grew severe, almost pedagogic. You must be careful of our talk, my boy. Never forget, it's important you'll never get on if you're careless and common. You will often be judged by your speech. What else did you read? Elle tried Montaigne's essays, but I couldn't understand much. It seemed so dull to me. But there's one, whether the governor of a place besieged ought himself to go out to parley. I like that. Madame Grant laughed. I'd like to have known Montaigne. He was a kind of old maid. But he was a modern, after all. Sense will do if you can't get humour. Where did you get all these books? Mamsie. Her face grew blank again, her eyes wandered. She recited in a sort of croon, heard, have you? What? They have told you he never repented his sin. How do they know it? Are they his mother? Are you of his kin? A frightened came on the boy's face and his hand went to hers again. Mamsie, Mamsie, he cried. Come back, Mamsie. I want you. She turned to him as if she had never seen him before. Oh, she said, and drew aside. Then, you mustn't ask questions, my boy. Elle won't. Mamsie, you're a good little boy and you came out of the dark, she pursued. Out of the dark, he repeated, tempting her on. His curiosity was manny, don't you remember? I'm not sure. There was a place, she corrected. Here was a place where they beat me, and I ran away, and I found you, and you were good to me. No, it is you who have been good. I'm not good, I'm bad. Francis. I know you're good, Mamsie, because you teach me to do everything right, and I love you. With a quick impulse she clasped him to her, as she did so. Her face changed again, this time with an expression of pain. She put her hand to her heart suddenly and moaned. He watched her in terror. "Get the bottle," she commanded huskily, dropping to the knoll to support herself on her elbow. He ran to a little bathroom beside the closet, brought a bottle and spoon, poured out a dose of the medicine and put it to her lips. Finally she sat up. "Liz, somebody's coming." "She's coming, come here, Francis." Quickly. Taking him by the hand, she led him to the closet in the back room, pushed him inside, closed the door and locked it. It was dark in the closet, but he knew its contents as if he see them. Upon a row of shelves were account books and papers covered with dust. On nails in the wall his own small stock of clothes hung, and in a wooden box on the floor were his playthings, blocks, a wooden horse, several precious bits of twine and leather, a collection of spools and a toy globe. He sat down on this box patiently and waited. Presently there came a knock at the hall door. Madam Grant opened it and someone entered. He heard his guardian's voice saying, "Come in, Grace, here I am, such as I am, and here you are, such as you are." Then her voice changed, becoming tremulous and excited. "All, but she's beautiful. May I kiss her, Grace?" "Oh, what eyes! Her father's eyes, aren't they? Don't afraid, Grace, let her come to me." There was a reply in a soft voice which Francis could not make out. As they entered the front room, he tried to peep through the keyhole, but as the key had been left in, he could see nothing. He sat down upon the box again to wait, playing with his toy globe. After a while he noticed a thin streak of light admitted by a crack in the panel of the door, and rose to see if he could see through it. At the height of his eye it was too narrow to show him anything in the room, but farther up it widened. He pulled down several account books from the shelves and piled them upon the box. Standing toe upon these, he found that he could get a clear TLHR limited view of the bay window. Here a little girl sat quietly, vividly illuminated in the sunshine. She was scarcely more than 4 years of age and was dressed in a navy blue silk frock whose collar and pockets were elaborately trimmed with ruffies of white satin and bows of ribbon. She wore a white muslin cap decorated with ribbon, lace and rosebuds. White stockings showed above her high-buttoned boots. Her hair was a truant mass of fine spun threads, curling, tawny yellow. Her face was round, her eyes extraordinarily wide apart under level, straight brows. What caught and held his attention, however, as he watched, was a velvety mole upon her left cheek, so placed as to be a piquant ornament rather than a disfigurement to her countenance. She sat listening, tightly holding a woolly lamb in her plump little arms. The two women were out of his range of vision. The steady low sound of voices came to him, but he made no attempt to listen. His attention was riveted upon the figure of the little girl who was sharply focused, as in an opera glass, directly in his field of view. Occasionally, as she was spoken to, she smiled, and her cheek dimpled, but she seemed to be looking at him through the door. She scarcely moved her eyes, but kept them fixed in his direction, as if conscious of an invisible presence. The women talked on. Occasionally Madam Grant's voice rose to a more excited note, and a few words came to him, betraying to his knowledge of her that her mood had been interrupted by her customary vagaries. At such times the little girl would withdraw her glance to gaze solemnly in Madam Grant's direction. She showed, however, no signs of alarm. It seemed, indeed, as if little girl understood, even as he understood, the temporary aberration. Then her eyes would return to his, as if drawn back by his gaze. So the scene lasted for a half-hour, during which time he caught no glimpse of the other visitor. At last a hand was outstretched and the little girl rose. Francis stepped down for a moment to rest himself from his strained position. When he had put his eye again to the crack she had passed out of his line of sight, he was to catch a few words more. However, before the callers left, "I'm glad you came today," Madam Grant said. "You were just in time. Why, are you going to leave here?" "Yes, I'm going away," Felicia the visitor said earnestly. "Why won't you let us take care of you? This is no place for you. It is dreadful to think of you here." Now, while you are able to talk to me, do let me do something for you. No, it's too late. Besides, there is Francis, said Madame Grant. Let Francis come, too. This is a terrible place for a child. Look at this room, look at the filth and disorder. Madame Grant's niece rose again. Take her away, she cried raucously. She'll go to New York, she'll go to Toledo, I don't want her in meddling. She'll be in New Orleans the first thing you know, there she goes now. Take her away, take her away. The door closed. Francis heard the key turn in the lock. Then there was the jarring sound of a fall, and finally all was still. He waited for some moments, then he called out, Mamsie, let me out. Let me out. There was no reply. Mamsie, he called out again. Where are you? Come and let me out, please let me out. There was still no answer to his pleadings. In terror now, he pounded the panels, shook the handle off door, and then began to cry. Climbing upon the box again, he caught sight of Madame Grant's skirt. She was lying prone upon the floor. As he wept on, she moved and began to crawl slowly toward him. At last her hand groped to the door and the key was turned in the lock. He burst out into her arms. The blood was gone from her tense, anguished face. One hand clutched at her heart. She did not speak, but gasped horribly for breath. There was no need now for her to direct him. He out a dose of medicine and forced it between her lips. He gave her another spoonful. The drops trickled from her mouth and stained the front of her crimson gown. Then, with his assistance, she crept to his couch, pulled herself upon it and lay down. Groaning, he sat on the floor beside her, stroking her hand. For some time she was too weak to speak. Her black eyebrows were drawn down, the cleft between them was deep, like the gash of a knife. Her white hair fell about her head in disorder. She drew a ragged coverlid over her chest, as if suffering from the cold, though the sun shone in upon her as she lay and mercilessly illumined her desperate face. The spasm of agony abated, and after some minutes she breathed more freely. Then, with a sigh, her muscles relaxed and her voice came clear and calm. You must be a good boy, Francis, she began. For I am going away. It's all over now with the worry and the puzzle and the pain. What will you do, I wonder? Oliver might help, perhaps. Oliver isn't so bad, down in his heart. He was fair enough. There's money enough. Francis, when I fall asleep, look in the trunk and hide the money, if you can. Don't let them get it away from you. Wait till I'm asleep, though. The key is in my bag. What a fool I was, I might have known. There was my grandmother, she was mad, too. It may stop with me. Oh, she was a dear little thing, though. Who was the little girl, Mamsie? Francis inquired, his curiosity overcoming his fear for her. Born with a veil. Born with a veil. I was a seventh daughter, good it did me. I could tell others, who could tell me? Bosh. You're all rubbish, we'll never know. Folderol, Francis, it's all gammon, all but Weenie. Weenie knows, yellow hair, too, it will grow grey soon enough. Then, as if she had just heard his question, she broke out querulously, where did he see her? Elle looked through a crack in the door, Mamsie. She pulled herself up in a frenzy of anger and shook her finger at him. Oh, you did you? You snooping, sniping monkey. I'll tell you what you were looking at, you were watching the train to New York. You 11 go to Toledo, will you? You find anything there? Go to there's plenty find out in New Orleans, in Denver, too. And way stations, but be careful, be careful. I was born in Toledo. She sank back exhausted. Don't be worried, Mamsie, said Francis, attempting to calm her. Elle won't never go to Toledo, Mamsie. M1 never. She glared at him. What did I say about double negatives, boy? 2 negatives make a positive, 2 pints make a quart, fools make a quarrel, 2 quarrels make a fool. What language? I was at Vassar, too. I was secretary of my class. Oh, I want to see Victoria, she would understand, I'm sure. Oh, Francis. Her voice dwindled away and her eyes closed. For a moment she seemed to be asleep. Then a sudden convulsion frightened him. She spoke again without raising her lids. Why, there's Mother. Come and kiss me, Mother. Did Winnie send for you? Mother? Oh, Winnie. Who's the old man? Father? I never saw Father on this side, did Winnie? He passed out when I was very little, didn't he? So many people. Why, the room is full of them. Yes, I'm coming. The boy was tugging frantically at her hand, calling to her without ceasing, sobbing in his fright. He succeeded at last in bringing her out of her trance and she opened her eyes to stare at him. Her breath was coming harder. With a great effort she reached for the boy's head and pulled it nearer, gazing into his frightened eyes. Poor Francis, she gasped. You've been so good, dear, you've been my hope. Felicia Grant's hope. You have no name, dear, take that one, instead of mine, Francis Granthope. Oh, this pain. Shan't I get you the medicine? He asked, sobbing. No, it's no use. She pushed him gently away. I'm going to sleep now, don't call me back, Francis, I want rest. Remember the trunk, goodbye. She closed her eyes and rolled over on her side. Turning her face away from him, he waited her an hour in silence. Then he put his hands to her arms softly. Mamsie, he said quietly but insistently. Are you asleep, Mamsie? There was no answer. He arose and looked for her leather bag. He found it on the floor where she had fallen. Opening it, he found inside a heterogeneous collection, strings, pins, peppermints, papers, a lock of hair in an envelope, a photograph, several gold pieces, and the key. He took it and tiptoed into the little side room with excited interest. He had never looked inside the trunk before and his eagerness made his hands tremble as he unlocked it. On top was a tray filled with account books and letters, folded newspapers and a mahogany box. It was all he could do to lift it to get at what was beneath. He struggled with it until he had tilted it up and slid it down to the below-water and he this piece by piece, disclosing a heavy wedding gown, silk-lined, wrapped in tissue paper, and many accessories of an elaborate overseau, a half-dozen pairs of silk stockings, a pair of exquisite white satin slippers, a box of long white gloves, another of lace handkerchiefs, dozens of mysterious articles of lingerie, embroidered and lace-trimmed. In a lower corner was a little, white vellum, gold-clasped prayer book. Lastly he found a package securely wrapped in brown paper. Opening this, he discovered 6 crisp, green packages of banknotes. These he rewrapped and slid them inside his full blue blouse. Then he put everything back in order, replaced the tray and locked the trunk. Finally he stole back to the form upon the couch. Mamsie, are you awake? He whispered. There was no answer, and he shook her shoulder slightly. Then, as she made no reply, he leaned over and looked at her face. Her eyes were open, fully open, but they did not turn to his, they were set and glazed with film. A horror came over him now, and he shook her with all his strength. Mamsie! Mamsie! He cried. Look at me, Mamsie! What's the matter? Still she did not look at him, or speak, or move. He noticed that she was not breathing, and his fear overcame him. He dropped her cold hand and ran screaming out into the hall. Chapter 1. The palmist and Fancy Grave. Fancy Grey was the lady's name and the lady's hair was red. Both were characteristic of her daringly original character, For, as Fancy's name had once been Fanny, Fanny's hair had once been brown. Further indication of Miss Grey's disposition was to be found in her eyebrows, which were whimsically arched, and her mouth, which was scarlet-lipped and tightly held. Another detail off significance was her green silk stockings, rather artfully displayed to lend a harmony to her dark green cloth tailor-made suit, which fitted like a kid glove over Miss Grey's cunningly rounded little body. Her eyes were brown and bright. They were as quick as heliograph flashes, but could, when she willed, burn as softly as glowing coals of fire. Her face seemed freshly washed. Her complexion was translucently clear, modified only by the violet shadows under her eyes and an imperceptible tint of fine down on her upper lip. Her hands, well-bearinged and well-kept, were fully worth the admiration which, by her willingness to display them to advantage, she seemed to expect on their account. In New York, a good guesser would have put her age at WNT3, but, taking into account the precocious effect of the California climate, 19 might be nearer the mark. She was, at all events, a finished product. There was no evidence of diffidence or gaucherie about Fancy Grey. She appeared to be very well satisfied with herself. If, as she evidently did, she considered herself beautiful, her claim would undoubtedly be acknowledged by most men who met her for the first time. On those more fastidious, she had but to smile and her mouth grew still more generous, showing a double line of white teeth, those in the lower jaw being set slightly zigzag, as if they were so pretty that it had been wished to put in as many as possible. Her cheeks dimpled, her eyes half closed, and she triumphed over her critic. For there was something more dangerous than beauty in that smile. There was an elfin humour that captured and bewildered. There was warmth and welcome in it. It made one feel happy. As she sat at her desk in the waiting room, she could cross the corner of Geary and Powell streets to catch the errant eye of passing conductors, or gaze, in abstraction, at pedestrians crossing Union Square, or at the oriental towers of the synagogue beyond. With the bait of a promising smile, she caught many an upward glance. Fancy Grey was not in the habit of hiding her charms, and she levied tribute to her beauty on all mankind. She gazed upon women, however, far less indulgently than upon men. Never was there a more captious observer of her sex. A glance up and a glance down she gave, and the specimen was classified. Appraised, appreciated, condemned, condoned or complimented. Not a pin missed her scrutiny. Not a variation of the mode escaped her quest for revealing evidence. A woman could hardly pass from contact with Fancy's swift glance without being robbed, mentally, of everything worthwhile that she possessed in the matter of novelty in fashion or deportment. Fancy appropriated the ideas thus gained, and made use of them at the earliest opportunity. The waiting room bore, upon the outside, the legend. Inside, where Fancy sat daily from 10 to 4, the apartment was walled and carpeted in red. Upon the walls, painted wooden Chinese grotesque masks, grinning or scowling against the firecracker paper, hung, at intervals. From black-stained woodwork, benveen the Telvo windows was a plaster column bearing the winged head of Hypnos. At the other end of the was a of casts of hands hanging on hooks against a black panel. The desk in the corner was Fancy's station, and here she murmured into the telephone, scribbled appointments in a blank book, read The Second Wife, gazed out into the green square, or manicured her nails, according as the waiting-room chairs were EMPV, or occupied with men or with women. Whatever company she had, she was never careless of the light upon her or the condition of her tinted hair. It was a cool, blustering afternoon in August. San Francisco was at its worst phase. The wind was high and harsh, harassing the city with its burden of dust. Over the mountains, on the Marion shore, a high fog hung, its advance guard scudding in through the Golden Gate, piling over the hills by the Twin Peaks and preparing its line of battle for a general assault the peninsula at nightfall. In the streets men and women clung to their hats savagely as they passed gusty corners, and coat collars were turned up against the raw air. Summer had, so far, spent its effort in 4 violently hot days, when the humid atmosphere made the temperature unbearable. Now the weather had flung back to an extreme as unpleasant. Open fires were in order. There was one now burning in Granthorpe's reception room, to which Fancy Gray made frequent excursions. She was there, making a picture of herself beside the hearth, having resolutely held her pose for some time in anticipation of his coming, when Francis Granthorpe arrived, tall, erect and able-bodied, with the physique of an athlete, and a strong, leonine head covered with crisp, waving, black hair. Francis Granthorpe had the complement of the actarf's type of looks, but his alertness of carriage and his SM.6 and searching glance distinguished him from the professional male beauty. Fine eyes of deep, rich blue, fine teeth often exposed in compelling smiles. A resolute mouth and a firm, deeply cleft chin he had, and all these attractions were set off by his precise dress, gloves, bell-tailed overcoat, sharply creased trousers, varnished boots and silk hat, a short moustache, curling upward slightly at the ends, and a small, triangular tuft of hair on his lower lip gave him a somewhat foreign aspect. He had an air, a manner, that kept up the illusion. Men would perhaps have distrusted him as too obviously handsome, women would talk him as soon as he had left the room. Stage managers would have complimented his presence, children would have watched him. Resuming their judgment, he seemed to fill the room with electricity. He sent a smile to Fancy, half of welcome, half of amusement at her picturesque posture, and, with cordial good morning, in a mellow baritone, removed his overcoat and hat, putting them into a closet near the hall door. He reappeared in morning coat, white waistcoat and pin-checked trousers, with a red carnation in his buttonhole. He held his hands for a moment before the fire, then looked indulgently at his blithe assistant. Now, one of Fancy's charms was a slender, pointed tongue. This she was wont to exhibit, on occasion, by sticking it out of her mouth coquettishly, and shaking it saucily in the direction of her nostrils, a joyous exploit which was vouchsafed only upon rare and intimate occasions. This, now, she did, tilting her head backward to give piquancy to the performance. Granthorpe laughed, and went over to where she sat. "You're a saucy bird, Fancy," he commented, leaning over her, both hands upon the desk. "Do you know, I rather like you." Her face grew drolly sober, her whimsical eyebrows lifted. "As blame," she replied. "Always did have good taste. Though I'll believe that I might go so far as to imprint a salute upon your chaste brow." "I accept," said Fancy Gray. He stooped over and kissed her. She was graciously resigned. "Thank you, Frank," she said demurely. Small contributions gratefully lookived. She tucked her head into the corner of his arm, and he looked down upon her kindly. "Poor little Fancy," he said softly. "Have you missed me, Frank?" "Horribly. Don't laugh at me." "How can I help it, oh toy queen? Am I so awfully young?" "You're pretty juvenile, Fancy, but you'll grow up." I think she was quite sober now. "Oh, there's an awful lot of time wasted in growth ending up," she said. Then she squirmed her head so that she could 100k upward at him. "You've been awfully good to me, Frank." Her tone was wistful. "You deserve more than you will ever get, I'm afraid," was his answer as he patted her hair. "I think you do like me a little." He shook his finger at her. "No fair falling in love." She laughed. "I'll believe you're afraid, Frank. I don't know what I'd do without you, Fancy. We've been through a good deal together, first and last. Haven't we?" "Yes, we've had a good time. I'd like to do it all over again." "Heavens, no," he exclaimed. "I wouldn't. There's enough ahead. From what I've seen of life, things don't really begin to happen till you're 30, at least. All this will seem like a dream. Sometimes I hope it will." Fancy was looking away, now. Her gaze returned to him after a moment of silence. Don't you ever think of getting out office, Frank? You're too good for these farkers. Really you are. Why, you could mix with millionaires, easy. And you've got a good start. Now. They like you. You've got the education and the for it. He went back to the fireplace, standing there with his hands behind his back. Oh. This is amusing enough. What does it matter, anyway? There are as big fools and shams in society as there are in my business. Look at the women that come down here, and the things they tell me. Why, I know them a good deal better now than I should if I were on their calling lists and took tea with them. But you are right, in a way. I suppose someday I must quit this and take honest theft. Don't say that, Frank. I hate you when you're cynical. What else can I be, in my profession? Oh, I do want you to quit, Frank, really I do, and yet, I hate to think of it. What should I do? I'd lose you sure. I could never make good with the swells. I'm only a drifter. Oh. You can't lose me, Fan, we've pulled together too long, you could make good all right. You've got a pose and a poise that some ladies would give their teeth for. I don't believe you ever been surprised in your life, have you? I'll guess not. Fancy shook her head thoughtfully. When I am surprised, it'll be a woman who'll do it. No man can, that's sure. No, I fancy you know all there is to know men. I wish I did. Yun do, Fancy Grey. He approached her and playfully chucked her under the chin. Then he ICDKED at her gravely. Wonder why you're willing to drudge along here with me, anyway. You could get a much better position easily, with your face, and brains and figure. Don't forget that. Fancy shook her finger at him. Yes. He looked her where approvingly. No woman ought to be blue with a figure like mine, ought she? He laughed. I can't imagine you're ever being blue, Fancy. Fancy opened her eyes very wide. There's a whole lot you don't know about home, and yet she said sagely. That's likely. Am I to understand that I'm fired, then? She tried to appear demure. Not yet. I'm only too afraid you'll resign. It's queer you don't get married. You must have had lots of chances. Why don't you, Fancy? I'll never explain, said Fancy, it only wastes time. He went over to her again and very affectionately boxed her ears. She freed herself and turned her face up to him. Frank, she said, do you think I'm pretty? You're too pretty, that's the trouble, he answered. Smiling, as at a familiar trait. No, but really, do you honestly think? Her face had again known plaintive. Yes, Fancy. Far be it from me to natter or cajole with the compliments of a $5 reading, but as between friends, and with my hand on my heart, I assert that you are beautiful. I don't mean that at all, said Fancy. I want to be pretto. That's what men like, pretty girls. Beautiful women never get anywhere except into the divorce courts. Do say I'm pretty. Fancy, you know I'm a connoisseur of women. You are actually and absolutely pretty. Well, that's a great relief. If I can only believe I have to hear it once a day, at least, to keep up my courage. Now that's settled, let's go to work. He went back to the fireplace and yawned. All right. What's doing to full up, except from 11 to 12? Who are they? Fancy jauntily nipped open the appointment book and ran her forefinger down the page. 10 o'clock, stranger, Florette Heller, telephone appointment, girl with a nice voice. Be sure and look at her, Thope remarked, Elle may want a tip. 10:30, Mrs. Page. Grant H. smiled and Fancy, do you remember what I told her? Fancy looked puzzled. C.I. What do you mean? About her husband? No, not that. The last time she came I tried a psychological experiment with her. I told her that normally she was a quiet, restrained, modest, discreet woman, but that at times her emotional nature would get the better of her, that she couldn't help breaking out and would suddenly let go. I thought she was about due this week. There's been something doing and she wants to tell me about it to appease her conscience. Give them what they want, and anything goes. Fancy listened, frowning. The point of her pencil between her lips. You don't need any of my tips on Mrs. Page, she said with sarcasm. At 11, Mr. Summer, whoever he is. Don't care if he's got the price. It bores you to read for men, doesn't it, Frank? I wish you'd let me do it. As she spoke, the telephone bell on the desk rang, and she took up the receiver, drooping her head coquettishly. Yes, she said dreamily, her eyes on Granthorpe, who had lighted a cigarette. Yes, 11:30, if that would be convenient. What name, please? No, any name will do, Miss Smith. All right, goodbye. She entered the appointment in her book. And then remarked decidedly, she's pretty. No objections, my specialty. Granthorpe failed, said Fancy. Granthorpe looked at his watch, then past a red anteroom, his studio beyond. Fancy began to draw little squares and circles and fuzzy heads of men with moustaches upon a sheet of paper. In a few moments the palmist returned, his morning coat replaced by a black velvet jacket tight-fitting and buttoned close. Oh, Fancy, take a few notes, please. You didn't get that last one yesterday. I believe. She reached for a lacquered tin box containing a card catalogue. Withdrew a blank slip and dipped her pen in the ink. Then, as he stopped to think, she remarked, don't see why you go to all this trouble, Frank. Nobody else does. You've a good enough memory, and I think you're silly. I feel as if I were a bookkeeper in a business house. One might as well be systematic, he returned. There's no knowing when all this will come in handy. I don't intend to give $5 readings all my life. I'm going to develop this thing till it's a fine art. I've got to do something to dignify the trade. This doesn't use nearly all that's in me. I wish I had something to do that would take all my intellect. It's all too easy. I don't half try, but it's a living. God knows I don't care for the money, nor for fame either. For that matter, fame's a gold brick. You always pay more for it than W's worth. I suppose it's the sheer love of game. I have a scientific delight in doing my stunt better than it has ever been done before. Some play on fiddles, I play on women, and make 'em dance, too. Some love machinery, some study electricity, but the wheel-less mechanics of psychology for mine. Practical psychology with a human laboratory, pour the acid of nature, and human litmus turns red with delight. Try the alkali of disapproval, and it grows blue with disappointment. I give 'em a run for their money, too. I make life wonderful for fools who haven't the wit to do it for themselves. I peddle imagination, Fancy. You get good prices, Fancy said, smiling a bit sadly. There are perquisites. There aren't many men who have the chances you do, Frank. Women are tinily crazy about you, and now they you're taken up by the smart set. I expect you will be spoiled pretty quick. She shook her head coquettishly and dropped her eyes. He shrugged his shoulders. Should think you would be almost ashamed of being a woman. Fan, sometimes, he said. They are all alike, I believe. Fancy bridled. Then she bit her lip. You'll meet your match someday. God, I hope so. It'll make things interesting. Nothing matters now. I haven't really wanted anything for years, and when you don't want anything, Fancy, the garlands are hung for you in every house you ever have a conscience. Not I. I shouldn't know what to do with it, ifled one. I don't see much difference between right and wrong. We give them what they want, as Jimin do. It may be true and it may be false. So may religion. There are 100 different kinds. Some of them teach that you ought to kill your grandmother when she gets to be 50 years old. Some teach clothing and some teach nakedness. Some preach chastity, and some the other thing. Who's going to tell what's right? My readings are scientific, my predictions may be true, for all I know, some I help and some I harm, no doubt. But from all I can see, God himself does that. Take that Bennett affair. He lost his money, but didn't they have a good taste of life? We'll never know the truth. ANP.va, why not fool fools who think there's an answer to everything, and make 'em happy? Do you remember that first time we played for Harry Wing? I was new at it then. When I crawled through the panel and put on the robe, the tears well streaming down my face to think I was going to fool an old man into believing I was his dead son. What was the result? He was so happy that he gave me his gold watch to be dematerialized for identification. He got more solid satisfaction and comfort out of that trick than he had out of a year of sermons. I only wish I could fool myself as easily as I can fool others, then I could be happy myself. Why, aren't you happy, Frank? Fancy asked, her eyes full of him. I wish I could do something to make you happy. I'd do anything. Oh, I'm not unhappy, he said lightly, neglecting her appeal. Elle can't seem to suffer any more than I can really enjoy. I suppose I haven't any soul. I need ambition, inspiration. But we must get to work. Are you ready? Fancy nodded. August 5th, he dictated. Mrs. Riley, age 65, spatulate, extreme type. Wrist B fingers, B, X, 5, life 27. Head 18, heart 4. Fate 12. 3 girdles, Venus B, Mars A, thumb phalange overdeveloped. Right, ditto. 3 times. Arm broken in 94, 1 daughter, takes cocaine, interested in mines. Last husband knew General Custer and Lew Wallace. Accidentally drowned, 1877. Accused of murder and acquitted in 1B 78. Very poor. Forget to 100k up. Fancy. Go down to the tonight, will you? He said, laying down his notebook. Where did you ever get that old dame? Madame Spole sent her here. She's easy, but no money in her. Still, I like to be thorough, even with charity cases. You never know what may come of them. The telephone bell prevented Fancy's reply. She took up the receiver and said yes in a languishing drawl. Yes, number 15. Payson? Spell it. Hold the line a minute. She turned to Granthorpe, her ear still to the receiver, her hand muffling the mouthpiece. Funny. Speak of angels, here's Madame Spole now. She wants to know if you've got anything about Oliver Payson. Payson, he repeated. Oliver Payson? No, I don't think so. Have we? Elle don't remember the name, but I'll run over the cards. Talk method. I wish Madame Spole had some. Packard, Page, no Payson here. She returned to the telephone. No, we have nothing at all, goodbye. Then she hung up the receiver. Granthorpe, meanwhile, had been walking up and down the room, frowning. It's queer, that name is somehow familiar, I've heard of it somewhere. Oliver Payson, Oliver Payson. Funny how you never can think of a thing when you want to, said Fancy, sharpening her pencil. Elle knows something about Oliver Payson, Granthorpe insisted. But W's no use, I can't get E. Perhaps it will come to me. You never know what you can do till you stop trying, Fancy offered sagely. Granthorpe spoke abstractedly, gazing at the ceiling. It's something about a picture. It seems to me. He walked into his studio, still puzzling with blurred memories. Fancy took up the second wife. At 10 o'clock the door opened, and Fancy's hand flew to her back hair. A girl of perhaps 20 years with intense eyes entered timidly. Her hair was distracted by the wind and her color was high, increasing the charm of her pretty, earnest, finely freckled face. She wore a jacket a little too small for her, with frayed cuffs. Her shoes were badly worn. Her hat was cheap, but effective. "I called to see Mr. Granthorpe. I think I have an appointment at 10. She Miss Heller?" Fancy asked. The girl nodded. Fancy took inventory of the girl's points, looking her up and down before she replied, "All right, just be seated for a moment, please." She walked to the studio and met Granthorpe coming out. They spoke in whispers. "Let her down easy," Fancy suggested. "It's a love affair. She has a letter in her coat pocket all folded up. You can see the wrinkles where it bulges out. Hat pin made of an army button, and she doesn't know enough to paint. Make her take off her coat and see if her right sleeve isn't soiled above where she usually wears a paper cuff to protect it. She's half frightened to death and she has been crying." "All right," said Granthorpe. "I'll give her $5 worth of optimism." Fancy put her hand in his softly. "Say, Frank, just charge this to me and be good her. Will all right if you like her. I'll do my best. She'll be smiling when she comes out. You see if she isn't." As the girl went in for her reading, Mrs. Page walked into the reception room, and nodded condescendingly. She was a dashing woman of 35, full of the exuberance and flamboyant color of California. Her hair was jet black and glossy, massively coiled upon her head. Her features were large, but regular and well-formed, her figure somewhat voluptuous in its tightly fitting tailor suit of black. She was a vivid creature, with impellent animal life and temperament linked, apparently, to a rather silly, feminine brain. Her mouth was large, and in it white teeth shone. She was all shadows and flashes, highlights and depths of velvet black. From her ears, TWO spots of diamond radiance vinkled as she shook her head. When she drew off her gloves, with a manner, more vinkles illuminated her hands. Still others shone from the cut steel buckles of her shoes. She was somewhat overgrown, flavorless and gaudy, like California fruit. And her ways were kittenish. Her movements were all intense. When she looked at anything, she opened her eyes very wide. When she spoke she pursed her lips a bit too much. Altogether she seemed to have a superfluous ounce of blood in her veins that infused her with useless energy. Fancy eyed her pragmatically, added her up, extracted her square root and greatest common divisor. The result she reached was evident only by the imperious way in which she invited her to be seated and the nonchalant manner in which, after that, she gazed out upon Geary Street. Mrs. Page, however, would be loquacious. "Shall I have to wait long?" she asked. "I have an engagement at 11 and I simply must see Mr. Granthorpe first. It's very important." "I don't know," said Fancy coolly. "It depends upon whether he has an interesting sitter or not. Sometimes he's an hour, and sometimes he's only 15 minutes. She spoke with a slightly stinging emphasis, examining, meanwhile, the spots on her own fingernails. "Oh," said Mrs. Page, and it was evident that the remark gave her an idea as to her own personal powers of attraction. Elle thought Mr. Granthorpe treated all his patrons alike. "Sometimes he does and sometimes he doesn't," was Fancy's cryptic reton. She watched the effect under drooped lashes. The effect was to make Mrs. Page squirm uneasily, as if she didn't know whether she had been hit or not. She took refuge in the remark, "Well, I hope he will give me a good reading this time." "It all depends on what's in your hand." Fancy followed her up, smiling amiably. Mrs. Page minced and simpered. "Do you know? Somehow I had to have him 100K at my hand, after what he said before. He told me such dreadful things. I'm afraid he'll discover more." "Why do you give him a chance, then?" said Fancy coldly. "Oh, I hope he'll find something better, this time." "Weren't you satisfied with what he gave you?" Fancy asked. I have found Mr. Granthorpe usually strikes it about right. Oh. Of course, I'm satisfied, Mrs. Page admitted. In fact, I trust him so implicitly that I have acted on his advice. But it's rather dreadful to know the truth, don't you think? Fancy nodded her head soberly. Sometimes it is. She accented the adverb Miss Chie. Oh, I don't mean wait, you mean at all. No. You mean it's dreadful to have other people know the truth. No, Buttle can't help my character, can Elle? It's not my fault if I have faults, it's all written in my palm and I can't alter it. Only, I mean it's awful to know exactly what's going to happen and not be able to prevent it. It's worse not to want to. Fancy waved her hand to someone in the street. Mrs. Page withdrew from the conversation, routed, and devoted herself to a study of the Chinese masks, casting an occasional impatient glance into the anteroom. Fancy polished her rings with her handkerchief. Granthorpe's voice was now heard, talking pleasantly with Fleurette, who was smiling, as he had promised. As she left, flushed and happy, Granthorpe greeted Mrs. Page, and escorted her, bubbling with talk, into the studio. The door closed upon a pervading odour of sandalwood, Mrs. Page's legacy to Fancy, who sniffed at it scornfully. Many cable cars had passed without Fancy's having recognised anyone worth bowing to before the next client appeared, but at that visitor's entry, she became a different creature. Her eyes never really left him, although she seemed, as he waited, to be busy about many things. He was a smart young man, a sort of a bank clerk person, dressed neatly, with evidence of considerable premeditation. His hair was in his face was cleanly shaven, his sparkling, laughing eyes, devilishly audacious, his pink cheeks and his cool self-assured manner gave him an appearance of juvenile, immaculate freshness, which rendered an acquaintance with such a San Francisco girl as Fancy Gray easy and agreeable. He laid his hat and stick against his hip jauntily, and asked, could I get a reading from Mr. Granthorpe without waiting all day for it? As he spoke he loosed a frivolous, engaging glance at her. He'll be out in just a moment, Fancy replied with more interest than she had heretofore shown. Won't you sit down and wait, please? He withdrew his eyes long enough to gallop round the room with them, but they returned to her like horses making for a stable. He took a seat, pulled up his trousers over his knees, drew down his cuffs, felt the knot in his tie and smoothed his hair, all with the quick accurate motion due to long habit. Horrible weather, he volunteered debonairly. LTS something fierce, isn't it? Said Fancy, opening and shutting drawers, searching for nothing. It gets on my nerves. I wish we'd have one good warm day for a change. Been out to the beach lately? He asked, eyeing her with undisguised approval. He breathed on the off his derby hat and then smelt of it. No, she replied. I don't have much time to myself. I hate to go alone, anyway. Fancy looked aimlessly into the top drawer of her desk. That's too bad. Buttle shouldn't think you'd ever have to go alone. You don't look it. Really? Tone was arch. Hay's right. I know someone who'd be willing to chase out there with you at the drop of the hat. Fancy, appearing to feel that the acquaintance was making too rapid progress, said, don't care much for the beach, it's too crowded, depends upon when go. Got a car out there where we could get lost easy enough. Then you can have a quiet little dinner at the Cliff House almost any night, can you? I never tried it, it's time you did, suppose you try it with me. Fancy opened her eyes very wide at him and let him have the full benefit of her stare. Isn't he this rather sudden? You're rushing it a little too fast. Seems to not form. I'm sorry you can't keep up. You don't look slow. Fancy turned to her engagement book. Known some pretty easy, she said sarcastically. The snub did not silence him for long. He recrossed his legs, drummed on the brim of his hat, and began, say, did you ever go to Carminites? No, where is it? Down on Davis Street. They have a pretty lively time there on Sunday nights. Everybody goes, you know, gay old crowd. They sing and everything. It's the only really bohemian place in town now. I'm never hungry on Sundays, Fancy said coolly, nor thirsty, either. Sir, she said in mock reproof, and then burst into a laugh. Say, you scared me all right, that time. You don't look like you would scared easy. I guess it's kind of hard to call you down. He folded his arms and squared his shoulders. I don't know, he said. I don't seem to make much of a hit with you. Oh. You may improve. Upon acquaintance. Perhaps. You're not in a hurry, are you? Hey, it's what I am. He went at her now with more vigor. I say, would you mind telling me your name? Here's my card. He rose, and, walking over to the desk, laid down a card upon which was printed, Mr. Gay P. Summer. Fancy examined it deliberately. Then she ICNKED up and said, my name is Miss Gray, if I must know. What are you going to do about it? I'll show you, he laughed, drawing nearer. What might possibly have happened, for things do happen in San Francisco, was interrupted by sounds predicting Mrs. Page's return. Say, Miss Gray, I'll ring you up later and make a date, he said under his breath. Then he turned to Mrs. Page and stared her out of the room with undisguised curiosity. Can see Mr. Granthorpe now, said Fancy. By the he made an airy gesture and followed the palmist into the anteroom. Fancy grew listless and abstracted. After a while she went to the closet, examined herself in the glass on the door, adjusted the back of her belt, fluffed her hair over her ears and reseated herself. Then she took her book languidly and began to read. There came a knock on the door. Come in. Fancy called out, arousing herself again. The newcomer was one who, though it was still graciously with the lines of youth, her head was poised with spirit on her neck, but, like a flower on its stem, ready to move with her varying moods, from languor to vivacity. Her hair was a light, tawny greyish-brown, almost yellow, undulant and fine as gossamer, in the pure oval of her face, under level golden brows. Her eyes were now questioning, now peremptory, but usually smouldering with dreams, hiding their colour. Their customary quiescence, however, was contradicted by the responsiveness of her perfectly drawn mouth, a springing bow, like those of Moria's most women. The upper lip, narrow, scarlet, so short that touched the lower, showed, beneath its lively air of teeth, with such charm and delicacy of person her small, nut ears and her proud, sensitive nostrils fell into lovely accord. She wore a veil, and was dressed in a concord of cool greys, modishly accented with black. Her movements were slow and graceful, as if she had never to hurry. "I'll believe I have an appointment with Mr. Granthorpe for 11:30, she said in a smooth, low, rather monotonous voice. "Miss Smith?" Fancy asked briskly, but with a more respectful manner than she had shown Mrs. Page. The lady blushed an unnecessary pink, and blushed again to find herself blushing. She admitted the pseudonym with a nod. "Take a seat, please," Fancy said. "Mr. Granthorpe will be ready for you in a few minutes." Then her eyes fluttered queer. The visitor's costume, rested for a second upon her long black gloves, darted to her little, patent leather shoes, mounted to her black, picturesque hat, and sought here and there, but without success, for jewellery. The lady took a seat in silence. She repaired the mischief the wind had done to her hair, raising her hand abstractedly, as she looked about the room. The Chinese masks did not entertain her long, but the head of Hypnose she appeared to recognize with interest. From that to Fancy, and from Fancy to the row of casts, her glance went, slowly, deliberately. Then she took a large bunch of violets from her corsage, and smelled them thoughtfully. Fancy began to play with one of her bracelets, clasping and unclasping it. the lock caught in a bangle chain. And, frowning, she bent to unfasten it. In an instant the lady noticed her dilemma, smiled frankly, and walked over to the desk, drawing off her long glove as she did so. "Let me do it for you," she said, and, taking Fancy's hand, she busied herself with the clasp. Fancy watched her amusedly. The lady was so close that she could enjoy the odor of violets and a fainter, more exquisite perfume that came from the diaphanous embroidered linen blouse, whose cost Fancy might have reckoned in terms of her week's salary. With careful, skillful movements the chain was unfastened, but lady still held Fancy's hand in her own. "Oh, what beautiful hands you have," she exclaimed. "I never saw anything so lovely in my life. Let me see them both. I wonder if you know how pretty they are." She looked questioningly into Fancy's face, and the twinkle in Fancy's eyes answered her. "Oh, of course you do, Mr. Granthorpe must have told you. He has never seen a prettier pair, I'm sure." She laid them carefully down, palms to the table, and smiled at Fancy. "See, you've got the right idea about hands," said Fancy Grey archly. "That second finger's pretty good, did you notice it?" Both laughed. "I hope you don't think I'm rude," said the lady. "You don't worry me a bit. So long as you can keep it up. I'm only afraid you're going to stop, but it seems to me you've got a pretty small pair of hands yourself." "No wonder you noticed mine." Fancy gazed at them, as if she were surprised to find anyone who could compete with her own specialty. For answer, Miss Smith, as she had called herself, drew her violets from her coat, kissed them and handed them to Fancy. Fancy played up, kissed them too, nodded, as if drinking a health, and tucked them safely away on her own breast. Then she treated Miss Smith to the by-play of her delicious dimples, as she said, "Come in as often as you like, especially when you have flowers." Miss Smith's €0's face had become wonderfully alive, and she gazed at Fancy so frankly admiring that now Fancy had to drop her own eyes in embarrassment. At this moment Granthorpe's voice was heard as he came out of his studio with gay summer. A kind of shyness seemed to envelop the visitor, and she drew back, her colour mounting, her lids drooping. "I'm all ready for you, Miss Smith," said Granthorpe, coming into the room and bowing suavely. "Come in, please," leaving Mr. Summer in conversational dalliance with Fancy Grey. The lady followed the palmist into his studio. As she walked, her graceful, long-limbed tread, with its easy swing, seemed almost leopard-like in its unconscious freedom. Her head was carried somewhat forward, questing, her arms were slightly extended tentatively from her side, as if she almost expected to touch something she could not see. Chapter 2. Tuition and intuition. It was a large room, unfurnished except for a couch in a recess off wall and a table with 2 chairs drawn up under an electric light bulb which hung from the ceiling. The walls were covered from floor to cornice by an arras of black velvet, falling in full, vertical folds, sequestering the apartment in soft gloom. Over the couch, this drapery was embroidered with the signs of the zodiac in a circle, all else was shadowy and mysterious. The young woman walked into the place with her leisurely stride, her chin a little up-tilted, her eyes curious. In the center of the MOM she stopped and looked slowly and deliberately about her. The corners of her mouth laughed slightly with amusement, evidently at the obvious picturesqueness of studio. Granthorpe watched her keenly. With his eyes and ears full of Fancy Grey's ardent, dramatic youth, sparkling with the sophistication of city, slangy, audacious, gay, this girl seemed almost unreal in her delicacy and exquisite virginity. A creature of dreams and fairy, the personification of an ideal too fine and fragile for every day. Her face showed cast in every line. He was a little afraid of her. Her bearing compelled not only respect but in a way, reverence, a tribute he seldom had felt inclined to pay to the mundanes who visited him. His confidence, however, soon asserted itself. He had found that all women were alike. There were, as in chess, several openings to his game, but, once started, The strategy was simple. "Well, how do I like my studio?" "It's like dreams I've had," she said. "I like it. It's so simple most people think it too somber." "It is somber, but that purple black is wonderful in the way it takes the light. And it's all so different." "Yes, I flatter myself it is that. But I'm different myself." "Are you?" She turned her eyes steadfastly upon him for the first time, as if mentally appraising him, as he stood, 6 feet of virility, handsome, vivid and nonchalant. The colour which had risen to her cheeks still remained. "You are, too," he went on, examining her as deliberately. She smiled faintly and took a seat by the table and removed her veil. Her face was now clearly illuminated, and Granthope's eyes, travelling from feature to feature in quest of significant details, fell upon her left cheek. His 100K was arrested at the sight of a BRCV.RN velvety mole, a veritable beau spot, heightening the colour of her skin. It was charming, making her face piquant and hammam. His hand went to his forehead thoughtfully. At the sight of this mark upon her cheek, something troubled him. His mind, always alert to suggestive influences, registered the faintest impression of a thought at first too elusive to be called an idea. It was like the ultimate dying ripple from some Pfaffer-0FF shock to his consciousness. The impact died almost as it reached him, a flash, vaguely stimulating to his imagination, and then it was gone, its mysterious message uncomprehended. She watched him a little impatiently, seeming to resent his scrutiny. Noting this, he summoned his distracted attention and seated himself at the table. But from time to his glance darted to her cheek surreptitiously. Searching forth lost clue, he had learned the value of such subtle intuitions and would not give up his efforts to take advantage of this one. She laid her bare hand upon the black velvet cushion beneath the light, saying, "I'm sorry that something has disturbed you." She looked at him, and then "Why, nothing has disturbed me," he said. "Why should you think so?" Even as he pulled himself together for this denial, her quick perception gave him another cause for wonder. "I'm rather sensitive to other people's moods sometimes, that's one reason why I came. I didn't know, but you might tell me something about it, how far to trust it, perhaps, though I came, I confess, more from curiosity." Her air was still so detached that her conversational approaches seemed almost experimental. She spoke with pauses between her phrases, while her eyes, now showing full and clear grey, lit upon him only to rove off, returned and departed again, but never rapidly, as if she sought for her words here and there in the room, and brought them calmly back to him. She did not shun a direct gaze, but her look wandered as her thought wandered in its logical course, for the time seeming to forget his presence. He took her hand and felt of it, testing its quality and texture, preparing himself for his speech. Her hand was long and slim, with scarcely a fibre more flesh upon the bones than was necessary to cover them admirably. He had no thought at first except to give his ordinary routine of reading. But his study of her showed her to be an exceptional character. She was beautiful, with the loveliness of an aristocratic and slightly bewildering spiritual type. Her hand in his was magnetic, delicious of contact, subtly alive even though not consciously responsive. Other women with more obvious charm had left him cold. She, aided by no suggestion of coquette why or complaisance, allured him. She awakened in him a desire not wholly physical, although he could not fail to regard her primarily in the relation that, so far, had been his chief interest in women. She, as a woman, answered, in some secret way, him, as a man. This was his first wave of feeling. Her hint amused him. True as her intuition had been, she had stumbled upon his embarrassment, no doubt, and had claimed prescience, a common enough form of feminine conceit. There he had a valuable suggestion as to the direction of her line of least resistance to his wiles. Following upon this, as the first feeling of her unreality faded, upon contact came the thought of her as a wealthy and credulous girl who might minister to his ambitions. He was without real social aspirations, except in so far as his success in the fashionable world favored the game he was playing. Years of contact with credulity and hypocrisy had carried him mentally too far to value the lionizing and the hero worship he had tasted from his smarter clients, but patronage of such a fair and finished creature as this girl, especially if he could establish a more intimate relation, might secure the permanence of his position and his opportunities. He saw vistas of delight and satisfaction in such an AC acquaintance. He had had his fill of silly women whose favours were paid for in ministrations to their vanity. Such tribute, easy as it was for him with his facility, irked him. Here, perhaps, was one who might hold his interest by her fineness and her mentality, and by the very difficulty he might find in impressing her. There would be zest to the pursuit. Beneath these waves of feeling, however, and beneath his active intelligence, there was an inchoate disturbance in some subconscious stratum of his mind. He felt it only as the slight mental perplexity the mole upon her cheek had caused. He had no time, now, to pursue that incipient idea. His impression of her as a desirable, pleasurable quarry incited him to devise the psychological method necessary for her capture. He knew to a hair, usually, what he could do with women, but now he was forced to gain time by a preamble in the conventional patter of the palmist's cult. Her hand, it appeared, was of a mixed type, neither square nor conic, with long fingers, inclined to be psychic. He remarked the extraordinary sensitiveness denoted by their cushioned tips. Nails, healthy and oval, knuckles indicating a good sense of order in mental and physical life, she was. In short, of strong, vigorous mentality. Artistic, generous, but referred to the Mount of Jupiter, with a tendency to be a rather than a sharer in the ordinary social pleasures of life. Saturn, developed more toward the finger, gave her a slightly melancholy temperament. Apollo showed a great appreciation of the beautiful in nature, with no little critical knowledge of art. Mercury was less developed, and implied a lack of humour. Venus betrayed controlled but warm feeling. It was soft, she was consequently easily moved. Her thumb was willful rather than logical. Her fingers suggested respectively pride, perception, self-respect. Morbidity, love of the beautiful as distinguished from the ornamental, tact. He had thrown himself into a pose so habitual as to become almost unconcise, though it was keyed to the theatrical pitch of his picturesque appearance and surroundings. The girl's expression showed, to his alert eye, a slight disappointment at the conventionality of his remarks. This spurred him to more originality and definiteness. He tossed his hair back with one hand in a quick gesture and turned to the lines in her palm, examining them first with a magnifying glass and then tracing them with an ivory stylus. Her eyes were fixed upon his, as if she were more interested in the manner than the matter of his task. The sort of person, he said, is, in a certain sense, egoistic. That is, after a criticism of anyone, you would immediately ask yourself, would I not have done the same thing, under the same circumstances? You're stupendously frank, you'd own up to anything. Any faults you thought you possessed, you'd even exaggerate a jestingly ignoble confession of motives because you hate hypocrisy so much in others. You are eminently fair and just, as you are use, you have none of ordinary feminine arts of coquetry. If I liked a man you would say so frankly. It was typical of Granthop's enthusiasm for his game that he dared thus play it so boldly with his cards face up upon the table. His visitor began to show more interest. It was evident that she appreciated the ingeniousness of his phrasing. Her lip curved into a dainty smile. Her eyes gleamed slyly, then withdrew their fire. He continued, you are slow in action, but when the time comes, you can act swiftly without regard of consequences. You're not prudish, you are willing to 100k upon anything that can be regarded as evidence as to the facts of life, even though you may not care to go into things purely for the sake of experience. You are faithful and loyal, but you are not of the type that believes the king can do no wrong. You see your friends' faults and love them in spite of those faults, yet you are absolutely indifferent to most persons who make no special appeal. You are lazy, but physically, not mentally. There is no effort you will spare self to think things out and get the final solution of a psychological or moral problem. You love modainess, complexity of the wonderful adjustments that money and culture effect, but enough to endure the conventionality that sort of life demands. You are not particularly economical. You'd never go all over your town for a bargain or to pick up antiques. You would prefer to go to a good shop and pay a fair price. You are fond of children, not of all children, however, only bright and interesting ones. You are fond of dress in a sensuous sort of way, that is, you like silk stockings, because they feel cool and smooth, silk skirts, because they fall gracefully and make a pleasant swish against your furs. Honesty and softness, but none of these because of their richness or splendor. His face was intent, almost scowling, below vertical lines persisting between his brows. His mouth was fixed. His concentration seemed to hold no personal element. There was nothing to resent in the contact of his fingers or the absorption of his gaze. Suddenly, however, he looked up and smiled. He knew how to smile, did Granthope, and the relation between them became so personal and intimate that she involuntarily drew away her hand. He was instantly sensitive to this and by his attitude reassured her. Not, however, before she had blushed furiously, in spite of evident efforts to control herself. His eyes glanced again at the mole on her cheek. Then, as if electrified by the sudden kindling and intensification of her personality, his subconscious mind finished its work without the aid of reason. As a bubble might separate itself from the of the sea and ascend, quivering, to the surface, his memory unloosed its secret, and it mse, to break in his mind. The mole, he had seen it before. Where? Like a tiny explosion the answer came, upon the cheek of little girl who visited them that day, 23 years ago, at Madame Grant's, the day she died. It reached him with the certainty of truth. It did not even occur to him to doubt its verity. In a flash, he saw what sensational use he could make of the intelligence. Another idea followed it, an old trick. Perhaps it would work again. "Old, you mind taking off that ring?" he asked. She drew off a simple gold band set with 3 turquoises. He laid it upon the cushion, turning it between his fingers as he did so. In a single glance he had read the inscription engraved inside. His ruse was undetected. Her eyes had roved about the room. He turned to her again. "You are 27 years old. You have a lover, or, rather, a man is making love to you. I do not advise you to marry him. You have travelled a good deal and will take another journey within a year. Something is happening in connection with a male relative that worries you. It will not be settled for some time. Are there any questions you would like to ask?" "Have answered them," she replied. He leaned back to shake his hands and pass them his forehead, theatrically. Another bubble had broken in his consciousness. Oliver name came sharply to his inner ear like a voice in a telephone. Oliver Payson, he recalled now where he had seen the name, upon the newspaper cut pinned to the door of Madame Grant's bedroom. Like 2 drops of quicksilver combining, this thought fused with that suggested by the mole on the girl's cheek. Clytie name came to him, springing unconjured to his mind. He mined to hazard a test of the inspiration. He simulated the typical symptoms of obsession, trembled, shuddered and writhed in the professional manner. Then he said, "Would you like a clairvoyant reading? I think I might get something interesting, for I feel your magnetism very strongly." She assented with an alacrity she had not shown before. Her eyes opened wider. She threw off her lassitude, awakening to a mild excitement. "Let me take your hands again, both of them. This is something I don't often do, but I'll see how it can get." He shut his eyes and spoke monotonously. "Cal." The girl's hands gave an involuntary convulsion. "Is that it?" Clytie, wait, I get the name. Beneath slightly trembling lids, a fine, sharp glance shot out at her and was withdrawn again. It was as if he had stolen something from her. Payson. The girl withdrew her hands suddenly. She drew in her breath swiftly, pouting a little. That's my name, Clytie Payson. It's wonderful. Go on, please. She gave him her gracilant, dewy hands again, and he thrilled to their provocative spell. He took advantage of her distraction to enjoy them lightly. When he spoke there was no hesitation in his voice. Don't understand this. I don't know who these people are, or where they are, and it seems ridiculous to tell it. But there is a fearfully disordered room with the sun coming in through dirty, Ken windows. The floor is covered with rubbish. There's no furniture but a few old boxes. I see 2 women and a little girl. They are in old-fashioned costumes. Clytie's face was pale, now, and she watched him breathlessly. One of the women has white hair and vivid black eyebrows. She talks wildly sometimes she's quite calm. The other woman is middle-aged and has a soft voice. The little girl is dressed in blue. She is sitting on a box listening. The crazy woman is kissing her. He shook himself, shuddered and opened his eyes, to find Miss Payson gazing upon him, her hand to her heart. It's strange, she said. It sounds nonsensical, I suppose, he said, but that's just what I get. Can you make anything of it? It's all true, said Clytie. That very thing happened to me when I was a little girl, so long ago, that I had almost forgotten it. You remember it? Then? Yes, it all comes back to me, though I have wondered vaguely about it often enough. It was when I was 4 years old and I went with my mother to call on this strange, crazy woman. If she were crazy, I never knew. I never dared speak to father about it. He never knew that we went, I think. I had an idea that he wouldn't have liked it. Had he known? And your mother? She died, the same year, I think. We left San Francisco, soon after. And we lived abroad for several years. I didn't even remember the scene until long afterward, when something brought it up. Then it was like a dream or a vision. Do you know, Miss Payson, I feel that you have very strong mediumistic powers. I can feel your magnetism. I think that you might develop yourself so as to use your psychic force. She took it seriously. Yes, I think I do have a certain amount of capacity that way. I can never depend upon it though, but my intuitions are very strong and occasionally rather strange things have happened to me. It amused him to see how quickly she had fallen into the trap he had set for her. Experience had taught him it was a common enough assertion for women to make, and he was cynically incredulous. He was a little disappointed, too, as, in his opinion, it discounted her intelligence. Nevertheless, he found in it a way to manipulate her. Perhaps I might help you to develop it, he suggested. Although I'm not much of a clairvoyant myself, I claim only to be a scientific palmist. I think you are wonderful, Clytie asserted, giving him a glance of frank admiration. This test alone would prove it, you see. Having some slight power myself, I'm more ready to believe that others have it. He waved her compliment with apparent modesty. Women are more apt to be gifted that var. It isn't often I attempt a psychic reading. What is written in the palm I can read, as a physician diagnoses a case. From symptoms in the pulse and tongue and temperature, so I read a person's character from what I see in the hand. I have been particularly interested in yours, Miss Payson, and perhaps have been able to give you more than I hope I may have the opportunity of seeing you again. I'm quite sure I can help you, or put you in the way of assistance. She arose and slowly drew on her gloves, her mind full of the revelation. He watched every motion with delight. Her brief mood of irradiation had placed to her customary languor, and her fragile loveliness, emphasizing the opposite to Eve. One of his virile, ardent traits, allured him with the appeal of one extreme to another. Most of all, her mouth, wayward with its ravishing smile, enchanted him. It was controlled by no coquetry, he knew, and it moved him the more for that reason. Seemed loath to go and moved about room. She stopped to point with a sweeping gesture at one side of the velvet-hung wall. Bad to hide the windows, isn't he? Smiled at her divination, doubtful of its origin. You have a very good sense of direction, haven't you? She appeared to notice his incredulity, but not to resent it. Indeed, I have very little, she said. Then, giving him her hand with a quick impulse of cordiality, she smiled, nodded and turned to the anteroom. He glanced at the table, saw her ring, and made a motion toward it. Then it occurred to him that it might be used as an excuse for seeing her again, and he followed her out. In the reception room, Fancy was yawning. Seeing them, she brought her hand quickly to her mouth and raised her eyebrows at Granthope. He made no sign in reply. Clytie walked up to her impulsively and held out the hand. I do hope I'll see you again, sometime, she said. Fancy laughed. Do, too. The only one who's really appreciated me. You make me almost wish was a lady. By her tone, there was some old wound that bled. That. And better, sure, Clytie answered, yourself. She turned to leave. Granthope, who had watched the women, amused, opened the door for her, received her long, steady glance, her quiet, low GCND morning, and bowed her out. As soon as she had fairly left, he turned quickly to Fancy. Here's Philip. In the back, I suppose. Fancy looked surprised. Go and get him, please. Tell him to find out where this girl lives, and all he can about her. Say, Frank, Fancy begged him, rising, hurry please. I don't want them to miss her. She's a good thing. She's too good, Frank, that's just it. Ty's why I want her. I don't catch one like that every day. Why, she's worth all the rest put together. He looked impatiently at her. Fancy shrugged her shoulders and sailed airily out of room. Granthope stood for some time, his hands thrust into the pockets of his coat, gazing abstractedly at the red wall of reception room. Then he took up the telephone and called for Madame Spaull's number. He made himself known and then said, I'll be round tonight before your shaunts. I want to talk something over Chapter 3. The Spiders NESTM. The architecture of San Francisco was, in early days, simple and unpretentious, befitting the modest aspirations of a trading and mining town. Builders accepted their constructive limitations and did their fronts, indeed, their making one-story houses appear to be 2 stories high, but redwood made no attempts in those days to masquerade as marble or granite. During the 60s, a few French architects imported a taste for classic art, and for a time, within demure limits, their exotic taste prevailed. The simple, flat, front wall of houses, now grown to 3 honest stories high. They embellished with dental cornice, egg and dart mouldings and chased consoles. They added to the 2nd story a little Greek portico with Corinthian columns accurately designed, led up to by a night off wooden steps. The facade was broken by a single ornamented with conventional severity. After block of such dwelling houses were built, they had a sort of restful regularity, they broke no artistic hearts. In later days, when San Francisco had begun to take its place in the world, a greater degree of sophistication ensued. Capitals of columns became more fanciful, ornament more grotesquely original. Till ambitious turners and woodcanters gave full play to their morbific imagination, then was the day of scrolls and finials, bosses, rosettes, brackets, grillwork and comic balusters. Conical towers became the rage, wild windows, odd porches and decorations nailed on, regardless of design, made San Francisco's nightmare architecture the jest of tourists. Lastly, after an interregnum of Queen Anne vagaries, came the Renaissance and the Age of Stone. heralded by concrete imitations and plaster walls of bogus Grand Madame Spol's house, was of that commonplace, anemically classic style which, after all, was then the least offensive type of residence. It was painted appropriately in lead colour, for the house, with the rest of the block, seemed to have cast in am old, which did its make Eddy Street prosaic. It had been long abandoned by fashion and was now hardly on speaking terms with respectability. It occupied a place in a row of boarding houses, cheap millinery establishments and unpretentious domiciles. There was a dreary little unkempt yard in front with a passage leading to an entrance under the front steps. Above, the sign Madame Spol Clairvoyant and Medium was displayed on ground glass, and below, hanging on a nail against the wall, was a transparency, when the lamp was lighted inside. This, one read the words, "Circle tonight. Admittance 10." This Thursday the lamp was lighted. It was 7:30 o'clock. Devotees had begun to arrive, and, entering by the lower door, they paid their dimes to Mr. Spol, who stood beside the little table at the entrance, left their tests, envelopes, flowers, jewellery or what not, and passed into the audience. This had once been a dining room, and its walls were covered with a figured paper, above which was a bright red border decorated with Japanese fans and parasols. A few gaudy paper lanterns hung from the ceiling, and here and there were hung framed mottos, "There is no shall meet again, there is a land fairer than day." This room was filled with chairs set in rows, and would hold some 40 or 50 persons. It was separated by an arch from a smaller miam beyond, where, upon a platform, stood a table with an open Bible, an organ, 2 chairs and a folding screen. Only the front seats were at present occupied, these by habitués of the place, all firm believers, a group showing at a glance the stigmata of eccentricity or mental aberration. For the most part they were women in black. They bowed to one another as they sat down, then waited in stolid patience for the chaunts to open. The others were pale, blue-eyed men with drooping moustaches and carefully parted hair, and a whiskered, bald-headed old gentleman or two who sat in silence. The room was dimly illuminated by side lights. Farther down the hallway, opposite the FCDT of a flight of stairs leading upward to her living rooms, was Madame Spol's study, and here she was, this evening, preparing for business. This room was small and crowded with furniture. The marble mantel held an assortment of bisque bric-a-brac, seashells, paper knives and cheap curiosities. The walls were covered with photographs, a plaque or two, fans and picture cards, a huge folding bed, foolishly imitating a mirrored sideboard, occupied one corner of the room. A couch covered with fancy cushions and tidies ran beside it. A table, heavily draped, a 3-legged tea stand, an easel with a satin sashing the portrait, photographically enlarged in crayon, of a bold, smirking, overdressed little girl, a ragged trunk and several plush-covered chairs were huddled along the other side of the room. Upon the couch Madame Spol sat, spraying envelopes with alcohol from an atomizer on a small bamboo stand before her. She was an enormous woman of masculine type, with short, briskly curling, iron-grey hair and a triple chin. Heavy eyebrows, here vry lips, heavy ears and cheeks had Madame Spol, both the forehead was unlined with wrinkles, her expression was serene. And, when she smiled, engaging and conciliating, she was dressed in black satin with wing-like, the front of her waist being covered with a triangular decoration of beadwork. Watching her with roving black eyes was Professor Vixley. Smoking a vile cigar, his face was sallow, of a predatory mould with a pointed, mangy beard, and sharp, yellow teeth. He wore a soft, striped flannel shirt with a flowing pink tie. From the sleeves of his shiny, cut-away coat, faded to a purplish hue, his thin, tanned, muscular hands showed like the claws of a vulture. "You seem to be doing a pretty good business," he remarked, dropping his ashes carelessly upon the floor. "So-so," Madame Spol answered. "If things go well we hope to get a new hall up on Post Street." But there ain't nothing in tests, straight clairvoyance is the future of this business. Of course, we have to give cheap circles to draw the crowd, but W's a lot of bother and expense, and it does tire me all out. Then there's always the trouble from the newspapers likely to come up. Sure, I wouldn't mind getting into the newspapers occasionally, W's good advertising. The more you're exposed the better you get along, I believe. Lay low and set on your eggs is my motto, said the madam. Don't like too much talk, I prefer to work in the dark, there's more money in it in the long run. I don't care if I only have a few customers, if they are good and easy I can make all I want. What do you bother with sealed messages for, Gert? Professor Vixley asked. Oh, I got to fix a lot of skeptics tonight. I can usually open the ballots right on the table easy enough behind the FLCR.Vs, but I want to read a few sealed messages besides. It may help along with Payson, too. She took up an envelope numbered 275. It was saturated with alcohol. She held it to the light, and squinting at the transparent paper, she read, "When is Susie coming home?" Now, ain't that a fool question? I'll take a rise out of her, see if I don't. That's that woman who got into trouble in that poisoning case. Say, the alcohol trick's a pretty good stunt when you get a chance to use it. But I don't have time for it in my business. Yes, it's easy enough if I use good, grain alcohol, but I'll wish I had an egg tester. They save a lot of time, and you can read through 4 or 5 thicknesses of paper with spoil. He has plenty of chance to hold out the ballots and bring 'em into me. His coming and going ain't noticed, because he has to fetch 'em up to the table. Anyway, by the time I go on, all the smell's faded out. If it ain't my handkerchief is so full of perfumery that you can't notice anything else. I'm going to fit up my table with one o' them glass plates with an electric flashlight underneath that I can turn on with a switch. You can read right through the envelope then. But I don't often consent to tests like that. It deteriorates your powers. And my regular customers are usually contented to send their ballots up open and glad of the chance to get an answer. They don't want to give the spirits no trouble. Lord, I wish I had the power I had when I begun. She smiled pleasantly at her companion. I see old Mrs. Purinton on the front row as I come in, Vixley observed, shifting his cigar labially from one corner of his mouth to the other. Say, there's a grafter for fair, she exclaimed. She's been coming here to the publics for TV hours, and never once has she gave me a private setting. Ties what'll call close. She's as near as matches. And always the same old song, Little Willie's croup or When's Henry going to write, and woozly rubbish like that. I got a good mind to hand her a dig. I could make a laughing stock out of her. And scare her away easy. Folks do like a laugh at a public chaunce, you know that. Professor? Sure. It don't do no harm as long as you hit the right one. Oh, I ain't out for nothing but and grafters. I know a good thing when I see it. I hope there'll be something doing worthwhile in this Payson business. He may show up tonight. Lulu claims she conned him good. Hope I'll have a slice off him, said Professor Vixley, his beady, black eyes shining. We got to get up a new game for him before we pass him down the line. Oh, if anybody can, I guess we can. There's more than one way to kill a cat, besides a kissing of it to death. Yes, smothering it in hot air, for instance. Vixley grinned. There's one thing I wish, said Madame Spoil, and that is that we had a regular blue book like they have in the East. Why, they tell me there's 6,000 names printed for Boston alone. If we had some way of getting a lead with this Payson, it would be lots easier. But I expect the San Francisco mediums will get better organized someday and cooperate more shipshape here. Mr. Spall entered, a tall, thin, bony, wild-eyed individual with a rolling pompadour of red hair, his face spattered with freckles. He walked on tiptoe, as if at a funeral, bowed to the professor, coughed into his hand, and took up the letters Madame Spall had been investigating, putting down some new ones. Oh! Here's that S.F.B. that Ringer told me about, she said, glancing at an envelope. Is Ringer come in yet? Elle ain't seen him, but it's early, said Spoil. He'll show up all right, I'll send him right in. Is Mr. Perry in front? You bet. Spoil was still tiptoeing about the room on some mysterious errand. Perry ain't likely to lose a chance to make $1, not him. He's a good one. Madame Spoil smiled at the professor. Elle don't hardly know what I'd do without him. I can always depend upon him to make good. He ain't too willing. And sometimes, I declare, he almost fools me, even, I've known him to stand up and denounce me something fierce, especially when there was newspaper men in the audience, and then just gradually calm down and admit everything I wanted him to. He looks the part, too. Why, I sent him round to Mrs. Stepson's circle one night, when she first come to town, and she was fooled good. I've seen him cry at a materializing chance so hard it would almost break your heart. He play spook. No, he's in the audience, he's a good capper, but he could play spook. Besides, he's getting 2 L's. Have you got? Asked Professor. Only or 3. I don't need so many touts as most. I pride myself on doing my own work without much help. Of course, you got to give a name sometimes when a fishing test won't work, and a friend in the audience helps. Miss French, she's pretty good, but she's tricky. I'm afraid of her. I was gave away once to the Chronicle and I lost a whole lot of business. Men are safer. Harry de Bert is straight enough, but he's stupid. He's the too willing kind, and you a chance to get any effect. Say, Spoil, she added to her husband, be sure and don't take no combs nor gloves. I ain't going to do no diagnosing in public, not for 10 cents. Them that want it can pay for it and take a private setting. They re mostly flowers tonight, said Spole as he crept out of the room. Lord, I do hate a flower test, she groaned. It's too hard work, of course. They are apt to bring roses if their name's Rose, or lilies and daisies the same way, but you can't never be sure, and you have toefish. Lockets is what I like, lockets and ballots. At this moment Mr. Ringer entered. He was a bleached, tow-headed youth, long and lanky, with mild grey eyes and a stubbly, straw-coloured moustache. 2 front teeth were missing from his upper jaw. His clothes seemed to have shrunk and tightened upon his frame. He bowed respectfully to Madame Spole and Professor, who represented him the top of the profession. Did you get that SFB letter, all right? He asked. What about she's easy? Vixley grinned. If she's easy for ya, she must be a cinch for us. Ringer persevered. Well, I got the dope, anyway. She's a Mrs. Brindon and she's worried about her husband. He's gone dotty on some floozy up north. I read her hand last week. I told her there was trouble coming to her along of a dark woman. She's one of these Beale and haired blondes, what I call a Verberger blonde. Then I showed it to her in the heart streak. Go ahead and tell me how it will come out, she says. I says, there's a peculiar condition in your hand that I ain't quite onto, I says. She says, why, can't you read it? Says Elle, Madam, if I could read that well, be doing palms for no 2 bits a shot, be where Granthope is, with a fly-away studio and crowding it at 5 plunks, per. Then I says, say, I hear Madam Spong has great gifts in predicting at all affairs of the heart. I ain't never been to any of her circles, but why don't you shoot around next Thursday night and try her out? What'll I do? She says. Then I told her to write on a paper, does he care more for May Phillips than he does for me? And how will it come out? She done it and sealed it up into an envelope I give hen. Good work, said Madame Spoil. I'll give you a rake of fiffle land her. I've got her ballot right here, I won't need to open it. Ain't that job worth $1 to you as it stands? Ringer asked nervously. I'll call it square and take my chances on the percentage, all right, it's a good sporting chance. Only I wish it weighs a man. Women are too close. Madame Spol opened her purse and paid him. As Ringer left, Vixley asked, "By the way, how about this fellow Payson? Do you think Lulu roped him? I'll guess so. Lulu's done pretty well lately, and she's brought me able business. She ought to be here by this time. Elle should think she'd be able to handle him alone. Don't you go and tell her so. The thing for her to do is to G to manager, but I don't intend to queer my own game." What line is she working now? She's failed at about everything ever since she begun with cards. Oh, she's doing the Egyptian egg reading. Wouldn't that freeze you? Lord, that was out of date years ago, but everything goes in San Francisco. Say, ain't this town the penultimate limit? Vixley ejaculated, grinning. Why, the dopes will stand in line all night for a chance to be trimmed, and send their money by express, prepaid, if I let 'em. Gert. Sometimes I'm ashamed of myself for keeping 'em waiting so long. Talk about taking a gumdrop away from a sick baby, that's hard labor to what we did for Bennett. What I'll want to know is, how do these damn fools ever get all the money we take away from 'em? It don't to 100K like they had sense enough to cash a check. If I had one or two more decoys as good as Ringer and Lulu Ellis, I'd be fixed all right. I could stake out in the dopes in town. Say, Granthorpe could cut up a lot of easy cash if he'd agree to stand in. I tried to tap him about this here Payson, and he wouldn't give me a tip. Perhaps he didn't know anything. You can't loosen up when you're wide open, can you? He generally knows all there is to know. The trouble is he's getting too high-toned. Since he fitted up his new studio and butted into society, you can't get near him with nothing like a business proposition. I believe he thinks he's too good for this place and will go east. He's a nice boy, though. I ain't got no thing against him, only I wish he'd help us out. Hello, here's Lulu. Good evening. Lulu, how's Egyptian eggs today? Lulu Ellis was a dumpy, roly-poly, soft-eyed, soft-haired, pink-cheeked young woman, as innocent-appearing a person as ever lived on her wits. Not that she had many oft hem, but a limited sagacity is enough to dupe victims as willing to be cajoled as those who appeal to the Egyptian egg for a sign of the future. Lulu's large, brown eyes were enough to distract one's attention from her rule-of-thumb methods. Her fat little hand was soft and white, her plump little body full of extravagant curves. "Say, Mr. Payson has come," she exclaimed immediately, with considerable excitement. "He's on the third row at the far end." Madame Spol became alert. "Did you see his test?" "No, he was here when I come," Lulu replied. "Go out and get Spol." Madame Spol spoke sharply. "We've got to fix this thing up right now," Lulu returned to say. "There's such a crowd coming in he can't leave, but he says it was a gold watch with a seal fob." "All right, so far," said the madam. "Now, Lulu, are you sure of what you told me?" Lulu's reply was interrupted by the entrance of Francis Granthorpe, in opera hat and Inverness cape, making a vivid contrast to the disreputable aspect of. He greeted the three conspirators with his customary elegance. "I'm sorry I had nothing about Payson when you rang me up, Madame Spol, but just afterward his daughter came in for a reading. Queer, wasn't it?" "God, ties a stmke of luck," said Vixley eagerly. "I say, Frank, you can work her while we handle the old man, and we'll clean up a fortune. They say he's a millionaire." Vixley's little eyes gleamed. "Let's hear what Lulu has to say first," said Madame Spol. "Why, I didn't get much," Lulu confessed. "He said he dropped in by accident as he was passing by, to see what Egyptian e.g. astrology was. I got his name off of some letters he had in his overcoat pocket. I made him hang it on the hall hat rack. I did all I could for him." "Did he get gay with you?" Professor Vixley interrupted. He had been overtly enjoying Lulu's plump charms with his rapacious eyes. Granthorpe smiled. Lulu Ellis coloured slightly. "No, he didn't." I don't do none of that kind oath work. The more fool you, Madame Spole retorted. He's an old man, ain't the? 60, said Vixley. Elle looked him up. Then he ought to be easy as chewing gum, said Madame Spole. Grandhope lighted a cigarette and listened with a mildly cynical expression. He ain't that kind. Though Lulu insisted. Elle ain't altogether a fool, after all. Why, he don't even go to church. Her three auditors laughed aloud, the Professor raucously, Madame Spole with a bubbling chuckle, Grandhope with scarcely more than an audible smile. That settles it, then. You're coming on, Lulu. What else do you know, said Madame Spole. Well, he has a daughter equals yes, Grandhope knows all about that from the madam. Her name is Clytie, said Grandhope. 27, is she a looker, asked Vixley. Grandhope turned to him and gave him a patronizing glance. You wouldn't think so, Professor. She's hardly your style. But she's good enough for me. He languidly flipped the ash from his cigarette and TCDK his pose again. Lulu went on, I think he had a love affair before he was married, Buttle couldn't quite get it. I didn't dare to fish view much. And that's about all I got. That's plenty, Lulu. You can go now. Here's $1 for you and much obliged for passing him up. Oh, thank you, said Lulu. I'm afraid it ain't worth that much. He gave me $1 himself, though I don't charge but 4 bits, usually. Lord, wait a fool, said Vixley, watching her go out. That girl won't ever get nowhere, she's too innocent. She knows no more about real life than a boiled she's all right form. Though Madame Spole replied. That's just the kind I need in my business. She fools 'em every time, they ain't nothing like a good blusher for a stool pigeon, you take my word for it. Lulu's all right in her place. She turned to wash her hands at a bowl in the corner. Well, said Vixley, crossing his legs, are you coming in with us, Frank? It looks pretty good to me, so far. Beaut, it depends. What have you got about Payson? Anyway. Grandhope's tone was languid. Madame Spole winked at Vixley, as she wiped her hands behind the palmices replied. Payson's in and is director of a bank besides. He's a square head with a high forehead, and them are easy. Gertie, here. Can get him into a private sitting, and when she does, you leave him to her, she'll find a way all right, she don't do no lumpy work, Gertie don't. You know that, all right. When she passes him along to me, I'll manage him like the way we worked Bennett with the real estate. I'd like another chance as good as him. You just wait, said Madame Spole. Got a hunch that this Payson is going to be pretty good pie, and we got a good strong combination, Frank, if you want to do your share. It's a pity Spole ain't got some off Bertie's gumption, said Vixley, smiling with approval at his partner. Don't you make no mistake about Spole, he's done some good work on Payson already. The madam was adjusting her waist before the glass and quetting with her hair. He trouble with you, Vixley, is that you ain't got no ability. I'm going to organize this game myself. I can see a way to use Spole and Ringer, and Flora, too. We want to go into this thing big. Payson's a keener bird than Bennett was, but there's more in him, so Spole has begun, has he? Grandhope asked. Yes. He located the Paysons over on North Beach. Know that much already. The mother's dead, Mr. and Miss Payson have travelled abroad. What else do you know about her? Why, it seems she's the sole heir. Good news for you, eh? High society, too, flower mission, kitchen garden, Friday cotillions, Burlingame, everything. She could help you, Frank. If you got on the right side of her. Here Mr. Spole tiptoed in, bowed to Grandhope, and said, 8 o'clock. Gertie. Madame Spole arose cumbrously, took a last peep in the mirror of the folding bed and turned into the hall saying, You take my advice, Frank, we depend upon you. See what you can do with the girl. She paused to bend a keen glance upon him. What did you do with her, anyway? Why, I did happen on something, he answered. Do you remember Madam Grant? Who used to live down on 5th Street, 20-odd years ago? Madam Spall came back into the room eagerly. The crazy woman who lived so queer and yet had lots of money? Yes, she did, clairvoyance, didn't she? I remember, she had a kid with her, too. Let's see, he ran away with the money, didn't he? And nobody ever knew what become of him? What about her? There was a duel of astute glances between them. Granthorpe had his own reasons for not wanting to say too much. He guarded his secret carefully, as he had guarded it from her for years. Miss Payson used to go down to Madam Grant with her mother, when she was a little girl. No. Did she, though? With her mother? That's queer. Hold on, Vixley. What did Lulu say about a love affair before Payson was married? Do you get that? Here's his wife visiting Madam Grant, you remember her, don't you? There's something in that. I believe we got a good starter already. Spall appeared again, anxiously beckoning, and she went with him down the hall. Vixley took up the scent. Say, Frank, he asked, how did you happen to get onto that? That was slick. Granthorpe turned to him and replied patronizingly, oh, I ought to know something about women by this time. I got her to talking. Vixley frowned, intent in thought, stroking his scant, pointed beard and biting his moustache, then he slapped his knee with his claw-like hand. Say, you got a grand chance there, he exclaimed. See hers, you can get in with the swells and be in a position to help out lots. It's the chance of a lifetime, and we'll make it worth your while. How? Granthorpe inquired contemptuously. By a fair exchange of information you put us wise, and we'll put you wise. I'll trust you to find ways of using what help we give you. He cackled. Yes, you can trust me. I think I might have some fun out of it. I don't mind helping you out, but all I need myself is a little imagination, some common sense and a frock coat. Vixley looked at him admiringly. Wish TL had your chance, Frank, that's what'll do. Say, you just light em and throw em away, don't you? I suppose if I had your looks I could do it myself. Granthorpe looked him over calmly. There's no knowing what a bath and a manicure and a suit of clothes would do for you, Professor. You can't make brains out of soap, retorted the medium. And you can't make money out of dirt. We'll see who has the money 6 months from now. It's a fair enough bargain. I take the girl, you take the money. I'm satis. Granthorpe arose and yawned. He added, you know Payson had a partner named Riley? He was drowned in 77. That's funny, queer how things come our way. Mrs. Riley is here in the front room with a test. She was tried for the murder of one of her husbands. Gert's going to shoot her up with it tonight. You better go in and see the fun. She'll give it to her good Elthinkle will, said the palmist. He left Vixley plunged in thought, and walked out. Turning into the audience room, he sat down on a chair in the rear. The place was almost filled. His eyes scanned the assembly carefully, roving from one spectator to another. On a side seat near him, a party of 4, young girls and men, sat giggling and chewing gum. The rest of the company showed a placid vacancy of expression or lukewarm expectancy. Madame Spall at the organ and her husband with his violin had, meanwhile, been playing a dreary piece of music, to induce the proper conditions as she had announced from the platform. They stopped, retarding a minor key, and the medium went to the table and began to handle the tests, rearranging them, putting some aside, bringing others forward, in an abstracted manner. Then, looking up with a self-satisfied smile, she spoke, I want to say something to the newcomers and skeptics here tonight in explanation of these tests. Them who have thoroughly investigated the subject and are familiar with every phase of mediumship, understand, of course, that these objects are placed here merely to attract magnetism to the sitter and induce the proper conditions, so that your spirit friends will be able to communicate with you. This phase of mediumship is called psychometry. Beauty. If I'd stop to explain just what that means, I wouldn't have time to give any readings. Now, it won't be possible to get any messages unless you come here in the proper mood to receive them. You must send out your best thought and do all you can to assist, or else my guides won't be able to establish communication on the spirit plane. If I merely come here only to laugh and to make a scoff of proceedings, I'll have to ask you to leave before I begin, for they / many here tonight who are honestly in search of the truth, seeking to communicate with the dear, loved ones beyond on the other side. She passed her hand across her eyes, sighed, and fingered her chin nervously. She poked the articles on the table again. As I come onto this platform, I see an old man over there, in that direction, what you might call a middle-aged man, perhaps, of a medium height. And whiskers, like. I feel a condition of going on a journey, you might say, somewhere east of here, though maybe not very far, and I get the name John. The light goes in your direction, lady, that one with the red hat. Yes, you. That be your father, possibly. The lady, straightening herself upon being thus addressed, said timidly, "I'll think perhaps you mean my uncle. His name was John. Maybe it is an uncle, though I get the influence of a father very strong, too. Has your father passed out?" The lady in the red hat nodded. "Then it is your father, do you see? Yes, I get an uncle, too, who wishes to communicate. Only his influence ain't strong enough. That shows it ain't mind reading, as the newspaper folks say, don't it?" She smiled, as if she had made a point, and the audience appeared to be impressed, about this journey. "Now, maybe you ain't had no idea of travelling. But John say she will. I don't think it's liable to be very far, though. It'll be before the last of September or the 1st of October, and John says it'll be successful. Do you understand what I mean?" The lady, frightened at the terrible import of this question, did not speak. "Send up and it's that purse with the chain." Madame Spole fingered it and weighed it reflectively. "I get a condition of which you might call in harmony. Seems to me like in your home something is worrying you and you ain't satisfied, you understand, with the way things are going, and sometimes you feel as if, well, you just couldn't stand it." Her smile, now, bathed her dupe with sympathy. The lady nodded vigorously, with tightly shut lips. "You kind of wonder if it does any good for you to go to all the trouble you do to sacrifice yourself and to do your duty, when it ain't what you might call appreciated, and you're worried about money, too, ain't that so?" She received a ready assent. The woman's eyes were fixed upon her. Everyone in the room watched the stripping naked of a soul. "Well, John says that your father and him are helping you all they can on the spirit plane, and he thinks conditions will be more favorable and will take a turn for the better by the 1st of the year." A question fluttered on the woman's lips, but before it had time to escape, Madame Spole suddenly turned in the other direction. "While I was talking to that lady," she said, "I felt an influence leading me to that corner over there by the clock. And I get the initials S.F.B. Is there anybody of that name over there?" A flashily dressed woman, with tinted yellow hair and rhinestone earrings, raised her hand. "Those are my initials," she announced. Madame Spole grew impressive. "Your name is Brinton, ain't it?" The woman gasped out a yes. "Did I ever see you before?" "No," said the blonde, "not to my knowledge, you didn't." Madame Spole made a comprehensive gesture with both hands, calling attention onto the miracle. "You sent up a sealed ballot, didn't you?" The woman nodded. She was obviously excited, looking as if she feared her skeleton was to be dragged forth from its closet, as indeed it was. Madame Spol took up the envelope with her delicate thumb and forefinger and displayed it to the audience. "See, still," she announced. Then, shutting her eyes, she continued, "My guides tell me that he's what you might call infatuated, but he'll come back to you and say he's sorry. Do you understand that?" The woman was now painfully embarrassed and shrank into her seat. The medium, however, did not spare her. It was too good a chance for a dramatic sensation. She tore the envelope open and read its contents boldly. "Does he care more for May Phillips than he does for me?" It was a psychological moment. The old women stared at Mrs. Brindon with morbid delight. There was a little buzzing of whispers through then the audience prepared itself for the next sensation. The medium picked up another envelope. "This is marked 275, she said. Then she clutched her throat. "Oh," she cried, "I am strangling. They's somebody here who passed out very sudden, like they was poisoned. It's terrible. I can't answer the question. The Polty has written Amors. There's an evil influence here, a wicked woman. She had 3 husbands and 2 of them died suspicious. Her name is Riley. Would that be you?" She pointed forcefully at a dried-up, old woman in a shawl, with bleared eyes and a veined nose. There was no response. "Was this question something about your daughter?" Madame Spol asked. The woman coughed and bowed, shrinking into herself. "I'll guess you better go somewhere else for your readings," Madame Spol declared cruelly. "Your aura don't seem to me to be view harmonious. I don't know what's the matter tonight," she went on, passing her hand across her forehead in apparent distress. "The conditions around me are something horrid." Her voice rose. "There's somebody in this very room here who has committed murder. I can't do a thing until I get that off my mind. My guides tell me who it is, and that they'll be satisfied if he'll acknowledge it and say he's Sony. 0th Envise, this chance can't go on." She stopped and glared about by this time she had her audience up to an intense excitement. Everyone looked at his what was to come, but no one offered to confess to a crime. Madame Spol raged up and down the platform in a frenzy. Then she stopped like an elephant at bay. "I'll know who this person is. It's a man. And if he don't rise and acknowledge it, I shall point him out." No one stirred. On the fourth, a clean-shaven man of 35, with sharp, aquiline features and widespread ears, sat, transfixed with horror, his 2 hands clenched. It was Mr. Perry, the cleverest actor in the medium support. She advanced toward him as if drawn by a secret power, stared into his eyes, and putting her hand upon his shoulder, said, "Thou art the man." Mr. Perry wriggled out of her grasp. "See here," he cried, "you mind your own business. Will you? You're a fake. You got no right to make a fool of me." His voice trembled, his face was a convincing mask of guilt arraigned. The medium shook a warning finger at him. "You either acknowledge what I say is true, or you leave the hall. I can't go on with you here." Mr. came into beside her. Spectators stood up, watched the drama. Mr. Perry's eyes were wild. His face distorted. Suddenly he arose and rushed out of the room. Madame snapped her fingers all 3 times, shook herself and went back to the platform. The murmurs died down and the chance was resumed. Madame Spol waited a while in silence, then she picked up a gold watch with a seal fob from the table. "I'm glad to feel a more peaceful influence," she said. "I'm directed toward this watch. I don't know who muttered it, for I was out of room at the time, but I get the name Oliver." She looked up expectantly. "A gentleman art se from an end seat in the 3rd row. He had a high domed head, partly bald, and a grey chin beard with a shaven upper lip. Under shaggy overhanging eyebrows, cold grey eyes looked through a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles. His air was benevolently judicial and bespoke culture and ease. He had, Marimra, a well-marked presence, as of one used to being considered influential and preeminent. A row of false teeth glittered when he opened his mouth. "That's my name," he acknowledged in a deep, fluent voice that was heard all over the room, "and that is my watch." Madame Spall fixed him in the eye. "I'd like to know if I can't get your other name. My guides are very strong tonight." After a few moments of self-absorption, she smiled sweetly upon him. "I'll think I can get it clairaudiently." "Would it be Pearson?" "No, but that's pretty near it, though. It sounds like Pearson to me." "Pearson? Payson? Oh, yes, it's Payson, isn't that's right," he said, and sat down. "See you before?" "Not to my knowledge." "Madam?" She looked triumphantly at her audience and smiled. "If there's any skeptics here tonight, I hope they can go away satisfied." A number of old ladies nodded emphatically. "Of course, newspaper men never come on a night like this, when my guides are strong. Funny what you see when you ain't got a gun, ain't it? The next time I'm half sick and tired out, there'll be plenty of them here to say I'm a fake, like our friend here who left so sudden, white as a sheet. Now, when I was directed to that watch, I was conscious of a spirit standing beside this gentleman." She pointed at him benevolently, inducing me to take it up. "It's a woman. And she must have been about 30 when she passed, and remarkably handsome. She was of between dark and light. I get a feeling here in my throat and down here." She touched her breast, lightly, curving her arm gracefully inward, as if she went out sudden, like, with heart disease. "Do you know what I mean?" Mr. Payson had bent von Var now. "Yes," he said, "I'll think I do. Has she any message for me?" "Yes, she has, but, well, you see, it ain't one I'd exactly care to give in public, and think you'd want me to, either. You come up after the shawns is over, see if I can get tea for you. Or you might do still better to have a private setting, and then I'll even have time to tell you more. She brings me a condition of what you might call worry or anxiety, as if you had something on your mind." She turned to a bunch of flowers, and, taking them up, smelled them thoughtfully, for a while. Mr. Payson settled back in his seat. As the medium commenced again, Granthorpe arose with his faint, cynical smile and walked quietly out. He found Mr. Spall at the table by the door. "Well, I guess he's on the hook." The palmist buttoned his cape and lighted a cigarette. "Trust Gertie for that," said Spall. "She'll land him all right. See if she don't. Good night." Granthorpe turned up his collar and walked out into the street. Chapter 4. The Mr. Oliver Payson on a street on the northerly slope of Rushan in a quarter of town which, at one time, promised to become a favoured, if not an aristocratic residential district, but the whim of fashion had fancied in succession Stockton Street, Rincon Hill, Van Ness Avenue, Nob Hill, and had now settled upon the western addition and the Presidio Heights. The old North Beach, with its wonderful water and mountain view, nearer the harbour and nearer the business part of city, had long been neglected. The few old families, who in early days settled on this site, and, with the opening of new cable car lines, found themselves, not only within a short distance of but same time isolated as if they had in the country, for this part of the city is upon none of the main routes. Few frequent the locality except upon some special errand. One side of the street was still unbuilt upon. On the southern side stood 3 houses, each upon its 50-vara lot, comfortably filling the short block. That occupied by the Paysons was an old frame structure of 2 stories, without attempt at ornamentation, except for its quaint, Tudoresque pointed windows and a machicolated wooden battlement round the flat roof. It stood on a gentle slope, surrounded by an old-fashioned garden, which was hedged in, on either side, by rows of cypress and eucalyptus trees, protecting it from the trade winds, which here blow unhampered across the water. In front, a scene ever-changing in colour as the atmospheric conditions changed, was ranged in a semicircular pageant, the wild panorama of San Francisco Bay, from Point Bonita and Golden Gate in the west, past the Marin County shore with Sausalito twinkling under the long, beautiful profile of Mount Tamalpais, past Belvedere with its white villas, Alcatraz and Goat Island floating in the harbour, to the foothills behind Oakland and Barkley, where, in the east, Mount Diablo's pointed peak shimmered in the blue distance. In the second story of this house Clytie had a bookbinding room, where she spent most of her spare time. It was large, bare, sunny, impregnated with the odour of leather skins, clean and orderly. A sewing frame and a heavy press stood behind her bench, and upon a table were neatly arranged the pages of a book upon which she was working. Carefully placed in workman-like precision were her knives, shears, glue pot and gas heater, and a case of stamping irons in pigeonholes. She was, this afternoon, in a brown gingham pinafore, with her sleeves rolled up, seated before the table, her sensitive hands moving deftly at the most delicate operation connected with her craft. Upon a square of heavy plate glass, she laid a torn, ragged page, and, from several old NY leaves, selected one that matched it in colour. She cut a piece of paper slightly larger than the missing portion, skived the edges, and pasted it over the whole or along the frayed margin. The work was absorbing and exacting to her eyes. To rest them, she went, from time to the window and looked out upon the bay. The water was grey-green streaked with a deeper blue. In the north Bordeaux barks lay at anchor in the stream, and ferry boats plied the fairway. In and out of the gate there passed, at intervals, tugs with sailing ships bound out with lumber or in with nitrates, steamers to coast ports, or liners from overseas, rusty, weather-eaten tramps. Strings of heavy-going barges, lusty little tugs, lumber schooners wallowing through the tide rip, Italian fishing smacks, lateen-rigged with russet sails, saucy launches. And, at last, the magnificent bulk of a white battleship sliding imperiously into the roadstead along the waterfront. At 4 o'clock Clytie's mind seemed to wander from her occupation, and now, when she ceased and looked of the window, her abstracted gaze was evidently not directed at Hatch Saw. Her mental vision, rather, seemed alert. Her slender golden eyebrows drew closer together, her narrow, sharp nostrils dilated, her lips, half open, inhaled deep, unconscious breaths. The pupils of her eyes contracted like a key's in the light. Then she shcdk herself, passed her hand over her forehead, shrugged her shoulders and resumed her work. A little later Ella's performance was repeated. This time, after her momentary preoccupation, she rose more briskly, put her tools away, laid her book carefully aside and took off her pinafore. After washing her hands she went into her own room on the same floor. She went downstairs 10 minutes after, in a fresh frock, her hair nicely arranged, radiating a faint perfume of violet water. She opened the front door and walked slowly down the path to the gate, where the wall, though but waist-high on the garden side, stood high above the sidewalk. Here she waited, touching the balustrade delicately with her outstretched fingers, as if playing upon a piano. The breeze loosened the severity of her coiffure, which relaxed into slight touches of curling frivolity about her ears and neck. Her pink frock billowed out into flowing, statuesque folds as she stood, like a figurehead, gazing off at the mountains. Her mouth was set into a shape not quite a smile, a queer, tremulously subtle expression of suspense. She kept her eyes in the direction of Hyde Street. It was not long before a man turned the corner and walked briskly toward her. He looked up at the first house on the block, searching for the number. Then, as his eyes travelled along to the next gate, he caught sight of her. Instantly his soft felt hat swung off with a quick nourish, and he sent her a pleased smile. "Here I am, Mr. Granthorpe," Clytie called down to him, and on the instant her face was suffused with pink. She had evidently expected him, but now she appeared as agitated as if his coming had surprised her. He ran up the flight of wooden steps, his eyes holding hers all the way. His dark, handsome face glowed. He abounded with life and spirit as he stood before her, hand outstretched. In the other, he held a small leather-bound book. "Good afternoon, Miss Payson," he said heartily. He shook hands eagerly, his touch, even in that conventional greeting, consciously managed. The grasp was sensitive and he delayed its withdrawal a suggestive second, his dark eyes already at work upon hers. "How lucky I was to catch you out there," he added, as he dropped her hand. "Oh, I've been expecting you for some time," Clytie replied, retreating imperceptibly, as from an emotional attack, and turning away her eyes. He noticed her susceptibility, and modified his manner slightly. "Why? You couldn't possibly have known I was coming." "But I did. Does that surprise you? I told you I had intuitions." "Yuck, no. You came to bring my ring. Didn't you?" "Of course. You really have second sight, then?" He looked at her as one might look at a fairy, in amusement mingled with admiration. "Yes, haven't you?" She put it to him soberly. "Haven't I already proved it?" His eyes, well schooled, kept to hers boldly, seeking for the first sign of her incredulity. Into his manner he had tried to infuse a temperamental sympathy, establishing a personal relation. She did not answer for a moment, gazing at him disconcertingly, then her eyes wandered, as she remarked, "You certainly proved something, I don't quite know what." He laughed it off, saying, "Well, I've proved at least that I wanted to see you again, and made the most of this excuse. Yes, I'm glad I forgot the ring. I'm really very glad to see you, too. I half hoped I might. Want you come up to my summer house? It's not so windy there, and we can talk better." He accepted, pleased at the invitation and the implied promise it held, and followed her up the path and off toward the line of trees. The place was now visited by belated sunshine which compensated for the sharp afternoon breeze. In the shelter of the cypress hedge the air was warm and fragrant. Here was an arbour built of wide crockery crates overgrown with climbing nasturtiums. It contained a seat IGOKing eastward, towards Telegraph Hill. In front stood a sundial mounted on a terracotta column, beneath a clump of small Lombardy poplars. As she seated herself she pointed to it. "Did you know that this is a sort of cemetery? That sundial is really a gravestone. When I was a little girl buried my doll underneath it. She had broken open, letting the sawdust all out, and I thought she must be dead, but maybe there now, for all I know. I never dug her." He looked over at the shaft, saying, "A very pretty piece of symbolism. I suppose I have buried illusions, myself, somewhere." She thought it over for a moment, and apparently was pleased. "I'd like to dig some of them up," she said at last, turning to him, with the slow movement of her head that was characteristic of her. "Haven't you enough left?" She started to reply, but evidently decided not to say what she had intended, and let it drop there, her thought passing in a puzzling smile as she looked away again. He had laid his book beside him upon the bench, and, when her eyes came back, she took it up and looked at it. A glance inside showed it to be an old edition of Montaigne. She smiled. Her eyes drifted to him with a hint of approval for his taste, then she turned her interest to the binding. As she fingered the leather, touching the tooled surfaces sensitively, her curiosity did not escape his sharp eyes, watching for anything that should be revelatory. She explained, "I have a technical interest in bindings. I do some of that work myself. It's curious that I happened to be at work today on an old copy of Montaigne. I'm rebinding it for my father's birthday. You'd never think my hands were of any practical use, would you?" He laughed. "Inconsistencies like that are what baffs one most. Especially when one knows that are inconsistent. But we professionals have to go by general rules. I should expect you to be an exception to all of them, though." He watched her surreptitiously, noting her diminishing color, the evasion of her glance, and the air of self-consciousness with which she spoke, as they talked for a while of obvious things, the weather, the view, and the picturesque, old-fashioned garden. She had taken the ring and had put it upon her finger, keeping her eyes on its turquoises. Her whole demeanor ministered to his vanity, already pleased by her frank welcome. He was used enough to women's interest and admiration for him to expect it and play upon it, but this was of a shyer and more elusive sort. It seemed to hold something more seriously considered. It baffled him, even as he impied its unction. Besides all this, too, there was a secret romantic charm in the fact that they had shared together that vivid experience of the past. He came back for another draught of natter-e. It was odd that you expected me, wasn't it? He said. Elle can't help wondering about it. She had her eyes upon the Sausalito boat, which was weaving a trailing web of foam past Alcatraz Island. At his words, she turned to him with the same slow seriousness as before and replied, Elle shouldn't think it would seem so remarkable to you. Your own power is so much more wonderful. Perhaps so in that one case, but you know I don't, ordinarily, claim only occasionally. As the other day with you, that attempt at her, she said earnestly, really able to bring that out in you. He caught at the hint. Why, what else could it be but your magnetism? It was the more strange because I had never seen you before. The glow faded, and she relaxed her nervous energy. Ah, hadn't you? I wonder. Why, had you ever seen me before that day? Elle thinks so. At least you seem somehow familiar. When was it? And where, then? She seemed too puzzled to answer, or fatigued with following an intangible thread of thought. As she spoke, slowly, intensely, her hands made large, vague gestures, often pausing in mid-air, as her voice paused, waiting for the proper word to come. I don't know. It only seems as if I had with you, or near you, or something. I don't know what lies like a dream, or a stow I can't quite recall, only, she did not finish the sentence. He wondered what her game could be. Fundamentally cynical, though he never permitted it to show in his manner. He distrusted her claims to there was, after all, nothing in Miss Payzant's words that might not be accounted for by what he knew of the wiles of feminine psychology. His training had taught him how much a baseless hint, injected at the proper moment, could accomplish in the masquerade of emotions and the crafty warfare of the sexes. Thad and she had been actors together in a past uncomprehended scene, he regarded as a mere coincidence of which he had already made good use. He refused to connect it with her suggestive remark. For he was sure that she must have been of his presence in Madame Grant's room that day, so long ago, it seemed to him more likely that woman fashion. She had shot into the air and had brought down an unsuspected quarry, and yet even as a coincidence. He could not quite dismiss the strangeness of it from his mind. He was preparing to turn it to a sentimental advantage, when Clytie, who had relapsed into silence, suddenly aroused herself with one of those impulsive outbursts which were characteristic of her. There is something about it all that is stranger still. I think. Her golden brows had drawn together, separated by two vertical lines, as she gazed at him. Then with a little jet of fervour, she added, I'm afraid I know too much about you, Mr. Granthorpe. It's somewhat embarrassing, really. It doesn't seem quite fair. You know I'm not quite that I understand. Oh. You know, you must know. He laughed. Really, Miss Payzant? It's very nattering, of course. Oh, no, it's not in the least flattering. I'll wish you'd explain. Then he leaned back, folded his arms and waited indulgently. So long as he could keep the conversation personal, he was sure of being able to manage her, and further his own ends. It amused him. She busied herself with a lace handkerchief as she continued, in a low voice, as if she were ridding herself of a disagreeable task. And always with the slow, monotonous turning of her questing eyes toward him. And away, of course I've heard many things about you, you're a good deal talked about, you know, but it's not that at all, it's an instinctive knowledge I have about you. I can't explain it. It's a queer special feeling, almost as if, in some way, I had the right to know. That's why I wanted to see you again. I hoped you'd come. I wanted to tell you. But all that certainly is flattering, he said. Elle wouldn't be human if I weren't pleased to hear that you're interested, even if, she could not help breaking into smiles again, as she interrupted him. Oh, but I haven't told you yet, please do. Then. It sounds so foolish when I say it, so priggish. But it's this, I don't at all approve of you. Why in the world should I care? I don't know. It isn't my business, reform you, if you need now. She had brought it out, she could not look at him. Curiously enough, though he had been amused at her assumption of a circumstantial knowledge of him, this hinted comprehension of his character, of the duplicity of his life, if it were that, impressed him with the existence in her mind of some quality as rare and mysterious as electricity, a real psychic gift. Perhaps. It gave him an instant's pause. Instinctively he feared a more definite arraignment. He began a little more seriously, now, to match his cleverness against her intuition, and, for the first defense, he employed a move of masculine coquetry. You have been thinking of me, then? Yes, she replied simply, I have thought about you a good deal since I was in your studio. But I suppose you're used to hearing things like that from women? She was apologetic, rather than sarcastic. He shrugged his shoulders. He seemed to be able to make no way against her directness. I've thought not of you, Miss Payson. You are fully psychic and sensitive. I think you should develop your power. You might be able to do extraordinary things with it. I wish you'd let me help you. That is, he added humorously, if I'm not too far gone in your disapproval. Oh, the disapproval, I call it that for want of a better word, isn't so important as the fact that I should feel it at all, don't you see? You remember that you told me I was the kind of a woman who, if she liked a man, would tell him so, freely. That is true. I would scorn to stoop to the immemorial feminine tricks. Do like, and in spite of what I explain, too, I don't know why. Either. It seems as if it's a part of that other feeling I've mentioned, that I've been with you. Or before he leaned forward to extort more of this delicious confession from her. Do you mean spiritually? Or merely physically near? Oh, I don't mean an elective affinity or anything so occult as that. She laughed. Indeed, I don't quite know what it'll do mean, it's all so vague. I can't formulate it. It escapes me when I try. But I did know, for instance, quite definitely, that I'd see you again. I tell you about it only because I think that you, with your power in that way, may be able to understand it and explain it to me. He thought he saw his chance, now, and instinctively he began to pose, letting his eyes deepen and burn on her. He nodded his head and said impressively, yes. I have felt it too, Miss Payson. Lies, wonderful to think that you should have recognized me and understood me so well. No one ever has before. We are related by some tie, I'm sure we've met before, somewhere, somehow. She jumped up and stood before him, her hands tightly held, her lips pressed together. For a moment. So, she looked hard at him, then what there had been of anger in her gaze softened to something like sadness or pity. That's what it meant. He misunderstood her remark and her attitude and went still farther astray from her meaning. You are not like any other woman I have ever conserved, he said, in the same soulful way. Why can't you be honest with me? She broke out. She was astonishingly alive now, there was no trace of her former anger. He winced at realizing, suddenly, and too late, that he had made a false step. Why do you make me regret having been frank? She went on, with a despairing throb in her voice. You have almost succeeded in making me ashamed of myself, already. That is just what I disapprove of in you. Don't imagine that you can ever deceive me with such sentimentality. I shall always know when you're straightforward and simple. Ties what I've been trying to make you understand, that I do know. She turned slowly away from him. Almost helplessly. For a moment she remained immobile. Then before he had recovered his wits, she had modified the situation for him. Her eyes drifted back to his as she remarked thoughtfully, "I am sure, too, that you could help me, if you would." "How?" He tried to pull himself together. "Merely by being honest with me." He raised his eyebrows. "Oh. I know that's a good deal to ask," she laughed. "Of any I'll try, Miss Payson," he said, not too seriously. "But you frightened me. I don't dare think too hard about anything, you're such a witch." She released him graciously and keyed down to an easier tone, "You must forgive me if I've been too frank, Mr. Granthorpe, but this interview is almost like a first meeting, and you know how much one is apt to say in such a situation. Let's not continue the discussion. I'm embarrassed enough already. I know I shall regret what I've said. We'll talk of something pleasanter. Tell me about that pretty girl in your office." "Oh," he exclaimed, and his tone was as if he had said, "Aha!" He wondered if it were possible that, after all, it was only this which had moved her to speak. Clytie frowned. But if she read his thought, she let it go unchallenged. "She's an original little thing, I like her," she added. "You do?" he said mischievously, exaggerating his surprise. "Yes, I do. Don't think I'm trying to patronize her, but she's a dear, and she's very pretty." "Do you think so? I shall have to tell her that she's pretty enough. At least, have been on the stage. She was in for a couple of years. I acquainted with her at the Orpheum. I've known her a long time. She's a great help and a great comfort to me, and a very clever girl." "How long has she been your assistant?" 2 years. "And you haven't fallen in love with her yet?" Granthorpe was relieved. He was sure now that she was, if not jealous, suspicious of his relations with Fancy. It was not the first time he had encountered such insinuations. "Oh, not in the least," he said. "I can give you my word as to that. I don't think it ever occurred to me, though I'd do anything in the world for her." "And I suppose you're as sure of her immunity?" "Why, of course," said Granthorpe, and in his tone there was the ring of masculine assurance. Clytie smiled and shook her head. "There are some things men never can know, no matter how clairvoyant they are," she said, looking away. He did not follow this up, but arose to leave. "I'm afraid you have a very poor opinion of Miss Payson," he said, "but I do feel complimented by your frankness. Perhaps I shall merit it, who knows?" It was his turn to address the distance, and, in spite of his consciousness of an histrionic effect, his own words sounded curiously in his ears. They seemed premonitory. He shook himself free from her innuendo again. She had controlled the situation from the first word. He had only made a series of mistakes. It all confirmed his first estimate of her, that she was very worth his while. But that her capture would be difficult. Clytie, too, had arisen, her mood had lightened, and her sense of humour had returned. "I hope I haven't been either tragic or absurd," she said, smiling. "I'm not always so serious, Mr. Granthorpe. The next time I meet you I'll probably be more conventional." "Then I may see you again?" "I'll doubt if you can help it." "I shall certainly not try to." Then he paused. "You mean?" There was something delightful to him in this rapid transfer of wordless thought. It again established an intimacy between them, that she acknowledged such a relation by anticipating another meeting, an inevitable one, him the more. He might win, after all, with such assistance from her. Her power of intuition aroused his curiosity. He longed to experiment with it. She was a new plaything which he had yet to learn to handle. Before, he had dominated her easily enough. He might do so again. "Miss Payson," he said, "won't you come down to my studio again sometime? I'd like to make a more careful examination of your hand, and perhaps I can help you in developing your psychic sense." Oh, no, thank you, really, I can't come again, I shall be pretty busy for a while, I have to go to the Mercantile Library every afternoon, looking up material for my father's book, and, after all, I got what I wanted. What did you want? Partly to see you. He bowed. Curiosity. Let's call it interest. You had no faith, then, in my palmistry. Very little. Yet you acknowledge that I told you some things that were true. Haven't I told you several things about yourself, too? I'd like to hear more. Said too much. Let's see, that'll more or less of a villain, but a most interesting one. That'll have met you before, not perhaps met, that fancy Grey is in love with me. Oh, I didn't say that. But you suspect it. If I did, it was impertinent. It's none of my business. You come again, you've quite satisfied your curiosity buying me. Quite. I've confirmed all my suspicions. What were they? Clytie laughed. Really, you're pushing me a little too hard, Mr. Granthorpe. I'd be glad to have you call here, sometime, if I care to, but my psychic powers are quite keen enough already. They rather frighten me. I want them only explained. As I say, it's embarrassing. Sometimes. I hate to speak of what I feel, it's all so groundless and it sounds silly. You know more. Then, than you mention? Oh. Much, me, for instance. Yes. But it's vague and indefinite. It needn't whimmer you. Even though you disapprove. She laughed again. You may take that as a compliment if I like. He nodded. It is something that you care. I'm mainly curious to see what you'll do. Oh, you're expecting something, then? I'm watching to see. I confess I shall watch you. I said that you interested me, that's what'll mean, you're going to, well, change. As she stood between him and the light, her soft hair showed as fine and crisp as spun glass. Her lips were sensitively curved with a flitting smile, her eyes were dreamy again. Everything about her bespoke a high spiritual cast, but, to Granthorpe, this only accented the desirability of her bodily self. It would make her the greater prize, unlike anything he had, so far, been able to win. He had an epicure's delight in feminine beauty. And he knew how its flavour should be finely tinctured by mind and soul. Even beauty was not exciting without that, and of mere beauty he had his fill. Besides, she had unexpected gears of emotion that was continually tempted to arouse. But so far he had hopelessly misplayed his part, and he longed to prove his customary skill with women. Well, he said finally, offering his hand, I hope I'll be able to satisfy you, or come, soon, for a report. Oh, my mood may have changed. By that time he gave her the farewell amenities and went down the path to the gate. There he turned and saw her still watching him. He waved his hat and went down the steps, his mind restless with thoughts of her. Clytie remained a while in the arbour. The fog had begun to come in now, with a vanguard of light fleecy clouds riding high in the air, closing the bay in from all sides. The massive bank behind followed slowly, tinted with opal and rose from the setting sun. It settled down, shutting out her sight of the water. And its cohorts were soon scurrying past her on their charge overland from ocean to harbour. The siren at Point Bonita sighed dismally across the channel. It soon grew too cold to remain longer in the garden, and she went into the house shivering. Lighted an open fire in the library and sat down. For half an hour she sat there in silence, inert. Listless, lost in thought, her eyes on the blurred landscape mystic with driving fog. The room grew darker, illuminated only by the fitful flashes of fire. Her still, relaxed figure, fragile and delicate as an ivory carving, was alternately captured and hidden by the shadow and rescued and restored by the sudden gleam from the hearth. She had not moved when her father's step was heard in the hall. He came in. Benignly sedate. His deep voice vibrated through the room. Well, CLY dreaming again? She started at the sound and came out of her reverie to rise and greet him affectionately. He put down some books and a package of papers and lighted the chandelier, exchanging commonplaces with her, of her bookbinding work, which she confessed to have shirked, of the weather, with a little of old age's querulous complaint of rheumatic touches, of the black cat, which was their domestic fetish and, an immortally interesting topic to him, of the vileness and poisonous quality of San Francisco illuminating gas. His voice flowed on mellifluously with unctuous authority, as he seated himself in his armchair beneath the lamp, shook out his evening paper and rattled its flapping sheets. Clytie evinced a mild interest in his remarks, smiled gently at his familiar vagaries, answering when replies should be forthcoming, in her low, even, monotonously pitched tones. She questioned him perfunctorily about the book he was writing, an absorbing avocation with him, warding off his usual disappointment at the lack of sympathy by involving herself in a conversational web of explanation regarding foreign trade expansion, reciprocal profits and the open door in the Orient. "There's not much use working on it at the office," he concluded. "I'm too liable to interruptions?" she asked. "Oh. There was a queer chap in this afternoon. An insurance solicitor, Lay, his name was. I told him I didn't want an accident policy, but I happened to tell him about that time on the Oakland Mole, when I got caught Benveen trains in the 4th of July crush, you remember? And he told me about all the narrow escapes he ever heard of, trying to get me to go into his company. Funny dog he was. He kept me laughing and talking with him for an hour, then Blanchard came in. He says he's coming around tonight." He hesitated and scanned her intently through his gold-bowed glasses, under his bushy brows. "I hope you will treat him well, Cly." Her face grew serious and her sensitive lips as she said, "Do you like Mr. Kiley so much, father?" "Why, he's a very intelligent fellow, Cly. I don't know of another young man of his age who is really worth talking to. He knows things. He has a broad outlook and a serious mind. He's the kind of young man we need to take hold of political and commercial reform. I tell you, the country is going to the dogs for lack of men who are interested in anything outside of their own petty concerns. Why, he's the only one I know who really seems interested in Oriental trade and its development to the Pacific slope. Remarkable, considering he isn't himself connected with any commercial enterprise. I don't know what do if to have him to discuss my subject with. He seems to be genuinely interested in it. I wish you were as much so, Cly." Clytie turned away, smiling somewhat ironically, an uncommon expression for her engaging features. "You know," she said slowly, "that I don't quite trust him." "Why, you have been friends long enough, you should know him better by this time. You're intimate enough with him." "Oh. It's only a feeling I have, you know I have my intuitions, but what friendship there is has been of his seeking." "He's all right, Cly," her father said dictatorially. "I haven't lived in the West for 50 years without knowing something of men. I do want you to learn to appreciate him. He's got a future before him and he is certainly fond of you. You know, if anything did come of it, I would." Clytie arose abruptly. "I think Euros almost ready, father, and I'm hungry. Are you ready?" She was imperious, holding her tawny head erect, her chin high, her hands clasped behind her back, the willowy suppleness of her body now grown rigid. Mr. Payson sighed resignedly, and allowed a moment's silence to speak for him. Then, finding that his daughter's attitude continued to dominate the situation, he, too, arose, patted her cheek and shook his head. This pantomime coaxed forth a gracious smile from her. He took his manuscripts and left to go up to his room. Clytie remained at the window till he returned, They had nearly finished their dinner, when, after a casual dialogue, she remarked, without looking at him, "Father, do you remember anything about an old crazy woman who lived down south of Market Street somewhere, years ago, in a cheap hotel?" I think he started at her question, and his voice, ordinarily so calm and so mellow, quavered slightly. "Do you mean? Who was?" he asked earnestly. "That's what I want to know," Clytie said, stirring her coffee. "What do you know about her?" "Why, I went to see her once." "You went to see her? When? Then you did know her?" Mr. Payson spoke cautiously, watching his daughter. "I have heard about her, yes, but I never knew you had been there." "How in the world did that happen?" "It must have been a long time ago." He stared as if he could scarcely believe her assertion. "Mother me there once or twice. It's almost the first thing I remember." "She did?" "She never told me. It's strange you have never mentioned it before." "Perhaps I oughtn't to mention it now. I thought, somehow, that she wouldn't want me to tell you about it." His tone now was disturbed, anxious, pitched in a higher key. "Why shouldn't you speak of it? What difference could it possibly make?" "I remember that woman, yes. She was not old, though." "Do you recall her well?" "You were very young then." "I can almost see her now." She had white hair and black eyebrows, with a vertical line between them. She was pale, but with bright red lips. She wore a strange red gown. I think she must have been very beautiful at one time." "Who was she, Father?" Clytie sent a calm, level glance at him. "Oh, she was a friend of our mother's. Your mother and I used to keep track of her and help her, that's all." "Was she poor, then?" "No, she wasn't. That was the queer part of it. She had considerable ability and actually carried on a real estate business, though she was pretty mad. She had lucid intervals, though, when she was as reasonable as anyone." "What became of her?" "She died, I think, of heart disease. It must have been the same year your mother died, if I remember rightly." "What was her name?" Mr. Payson grew more nervous at this questioning. But he replied, "They called her Madam." "How did you happen to bring up the subject after all these years, Cly?" It was her turn to be embarrassed. "Well, I've recalled that scene occasionally, and wondered about it. It has always been a mystery I couldn't explain. And I never dared talk about it. Of course, it's only one of those vivid early pictures of childhood, but it has always seemed very romantic." "It was a strange situation," Mr. Payson replied. "She was a very unfortunate woman and I was sorry for her. Never have permitted you go, if had known, of course, but perhaps your mother knew best." He dropped his chin upon his hand. "Yes, I'm glad you went, now. What impression did she make on you?" "I'll only remember thinking how beautiful she must have been." "Yes." Mr. Payson's voice was almost inaudible. He pushed his chair back, rose and went into the library. Clytie followed him. "Are you going out tonight, Father?" "Yes, I've got some business to attend to." "In the evening?" She raised her brows. "Oh, I'm only looking up something for my book." He turned away to avoid her gaze. "Oh." She sat down and took up a book without questioning him further. Soon after, the front doorbell rang and Mr. Kiley was shown in by the Chinese servant. Blanchard Kiley was well known about town, for he had a place in many different coteries. By his birth he inherited a position in a select southern set that had long monopolized social standing and looked scornfully down upon the upstart railroad aristocracy and that nouveau riche element which was prominent chiefly through the notoriety conferred by the newspapers. Blanchard Kiley's parts gained him the entry, besides, to less conventional circles, where his wit and affability made him a favorite. He belonged to two of the best clubs, but his inclinations led him to dine usually at French or Italian restaurants, where good fellowship and ability distinguished the company. He wrote a little and knew the best newspaper men and all the minor poets in town. He drew a little, and was familiar with all the artists. He accounted himself a musical critic and cultivated composers. He knew San Francisco like a rat, knew it as he knew the intricacies of French forms of verse, as well as he knew the architecture of music and the history of painting. He had long ceased his nocturnal meanderings down the line from the Hoffman Bar to Dunn's Saloon, but he occasionally took a postgraduate course, of sorts, to see whether, for the nonce, the city was wide open or shut. He had discovered the Latin Quarter, now established as a show place for jaded pleasure seekers, and had played bocce with the Italians in the cellars of saloons. Before the game was heard of by Americans. He had found the Marionette Theatre in its first week, traced every one of Stevenson's haunts before the Tusitala had died in Samoa, knew the writings of Phoenix almost by heart, and had devoured half the Mercantile Library. Tar Flat and the Barbary Coast he knew as well as the Mission and North Beach, and as for Chinatown, he had ransacked it for queer jars, jade and handmade jewelry, exhausting its possibilities long before San Franciscans had realized the presence, in that quarter, of anything but an ill-smelling purlieu of tourists' bazaars. He had women as well, women, for the part, whose attractions few other persons seemed to appreciate. His last find was Clytie Payson, a much more valuable tribute to his taste than any heretofore. He had devoted himself assiduously to her, and it was his boast that he could remember the hat she wore when he first saw her. 10 years before, his pursuit of her had been eccentric. Kylie was mathematical and his methods were built upon a systematum. During the first years of their acquaintance he alternated months of neglect with picturesque arrivals on nights so tempestuous and foul that his presence would be sure to be counted as a nattering tribute, and would outweigh, with his obvious devotion, the previous languor of his pursuit. This was a fair sample of the subtle of his psychological amours, for Blanchard Kylie was not of the temperament to run across the room and kiss a girl with verve and ardour. He led, however, an intense mental life. There he was a creature of enthusiasms and contempts, capable of no intermediate emotion. Or what else was true of his character it would be necessary to determine from the several ladies of his choice whom he kept carefully apart, recipients of his subdivided confidence. Blanchard Kylie did not introduce female pereries. He wore a carefully trimmed, reddish, Van Dyke beard, with a drooping moustache, his hair curled a bit effeminately. Large blue eyes, the well-developed nose of the Ayubist, hands of a 16th-century gentleman, aristocratic, well-kept, soft. Tonight he was in half-dress, dinner jacket and gold studs, an inch-wide stripe upon his trousers, this under a yellow mackintosh and cricket cap, in strict accordance with his own ideas of form. Mr. Payson was in the library still busy with his manuscript when he entered. The two shook hands. Blanchard's manner had in it something of a survival of the old school. He was never awkward, yet never bombastic suave, rather, with a semi-humorous touch that relieved his courtesy of an 3F thing solemn. He smiled, showing his teeth, saying, with an appearance of great interest, "Well, Mr. Payson, I see you're still at it. How's the open door in the Orient?" "Oh, getting on," said Mr. Payson. "I want to read you my last chapter when I get a chance. I think you'll like it." Kylie had been successful in appearing to listen, and at the same time pay his respects to Clytie, whose hand he did not let go without a personal pleasure in addition to the visible greeting. He kept it an unpleasant half-second longer than had Granthope. She freed herself with a slight gesture of discomfort. "Perhaps go upstairs and leave you men alone to talk," she suggested. "Certainly not," said her father. "I'll wait until some other time, only I thought Blanchard would be interested." "Indeed, I am," Kylie protested. "I'm very anxious to hear your opinion about gold, too. I have something to suggest, myself." "Oh." He delved into his breast pocket. Here are some notes on the history of the trade dollar, Mr. Payson. You know I was speaking of it. I've been looking up the subject at the Mint and at the library for you. I think it might give you some ideas. Mr. Payson took the paper eagerly and pushed up his spectacles to examine it. Thank you very much. I'll be glad to look it over. It's a pleasure to find anyone nowadays who's so interested in what is going to be a very vital question. You'll find my cigars here, somewhere. CLY, you go and find the box, Book.1-2. As Clytie disappeared in the direction of the dining room, he added, you must humour her, Blanchard, she's a bit skittish. Don't force her hand and I think you'll bring her around. Thanks for the tip, but I have my idea was that it's only a question of time when I shall be able to produce the psychological condition I want. Mr. Payson shook his head dubiously. Don't know. That isn't the way we went about it when I was young. We didn't bother much with psychology then. We had emotions to attend to. Lovemaking is just as much a science as anything else, and there is no reason why it shouldn't progress. There are methods, UKNMV, it's only a form of hypnotism. He smiled blandly. When he and Clytie were alone, a situation she seemed to delay as much as possible, Kylie sat down opposite her with an ingratiating, disarming smile. He was neither eager nor impressive. He was sure of himself. It did not, as he had said, seem to matter a great deal about her emotions. He scarcely considered her otherwise than as a mind whose defences he was to overthrow in an intellectual contest. He began with elaborate circumlocution. Well, I've discovered something. Her delicate eyebrows. Is a curious botanical fact that there are 4,000 lamp-posts in the city of San Francisco. Why botanical? That is just what I expected you to ask. Then I'll not ask it. She was already on the defense. But you did. Well. She appeared to resent his tone. Now, see here. He laid his right forefinger to his left palm. Suppose a Martian were visiting the Earth, he wouldn't at first be able to distinguish the properties of seeing these 4,000 lampposts, he might consider them as a part of the terrain flora. Queer, it was a game of chess, and it was evident that she could not foresee his next move. The detour was too complicated. She seemed, by her attitude, to be on her guard, but allowed him, with a nod of assent, to proceed. Now, suppose you have the Martian, or let us call it the uncorrelative point of view. Suppose you use brain cells that have hitherto been quiescent or undeveloped. Don't exactly follow. Her attention wandered. He probed it. Suppose I should get up and kiss you. She awoke suddenly. See what I mean, he continued. Exploded a cell then? You gained a new point of view with regard to me. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to kiss you. Indeed. You're not. Her alarm subsided, her resentment rising to an equal level, was drawn off in a smile at the absurdity of the discussion. He went on, but you must acknowledge that I have, at least, produced a psychological condition. I'm going to use that new cell again. He waited for her answer. Dear me, she exclaimed at last. We're getting very far away from the lampposts. I'm quite in the dark. He proceeded, my character is lighted by 4,000 lampposts also. Ah, I see. You want me to regard them as botanical facts. I, a supposititious Martian, with this wonderful new cell, am to perceive in you something that is not true. No, for in Mars, the lampposts, we will suppose, are vegetables, not mechanical objects. A little more light from the lampposts, please. They are emotions, alive and growing. They have heat as well as light, in spite of the subtleties. I want you to perceive the fact that my methodical nature shows that I have a determined, potent stimulus, that I have energy, that I am in earnest. She seemed to sniff the danger now and stood at gaze. He went on, else shall keep at the attempt until you do look at me in this way. Till I've educated these dormant cells. If you are leading up to another proposal, Clytie said, "I must say I admire your devotion to method, but it is time thrown away." He took this calmly enough. He took everything calmly, but he did not abate his persistence. "I'm not leading up to a proposal so much as I am to an acceptance." Clytie shrugged her shoulders. "You'll be telling me you're in with me. Do you doubt it? Or a half-dozen proposals have not convinced me." "7," he corrected, "this is the 8th. How long do you intend to keep it up?" "Until I produce in your mind a psychological condition which will convince you that I'm in earnest, that I am sincere, that I am the man for you. Then I shall produce an emotional reflex. It's sure to follow. It may come this night and it may come next year. Sooner or later circumstances will bring about this crystallization. Some shock may help, it may be a simple growth. I am sure to win you in the long run. I'm bound to have you, and I will. If I have to make 100 attempts. You can't dismiss me, for I'm an old friend and you need me. I have educated you, I have broadened your horizon. You see, I am playing with my cards on the table. But without trumps." Clytie stifled a yawn, meaning, "I suppose, that I have no heart? Clubs may do. I rely upon your atavism. I'll suppose you have as much heart as can be made out of brain. What if I say that I'm jealous? Will that prove that I have a heart?" "Oh, you're too conceited ever to be jealous." "But I am. I'll prove it. I happen to know that palmist person, Granthorpe, was here this afternoon and you spent half an hour with him." How do you know?" She awoke to a greater interest. "You don't seem to realize that I make it my business to know all about you. This came by accident, though. I was on the Hyde Street car and I saw him get off and come in here. I waited at the end of road till he went back. Now, wait, if I should tell your father that you have been entertaining a faking palmist here, on the sly." He leaned back and folded his hands. Clytie rose swiftly and walked to the door without a look at him. "Father," she called, "Mr. Kylie has something to say to you." "Never mind," Kylie protested, "that was merely an experiment." Mr. Payson, in overcoat and silk hat, thrust a mildly expectant head in. "It was only about the $1 business," said Kylie. "I'll tell you some other time." Mr. Payson withdrew, scenting no mischief, and Clytie sat down without a word. "Thought you'd call my bluff, did you?" said Kylie, unruffled. "Ill-like spirit. If you don't look out you'll succeed in boring me." Clytie's manner had shown an amused scorn rather than resentment. "She was evidently not afraid of your fighting too hard to be bored," he remarked coolly. He added, "Then you are interested in him, are you?" "I am." Clytie looked him frankly in the face. "Why?" he asked. "I've heard a lot about him and he appeals to my imagination. I scarcely think I need to apologize for it. Have you any objection to my knowing him? I'd rather you wouldn't get mixed up with him, since he's been taken up. The women are simply crazy about him, as they always are about any charlatan. They are all running after him and calling on him and ringing him up at all hours. Why, they actually lie in wait for him at his place, trying to get a chance to talk to him alone. I don't exactly see you in that class, that's all. You can scarcely blame me." "Oh, I haven't rung him up yet," said Clytie, "but has no knowing what I may do, of course, with all my unexploded brain cells." "How did he happen to come here, then?" "He came to see me, I suppose." Kylie accepted the rebuff gracefully. "Well, in another month, when someone else comes along, people will drop him with a thud. He's a 9 days wonder now, but he's too spectacular to last. This is a great old town. We need another new Farker now that the old gentleman in the Miller house has stopped his occult brotherhood in the drawing room and his antique furniture in the cellar. I haven't heard of anything so picturesque since that Orpheum chap caught the turnips on a fork in his teeth, that were tossed from the roof of the Palace Hotel. I suppose I'll have a good scandal about Granthorpe pretty soon, to add to my collection. Clytie accepted the diversion, evidently only too glad to change the subject. What collection? She asked. My San Francisco improbabilities. I've got a notebook full of them, things no San Easterner believe possible, and no novelist dare use in fiction. Oh, yes, I remember your telling me. What are they? One was the house made entirely of doors, wasn't it? Yes, the house of 180 doors at the foot of 9th Street then. There is the hulk of the Orizaba over by the Union Iron Works, where Frank the Frenchman lives like a hermit, eats swill and bathes in the sewage of the harbour. Then there's Munson's mystery on the North Beach. Nobody has found out who Munson is. And Daly, the star-eater of the Palace Hotel, he used to have 4 canvas-back ducks cooked, selected one and used the juice from the others. He ordered soup at $1 a plate, and he had a happy way of buying a case of champagne with each meal, drinking only the top glass from each bottle. Clytie laughed now, for Kylie was in one of his most amusing and enthusiastic moods. Do you remember that tramp who lived all summer in the Hensler Vault in Calvary Cemetery? Yes, but that isn't so impossible as Kruger's out in the by 10th Avenue. It's a perfect jumble of faux-block buildings from the Midwinter Fair, like a nightmare palace. I went out there once and saw old Mother Kruger, so tortured with rheumatism that she had to crawl round on her hands and knees. Should only one tooth left. The old man is one off last of the wood engravers and calls himself the Emperor of Nations. He has resurrected Hannibal and an army of 200,000 men, also he revived Pompey for 3 days. He wanted to bring Mayor Citro back to life for me, but I wouldn't stand for it. Kylie swept on with his anecdotes. Who would believe the story of Big Who the Hebrews in Totiel, and ended by playing Mazeppa in tights at the Bella Union Theatre? Who has written the true story of Dennis Kearney, the hack driver, who had his speeches written for him by reporters, and went east with a big head, unconsciously to plagiarize Wendell Phillips in Faneuil Hall? Or of Mamie Pleasant, the old negress who had such mysterious influence over so many millionaires, who couldn't be died at last, with all her secrets untold? There's romance in purple letters. What do you think of a first folio Shakespeare, the rent roll of Stratford Parish, and a collection of incunabula worth $30,000, kept in the deserted library on Montgomery Street in a case, by Jove, without a lock? What's the matter with little Pete, the Chinaman, jobbing all the race tracks in California? Who'd believe that there are streets here, within a mile of Lotta's Fountain, so steep that they pasture cows on the grass? Then there's Emperor Norton, and the Vigilance Committee, and all the secrets of the Chinatown slave Clytie with aroused interest. Oh, I'm not speaking of that sort of thing. That's been done. And the East and England think that romance departed from here with the red-shirted miner. Everybody knows about the Bret Hart type of adventure. It's the things that are going on now or have happened within a few years, like finding that Chinese woman's skeleton upside down, built into the wall-off house on the corner of Powell and Sutter, like Bill Dockery, the food inspector, who terrorized the San Bruno Road. Like a new Claude Duval, holding up the milkman with a revolver and a lactometer. And went here, there and everywhere, into restaurants and hotels all over the peninsula, dumping watered milk into the streets till San Francisco ran white with it. Then there's Carminites, Clytie recalled. Now, that's modern enough, and typical of San Francisco, isn't it? I mean not so much what's done there, as the way they do it. I've always wanted to go down there some Saturday night and see just what it's like. Elle wouldn't want you to be seen there, CLY, it wouldn't do. Kylie shook his head decidedly. It's a little too lively a crowd. You'd be disgusted, if they happened to hit things up a bit, as they often do. I don't see why I shouldn't be privileged to see what is going on. It's a part of my education, isn't it? It's all innocent enough. From what you say, it's at worst nothing but vulgar. I think I am proof against that. People would get an altogether wrong opinion of you. They'd think you were fast. Fast. Clytie smiled. Think I can risk that. I shouldn't probably want go more than true. You don't know me, that's all. Why you believe that I can go from one world of convention to another and accept the new rules of life when it's necessary? It's just for that reason that I do wish to go, as, when I went to London, I wanted to see if I could accept all their slow, pokey methods of business and transportation and everything and find out the reason of it all for myself, before I flew out of criticizing it. I want to understand communities, if I can, and if you won't take me, I'll find someone who will. Granthorpe, perhaps. Kylie suggested with irony. I have no doubt he'd understand my motives better than you do. Well, it might be an interesting experiment. Miss Payson at Communities, there's a San Francisco contrast for you. You may add it to your list of improbabilities. Study me, if you like, and put me in your list. You may find that I have a surprise or two left for you. She smiled to herself and threw back her head proudly. You do tempt me to try it, he said, coolly watching her. You'd look as inconsistent there as those old French family portraits in that saloon out on the beach. Lords of Lesbos they were, I believe, administrators of the high justice, the middle and the low. And, oh, he added, that reminds me of another thing I found today while I was looking over a file of Cromac, digging up this trade dollar business. It was way back in 1877, a queer story, but I suppose it's true. What was it? Clytie asked. The rays of the lamp shone the hair with gold sparks as she sat in a low chair, listening. Why, there was an old woman who was half crazy. She lived down south of somewhere in the most fearful squalor. Clytie suddenly moved back into the shadow. Yes, what else? She followed his words with absorbed attention. There was no furniture except a lot of boxes and a bookcase. And here's the remarkable thing, there was about 2 inches of rubbish and dirt matted down all over the floor, where she used to hide money and food and any old thing, wrapped in little packages. When she died, her stuff was auctioned off, and they found a trunk with a whole new wedding outfit in it. How's that? What was her name? Clytie asked breathlessly. Remember it? She was a sort of clairvoyant, believe. There was a little boy lived with her, too. It seems he disappeared after she died. Ran away. Clytie leaned forward again, her eyes wide open and staring. Her hands were tightly clasped together. A little boy, she repeated. Why, that's what it said in the paper. Great story, isn't it? Clytie's breath came and went rapidly, as if she were trying to breathe in a storm. Amidst the dashing of waves. The colour went from her cheeks, her thin nostrils dilated, then, retreating into the shade again, she managed to say, it certainly is romantic. No one would a thing like that could true, he followed. No, I can scarcely believe it's possible, myself, she replied, controlling her agitation. Blanchard Kylie ran on and on with his talk. Clytie gave him scant attention, answering in monosyllables. Chapter S. The Rise and Fall of Gay P.S.U.M.M.E.I.U. 2 hours after leaving studio, Mr. Gay P. Summer had fancy grey. Mr. Summer was a son of the golden he had. Indeed, risen to the honourable station of Vice President of the Fort Point parlour of that ecstatic organisation. He was, in his modest way, a leader of men, and aspired to a corresponding massively queerer women. In all matters pertaining to the pursuit and conquest of fair sex, Mr. Summer was prompt, ingenious and determined. Before the weeks were over he was able to boast to his of Fancy's subjection. Fancy herself might equally well have boasted of his. At the end of this time he was, at least, in possession of her photograph, 6 notes written in a backward, slanting penmanship, 12 words to the damask page, with the date spelled out, a lock of hair, though this was arrant rape, and 1 grey suede, left-hand glove. These he displayed, as trophies of the chase, upon the bureau of his bedroom, and defended them, from the asteristic comments of his roommate. An unwilling and unconfessed admirer of Key P. Summer's power to charm and subdue. In those 2 weeks much had been done that it is not possible to do elsewhere than in the favoured city by the gate. A Sunday excursion to the beach was the fruit of his first telephonic conversation. There are beaches in other places, indeed, but there is no other this capricious suburb, founded upon the shifting sands of the great highway as San Francisco's Ocean Boulevard is named, is a little, freakish hamlet, whose dwellings, one could not seriously call them houses, are built, for the most part, of old street cars. The architecture is of a new order, frivolously inconsequent. According to the owner's fancy, the cars are placed side by side or one atop the other, arranged every way, in fact, except actually standing on end, from single cars, more or less adapted for temporary occupancy, to whimsical residences, in which the car appears only in rudimentary fragments, a suppressed motif suggested by of windows or by sliding doors. The taste and originality have had wanton range. Balconies jut from roofs, piazzas enclose sides and FMNTS, cars are welded together, dovetailed, mortised, added as Ls at right angles or used terminally as kitchens to otherwise normal habitations. Gay P. Summer was, with his roommate, the proprietor of a car of the more modest breed. It was a weather-worn, blistered, orange-coloured affair that had once done service on Mission Street. The cash box was still affixed to the interior, the platform, shaky as it was, still held, the gong above, though cracked, still rang. There was a partition dividing what they called their living room, where the seats did service for bunks, from the kitchen, where they were bridged for a table and perforated for cupboards. There was a shaky canvas arrangement over a plank platform, and beneath, in the sand, was buried a treasure of beer bottles, iron knives, forks and spoons and wooden plates. Here, unchaperoned and unmolested, save by the wind and sun, Gay P. Summer and Fancy Gray proceeded to get acquainted. They made short work of it. Fancy's velvet cheeks were painted with a fine rose. Her hair looked well in disorder. How much better it would have looked, had it kept its natural tone, she did not realize. Her firm, white line of zigzag teeth made her smile irresistible, even though she chewed gum. Her eyes were lambent, nickering from brown to green. Her lower lids, shaded with violet, made them seem just wearied enough to give them softness. None of this was lost on Key. He, too, was well developed. Masculine, agile, with a juvenile glow and freshness of complexion that rivaled hers. His dress was gimp and artful, with tie and socks of the latest and most vivid mode. Upon his short, covert coat, he wore a mourning band, probably for decoration rather than as a badge of affliction. His eyes were still bright and clear without symptoms of dissipation. His laughter was good to hear, but, as to his talk, little would bear repetition, slangy badinage, the braggadocio oath, a gay running fire of obvious retort and innuendo, frolic and flirtations, that Fancy appeared to enjoy. It should go without saying. She was not for criticism of her host and entertainer that fine day. She let herself go in the way of gaiety. He led and slanged him jest, for Fancy herself had a pert and lively tongue. Upon one point only did she fail to meet him. Not a word in regard to her employer could he get from her. Again and again, Gay came back to the subject of the palmist and his business secrets. Fancy parried his queries every time. He tried her with flattery, she laughed in his face. He attempted to lead her on by disclosing vivacious secrets of his own life. His ammunition was only wasted upon her. He coaxed, he threatened jocosely, she defended herself ably from his punitive kiss. But her discretion was impregnable. She made merry at his expense when he sulked. She tantalized him when he pleaded. Her wit was too nimble for him and he gave up the attempt. The stimulation of this first meeting went to Fancy's head. She laughed like a child. She sang snatches from her vaudeville days and mimicked celebrities. Gay dropped his pose of worldly wisdom and made shrieking puns. They played like babes in the wood. At 7 o'clock, hungry and sunburned, they walked along the beach to the cliff house and dined upon the glazed veranda, watching the surf break on seal rocks. As they sat there in the dusk, haunted by an elusive waiter, Gay waxed eloquent about himself, told of his high office in the native sons, revealed the amount of his salary at the bank, touched lightly upon his previous amours, bragged loftily of his indiscretions at exuberant inebriated festivals, puffing magnificently the while at a €2 cigar. Fancy paid for her meal by listening to him conscientiously, ejaculating no, and Ness, or say, Gay. That's a Josh, isn't it? If her mind wandered, Fancy was nobody's fool. He did not perceive it. To their cocktails and California claret they now added a Benedictine. And Gay grew still more confidential. The night fell, and the crowd began to leave. They walked entirely round the hotel corridor, bought an abalone shell split into layers of opalescent hues, then with a last look at the sea lions, barking in the surge, they walked for the train, found a place in an open car and sat down, wedged into a hilarious crowd, reveling in song and peanuts. Disregarded was the superb view they passed. The train, skirting the precipitous cliffs along the Golden Gate, commanded a splendor of darkling water and mountain in beauty. The sea splashed at the foot of precipice beneath them. The hills rose above their heads, the mittened ovinkle of lighthouses punctuated the purple gloom. It was all lost upon them. Fancy's head drooped to Gay's shoulder. He put his arm about her, cocking his hat to one side that it might not strike hers as he leaned nearer. No one observed them, no one cared, for every lack had his Jill. And a simple, primitive comradeship had settled upon the wearied THMNG. A baby whined occasionally as the train lurched round the sharp corners of the track. A riotous yell or two came from the misogynists of the smoking compartment. Fancy did not talk. Gay's loquacity oozed away. He was content to feel her breathing against his side. There were telephone conversations often after that, then occasional lunches downtown, when Fancy, always modishly dressed, drew many an eye to her well-rounded, well-filled Eton jacket, her smart red hat, her fresh white gloves and her high-heeled shoes. Gay was proud of her, and he showed her off to his friends without caution. Fancy was nothing loath. Occasionally they went to the theatre, dining previously in style at some popular restaurant, where Gay hoped he might be seen with her. To such as discovered them, he would bow with proud proprietorship, or perhaps saunter over, on some flimsy pretext, to hear his friends say, with winks and smiles, "By Jove, that girl's all right, old man. She's a stunner. Say, introduce me, will you?" To which Gay would answer, "Not on your folding bed. This is a close corporation, old man. I've got that claim staked out, see? So long," and walk away pleased. At the theatre, he always made a point of going out between the acts, in order Thathus Reentry might point more conspicuously at his conquest ward. At Zinkand's, having engaged a table beside which all the world must pass, he would pose, apparently oblivious to the crowd, talking to her with absorbed interest. Fancy suffered the exhibition without displeasure. She had no objection being looked at. To make a picture of herself, to play the arch and coquettish before a room of well-dressed folk was one of things she did best. She was recognized occasionally and pointed out by one or another of Granthorpe's patrons. "There she is, over behind you, in the white lace hat, with a chatelaine watch, don't 100K just yet," though was the almost audible formula which Gay P. Summer learned to wait for. At such times his chest swelled with pride. To walk into her with her late at night and leave a wake of excited whispers behind him, was all he knew of fame. It did not escape Key's notice, however, that were not always for him. In the middle of his longest and most elaborate story, she would often throw a surreptitious glance about the mom, letting it rest for an instant, a but-turnies caress, upon some admiring stalwart stranger. Once or twice he detected the flicker of Fancy's smile, a smile not meant for him. He found that, although his attention was all for Fancy, Fancy's errant glances allowed nothing and nobody to escape her observation. If he mentioned anyone whom he had seen in the room, Fancy had seen him. Or more often her, first. Fancy always knew what she wore, what it cost, what she was doing, how much she liked him and what her little game was. This sort of thing would have been an education for Gay, had he been amenable to such teaching, but what women see and know without a tutor he would and could never know. Wherefore, such dialogues as this were common. Fancy, the brute. He's actually made her cry. Now, she's a little fool, though, it's good enough for her. From Gay, where? Who do you mean? Over there in the cornet. Don't stare so, those two fellows and two girls. The girl in the white waist is tied up in a heart-to-heart talk with that bald-headed chap, but she's dead in love with the other fellow, see? Yes, that fellow with the mustache. My! But she's jealous of the other girl. How can you tell? Oh, that's all a pipe dream. Fancy! Why, any fool would know it, any woman would, I mean. She had a few words with him, the fellow she's stuck on, just now. He must have said something pretty raw. Look at her eyes, you can tell from here there are tears in them. Look. See? I thought so. She's going to try and make him jealous. What do you think of that? Why, she's changed places with him. What's that for? To Gay, the drama was as mysterious as a Chinese play. Just to get him crazy, of course. That other fellow thinks she's really after him, too. The other girl sees through the whole game, of course. My, but men are those two fellows are being worked good and plenty, just 100k at the way she's freezing up to that bald-headed chap never. If that other girl isn't trying to get you on the string, smile at her, Gay, and see what she'll do. Never mind about her, said Gay, secretly pleased at the tribute. You girls can always see a whole lot more than what really happens. She's just changed places on account of the draft probably. She's lamping me, though, isn't she? Say, she's a peach, all right she's sure say, what? His eye returned fondly to her. Do you think I'm as pretty as she is? Oh, you make me tired, Fancy. Gee. You've got her sewed up in a sack for looks. So Fancy played her game cleverly, keeping Gay, but keeping him off at arm's length. But as time went on, his ardour grew and she was often at her wits' end to handle him. Though free from any conventional restraints. She did not yet consider her lips Mr. Summer's property, though she permitted him a cool and lifeless hand upon occasion. In time, the excitable youth began to understand her reserve, but instead of dampening his enthusiasm, it aroused his zest for the chase. She was not so easy game as he had thought. He waxed sentimental, therefore, and plied her with equivocal monologues, hinting, in the attempt to make sure of his way. At this, her sense of humour became forth, effervescing in lively ridicule. This at Mr. Summer, at last, to the point of an out-and-out proposal. Fancy, experienced in such situations, warned in time by his preludes, did not take it too seriously. I am sorry to say you draw a blank, Gay, she informed him lightly. I'm not in the market yet. Many a man has expected me to become domesticated at sight, and settle down in content over the cook stove. But I haven't even a past diet, nothing but a rather tame pleasant and hope for a future. I don't seem to see you in it, gay. In fact, there's nobody visible to the naked eye at present. Well, he said, I'll cut it out for now, as long as I can't make good, but come to me and beg me to see if you don't you get ready. I'll be right there with the goods. Fancy laughed and the episode was closed. Say, Fancy, there's a gang of artist chaps and literary guys I'd like to put you up against, Key said one afternoon. I'll think you'd make a hit with the bunch, if you can stand a little jollying. You watch me. Fancy became enthusiastically interested. Where do they hang out? They eat at a joint down on Montgomery Street. They are heavy Joshes, though. They are too clever for me, mostly. It's the real thing Bohemia down there, though why didn't you tell me about it before, she pouted. I'm game. Let's float in there tonight and see the animals feed. So they went down to the Latin Quarter together. Bohemia has been variously described. Since Henry Murgie's time, the definition has changed retrogressively. Until now, what is commonly called Bohemia is a place where one is told, this is Liber W Hall. And one is forced to drink beer whether one likes or not, where not to like spaghetti is a crime. Such was the little coterie of artists, writers and amateurs, who dined together every night at Fulda's restaurant in San Francisco. Is a perennial crop of such petty soldiers. Tune. Here art receives scant recompense, and as soon as one gets one's head above water and begins to be recognized, existence is unendurable in a place where genius has no field for action. The artist, the writer or the musician must fly east to the great marketplace, New York, or to the great forcing bed, Paris, to bloom or fade, to live or die in competition with others in his field. So the little artistic colonies shrink with defections or increase with the accession of hitherto unknown aspirants. Many go and never return. A few come back to breathe again the stimulating air of California, to see with new eyes its fresh, vivid color, its poet, its romance. To have gone east and to have returned without abject failure is here, in the eyes of the vulgar, Alf's patent of nobility. Of those who have been content to linger peaceably in the land of the lotus, some are earls without coronets, but one and all share a fierce, hot, passionate love of the soil. San Francisco has become a fetish, a cult. Under its blue skies and driving fogs is bred the most ardent loyalty in these United States. San Francisco is most magnificently herself of any American city, and San Franciscans, in consequence, are themselves with an abounding perfumed sincerity. Faults they have, pungent, staccato, but hypocrisy is not of that. Vice is never necessary. The party that gathered nightly at Fulda's was as remote from the world as if it had been ensconced on a desert island. It was unconscious, unaffected, sufficiento itself. Men and girls had come and gone since it had formed. But the nuclear circle was always complete, death and desertions well unacknowledged, else the gloom would have shut down and the wine, the red wine of Count Y, would have tasted salt with tears. There had been tragedies and comedies played out in that group, there were names spoken in whispers sometimes, there were silent toasts drunk, but if sentiment was there, it was disguised as folly. Life still thrilled in song. Youth was not yet dead. Art was long and exigent. It was their custom, after dinner, to adjourn to Champollions for Café Noi, served in the French style, in this large, bare saloon, with sanded floor, with its bar and billiard table, foreign as France, almost always deserted at this hour save by their company. The genial patron smiled at their gaiety, as he prepared the long glasses of coffee. Tonight, there were 6 at the round table. Maxim, an artist unhailed as yet from the East, was, fall, the most obviously picturesque, with a fierce moustached face and a shock of black hair springing in a wild mass from his head to draggle in stringy locks below his eyes, or, with a sudden leonine shake, to be thrown back when he bellowed forth in song. He had been in Paris and knew the airs and argot of the most desperate studies. His laughter was like the roar of a convivial lion. Dougal, with a dog-like face and tow hair, so ugly as to be refreshing, full of common sense and kindness, with a huge mouth full of little cramped teeth and a smile that drew and compelled and captured like a charm, he sat next. Good nature and loyalty dwelt in his narrow blue eyes. His slow, laboured speech was seldom smothered, even in the wit that enveloped it. Most masculine and imperative of all was Benton, with his blur of blue-black hair, fine tangled threads. His melting, deep blue eyes, shadowy with fatigue, lighted with vagrant dreams or shot with brisk fires of passion. His hands were strong and he had an air of suppressed power. The fourth man was Philip Starr, a poet not long for San Francisco. Seeing that the Athenaeum had already placed the laurels upon his brow, he was as far from the conventional type of poet as is possible. He had a lean, eager, sharply cut face, shrewd, quick eye and sinewy, long fingers, his hair was close-cropped, his mouth was tight and narrow, electricity seemed to dart from him as from a dynamo. Just now he was teaching the company a new song, an old one, rather, for it was an ancient Anglo-Saxon drinking song, whose uproarious refrain was well fitted to the temper of the assembly. At one end of the table sat a young woman, petite, elf-like as a little girl, a brown, cunning, soft-haired creature, smiling, with eyes half closed. Wrinkled in quiet mirth, this was Elsie Dougal. Opposite her was a girl with a handsome, clear-cut, classic face, lighted with grey eyes, limpid and straightforward, making her seem the most ingenuous of all. Mabel's hair curled unmanageably springy and dark. Her face was serious and intent till her smile broke and a little self-conscious laugh escaped. Starr pounded with one fist upon the table, his thumb held stiffly upright. "Dance, thumb bacon, dance," he sang, and the chorus was repeated. Then with the heel of his palm and his fingers outstretched, pounding merrily in time, "Oh, dance ye merrymen," every one then with his fist as before, for thumb bacon, he can dance alone, and, raising his fists high over his head, coming down with a bang, thumb bacon he can dance alone. They went through the song together, dancing foreman, middleman, and little man, ending in a pianissimo. Then over and over they sang that queer, ancient tune, till all knew it by heart. Benton pulled his manuscript from his pocket and read it confidentially to Elsie, who smiled and smiled. Starr recited his last poem while Dougal made humorous comments. Maxim broke out into a French student's chanson, so wildly improper that it took two men to suppress him. Mabel giggled hysterically and began a long, dull story which, despite interruptions, ended so brilliantly and so unexpectedly, that everyone wished he had listened. Then Dougal called out, "He cavalry charge. Ready. One finger." They tapped in unison, not too fast, each with a forefinger, upon the table. 2 fingers the sound increased in volume. 3 fingers, 4 fingers, 5. The crescendo rose. 2 hands. 1 foot. Both feet. There was a hurricane of galloping fists and soles. Then, in diminuendo, 1 foot. 1 hand. 4 fingers, 3, 2, 1. Halt. The clatter grew softer and softer till at last all was still. As Gay opened the door, Fancy heard a roar that increased steadily until it became a wild hullabaloo. Looking in, she saw the 6 seated about the table, the coffee glasses jumping madly with the percussion. The noise was like the multi-charge of troopers. Then the patter grew softer and softer, ending in a sudden hush as 7 faces looked up at her. Gay P. Summers' advent was greeted with frowns. But Fancy gathered an instant AC claim from 12 critical eyes. She stepped boldly into the room and shed the radiance of her smile upon the company. "I'll guess this is where I live, all right," she announced. "I've been gone a long time, haven't I? Never mind the introductions. I'm Fancy Grey, drifter, welcome to our fair city. They let loose a cry of welcome, and Dougal, rising, opened a place for her between his chair and Maxim's. I'm for her. He hailed her with a good-natured grin. She's the right shape. Come and have coffee. I'll accept, said Fancy Grey. Gay's was by no means as cordial as hers, which had been immediate and spontaneous at the sound of her caressing, jovial voice and the sight of her genial smile, which seemed to embrace each separate member of party. They made grudging room for him beside Elsie, who gave him a cold little hand. Mabel bowed politely. Where'd you get her, Gay? Said Star. You're improving, she looks like a pretty good imitation of the real thing. Oh, I'll wash. All right, said Fancy. Gay P proudly introduced her to the company. He played her as he might play a trump to win the seventh trick. Indeed, without Fancy's aid, he would have received scant welcome at that exclusive board. Many and loud were the jests at Summer's expense while he was away. Many and soft were the jests he had not wit enough to understand when he was Philip. Star had, at first sight of him, dubbed him the scroll, and this sobriquet stuck. Gay P. Summer was ill-versed in Elizabethan law, but, had his wit been greater, his conceit would still have protected him. He had already unloaded Fancy, though he was as yet unaware of it. She was taken up with enthusiasm by the men, whom she drew like a magnet. Mabel and Elsie watched her with the keenness of women who are jealous of any new element in their group. It was, perhaps, not so much rivalry they feared, for their place was too well established, as the admittance into that circle of one who would betray a tendency toward those petty feline amenities that only women can perceive and resent. But if Fancy Grey showed no such symptoms, she did not bid for the men's attention. She made a point of talking to Elsie, and she managed cleverly to include Mabel in the attention she received. Fancy, in her turn, scrutinized the two girls artfully and made her own instantaneous deductions. All of this by-play was, of course, quite lost upon the men. The talk sprang into new life, and Fancy's eye ran from one to another member of the group, dwelling longest upon Dougal. His ugliness seemed to fascinate her, and, as is often the case with ugly men, he inspired her instant confidence. She made up to him without embarrassment or concealment, taking his hairy hand and caressing it openly. At this, Elsa's eyelids half closed, but there was no sign of jealousy. Mabel noticed the act, too, and her manner suddenly became warmer toward the girl. By these feminine reactions, Fancy saw that she had done well. They sang, they pounded the table, and, as an initiation, Evui Man saluted Fancy's cheek. She took it like an empress. Then, suddenly, Dougal held up TV.ro fingers. Everyone's eyes were turned upon him. Pydra, Pinter, he cried, with a side glance at Fancy. Everyone voted. Mabel held up both her hands gleefully. So was Fancy Grey, though she was not aware of the honour till afterward. Admitted to the full comradeship of the Pintos, a victory. Many had, with the same ignorance as to what was happening, suffered an ignominious defeat. Fancy's election was unanimous. And for this once, in gratitude for his discovery, Mr. Gay P. Summer, the scroll, was suffered to inflict shimself upon the coterie of Pintos. There were other honours in store for Fancy Grey. Pydra Pinter is 2 hours' journey from San Francisco to the north, in Marin County, a land of mountains, virgin redwood forests and trout-filled streams. One takes the ferry to Sausalito, crossing the northern bay, and rides for an hour or so up a little narrow-gauge squirming railroad into the canyon of Paper Mill Creek, and, if one has discovered and appropriated the place, it is a mile walk up the track and a drop from the embankment down a gravelly, overgrown slope, into the campground. Here a great crag rears its vertically split face, hidden in beeches and bay trees. At its foot a flattened fragment has fallen from var to do service as a fireplace. Beyond, There are more boulders in the stream, which here widens and deepens, overhung by clustering trees, save when an occasional train rushes past overhead, or a fisherman comes by, wading upstream. The place is secret and silent. Opposite, across the brook, an oat field slopes upward to the country road and the smooth drumlins beyond. A not too noisy crowd can here lie hugger-mugger, hidden from the world. To Pinter that next Saturday they came, bringing Fancy Grey, a smiling captive, with them. The men bore blankets and books, the women food and dishes enough for a picnic meal. They came singing, romping up the track. Big Benton first with the heaviest load, in corduroys and jeans, in boots and flannel shirts they came. Little Elsie, like a Girl Scout, wore a rakish slouch hat trimmed with live carnations, a short skirt, leggings, a sheath knife swinging from her belt. Mabel had her own pearl-handled revolver. The rest looked like gypsies. They slid down the bank and debouched with a shout into the little glade. Fancy entered with vim into the celebration. Not that she did any useful work, was not her. She was there as a decoration and an inspiration. She had dressed herself in khaki. Her boots were laced high, her sombrero per shower often did tendrils to escape and about her forehead. She found fragrant sprays of yerba buena and wreathed them about her neck. It was all new and strange to her, all delightful. She had seen the artificial side of town and knew the best and worst of its gaiety, but here, in the open for almost the first time, she breathed deeply of the primal joys of nature and was refreshed. Her curiosity was unlimited. She played with earth and water, fire and air. She unbuttoned the collar of her shirt-waist and turned it in, disclosing a delicious pink hollow at her throat. She rolled up her sleeves, displaying the dimples in her elbows. At the preparations for the dinner she was an eager spectator, and when the meal was sewed, smoked and sandy, and the bottles were opened, all traces of the fairy in her disappeared. She was simple girl. She ate like a cannibal and ate with glee. The shadows fell. The nook became dusky, odorous, moist. The rivulet rippled pleasantly, the ferns moved lazily in the night airs, the moon arose and gave a mysterious argent illumination. The going and coming ceased, the shouting and lusty singing grew still, the blankets were opened and spread at the foot of the rock. Dougal and Elsie took their places in the centre and, the men on one side and the girls on the other, they lay upon the ground and wrapped themselves against the cooling air. The fire was replenished and its glare lighted up the trees in plains of foliage, like painted sheets of scenery. They lay down, but not to sleep. Dougal's coffee, black and strong, stimulated their brains. The talk ran on with an accompaniment of song and jest. One after another sprang up to sing some old-time tune or to recite a familiar, well-beloved poem. The dialogue jumped from one to the other, some dozed and woke again at a chorus of laughter, some sat wide-eyed, staring into the fire, into the darkness, or into one another's eyes. Maxim was prodigious. He blared forth rollicking airs, he did scenes from La Boheme, posturing picturesquely against the flame, his long black locks sweeping his face. Star improvised while they listened, rapt. Benton climbed high into a beech tree and there, invisible, he recited Cinera and quoted the song off the sword, while Dougal jeered and fed the blaze. Mabel listened entranced and appreciative, and ventured occasionally on one more long, dull story, her tale always growing melodramatically exciting, as the attention of her listeners wandered. Elsie sat and smiled, wide awake till 3, forgotten tales, snatches of song, jokes and verses surged into Fancy's head and one after another she shot them into the night. She, too, arose and sang, dancing. Not since her vaudeville days had she attempted it, but mounting to the spirit of the occasion, she thrilled and fascinated them with her drollery. She and Dougal were the last ones awake. They spoke now in undertones. Maxim was snoring hideously. So was Benton. Star lay with his mouth open. Mabel was curled into a cocoon of blankets, flushed Elsie was still smiling in her sleep. At 4 the dawn appeared. They watched it spellbound, and as it turned from a glowing rose to straw colour, the birds began to twitter in the boughs. Fancy shook off her lassitude. "I'm going in swimming," she exclaimed, starting up. "Stay here, Dougal, I trust to your honour, not he have a chance see a nymph bathing in a fountain nowadays, but I have the artist's eye, it will only be for beauty's sake, go ahead." He kept his place, nevertheless. The pool was invisible from the level of the campground. Fancy darted down the path to the wash-off pebbles below. Dougal shook Elsie into a dazed wakefulness. Mabel's eyes opened sleepily. "Fancy's gone in swimming," he whispered. "Don't wake up the boys." Like shadows the two girls slid after her. Dougal lay down to sleep. In half an hour he was awakened by their return. Fresh, rosy, dewy and jubilant, Elsie crawled to his side under the blankets. Fancy and Mabel scrambled up the bank to greet the sun, chattering like sparrows. Maxim rolled over in his sleep. Benton and Star, back to back, dreamed on. The sun mse higher and smote the languid GN up with a shaft of light. The men rose at last, and, dismissing Elsie from the camp, took their turns in the pool. At 7 Dougal announced breakfast at high noon. After a climb up the hill and an hour of poetry, Fancy was crowned Queen of Pydrapinta. With pomp and circumstance, she was invested with a crown of bay leaves and, for a sceptre, the camp poker was placed in her hand. Dougal, as her Prime Minister, waxed murty, while her loyal lieges passed before her to do her homage. She greeted them one by one. The Duke of Russian Hill, with his tribute of 3 square meals per week, Lord of the Barbary Coast, Elsie, Lady of Lime Point, Mistress of the Robes, Sir Maxim the Monster, Court Painter, Sir Star of Tarflat, Laureate, and Mabel the Fair, Marchioness of Mount Tamalpais, First Lady of the Bedchamber, to keep her warm. She issued many titles after that, as her domain increased. And as Fancy L she always styled herself in signing her letters. Her royal edicts were not often slighted. For she was gay and young, and she was bold and free. Life had scarcely touched her yet with care. This was her apotheosis. The scene went down in the annals of the Pintos and the tradition spread. Her reign was famous. Her accolade was a smile. Her homage was paid in kisses, and in tears. Yet Fancy Grey was not a girl to commit herself to any one particular set. Her tastes were eclectic. She was essentially adventurous. It was her that she never made a promise and never broke one, that she never explained, that she liked everybody, and nobody. She guarded her independence jealously, restless at every restraint. With the friend of the moment she was everything. When he passed out of sight, she devoted an equal attention to the next comer, and she was faithful to both. She was often seen with Granthorpe dining or at the theatre. Mabel and Elsie whispered together, adding glances to smiles, and frowns to blushes, summing them up according to the feminine rules of psychological arithmetic. The men did not even wonder, it was none of their business, and was she not Fancy Grey? When they were seen together, they were conspicuously picturesque. Granthorpe had an air, Fancy had a manner, the two harmonized perfectly. Mr. K.P. Summer, meanwhile, had by no means given up the chase. He was not one to be easily snubbed, and the only effect of the slight put upon him by the Pintos was to make him seek after Fancy still more energetically, and while he paid court to her, to keep her away from the attractions of that engaging set. Fancy accepted his attentions with condescension. After all, a dinner was a dinner. Her own way of putting it was that she always hated to refuse free eggs. He still tried his best to draw her out, but when he asked her about Granthorpe, she gave a passionate, indignant refutation of his innuendos. "Oh, that man, everything, everything," she exclaimed. "He took me when I was walking the streets, hungry, without a cent, and he has been good to me ever since. He's all right. And anyone who says anything against him is crossed off my list." This was at Zinkans. The slur had been occasioned by the sight of Granthope that with a lady Gay knew rather too much about. It happened that there was another group in the room that drew Fancy's roving eye and nimble comment. She asked about the man with the pointed beard. "Oh, that's Blanchard Kiley, everybody knows him," Gay explained. "He's a rounder. I see him everywhere. No, I don't know him to speak to, but they say he's a clever chap. I wonder who that is with him, though. I've seen her before, somewhere." "No," said Fancy, "that's Mrs. Page. H.M. Funny, every time I see her she's with a different man. She's pretty gay, that woman." "Is she? You're a cad to tell a fit." "Why? Do you know her?" She scorned to answer. On a Sunday night soon after, Key invited her to dinner at Carminity's. She accepted. Never having gone to the place, which was then in the height of its prestige, a resort for the most uproarious spirits off town. It was down near the harbour front, a region of warehouses, factories, freight tracks and desecrated, melancholy buildings, dishevelled and squalid. That Mr. Summer took her. He pushed open the door to let upon her a wave of light frivolity and the mingled odour of Italian oil and wine permeated by an undercurrent of fried food. The tables were all filled, some with 6 or 8 diners at one board, and by the counter or bar, which ran all along one side of the room, there were at least a dozen persons waiting for seats. Gay walked up to bald-headed Dave the patron, who in his shirt sleeves was superintending the confusion, keeping an eye ready for rising disorder. After a quick colloquy, he beckoned to Fancy, who followed him down between the gay groups to a table in a corner. It was just being deserted by a short young hoodlum, with a pink and green striped sweater, accompanied by a girl several inches too tall for him dressed in a soiled buff raglan and a triumphal hat. "Here we are," said Gay, "we're in luck to get a table at all, tonight." Buttle gave Dave a 4-bit piece and that fixed it. Fancy sat down and looked about. "It is pretty gay, isn't it? It looks as if it were going to be fun." "Oh. You wait till 9 o'clock," Gay boasted wisely. "They're not warmed up to it yet, the Dago Red hasn't gotten its work. There'll be something doing." After a while the walls were decorated with end wine signs in frames, and on either side of the huge mirror hung lithographic portraits of Umberto and the Queen of Italy. Opposite, a row of windows looking on the street was hung with half curtains of a harsh, disagreeable blue. Over them peeped, now and again, wayfarers or others who had dined too well, rapping on the glass and gesticulating to those inside. All about the sides of the room and upon every column, hats, coats and cloaks were hung, making the place seem like an old clothes shop. The floor was covered with sawdust and the tables were huddled closely together. For the most part the diners were all young, mechanics, clerks, factory girls and the like, though here and there, watching the sport, were uptown parties, revelling in an unconventional air. The groups, now well on in their dinner, had begun to fraternize. Here a young man raised his wine glass to a pretty girl across the room and the two drank together, smiling, or calling out some easy witticism. In one corner, a party of 8 was singing jovially something about "One day to him a there did and anon," encouraged by the and the freedom. A lad of 19, of collar, closed his eyes, leaned back and sang a long song through in a vibrant, harsh voice. He was greeted with applause, hands clapped, feet pounded and knives clattered on bottles till the patron hurried from table to table quelling the pandemonium. Waiters came and went in bustling fervour, dodging between one table and another, jostling and spilling soup. At intervals a clanging bell rang and the apparition of a soiled white cook appeared at the kitchen door ordering the waiters to take it. The kitchen was an arcade into which from time to time guests wandered, to joke with the cook and beat upon the huge immaculate copper kettles on the wall. The conversation at times became almost general, the party of songsters in the corner leading in the exchange of persiflage. Two girls dining alone, with hard, tired-looking eyes and cheap jewelry, began a duet. Instantly, from a company of young men, two detached themselves, plates and glasses in hand, and went over to join them. A roar went up, glasses rang again, and Dave fluttered about in protest at the noise. Fancy talked little. The crowd, the lights, the camaraderie hypnotized her. She watched first one and then another group, picking out, for Gay's edification, the prettiest girl and the handsomest man in the room. She waved her hand slyly at the collarless soloist and applauded two darkies who came in from outside to make a hideous with banjos. As she waited to be, she nibbled at the dry French bread and drank of the sour claret, watching over the top of her glass, losing nothing. In the middle of the room, Blanchard Kiley sat with three ladies, one of them Fancy recognized as Miss Payson. Fancy's eyebrows rose slightly at seeing her, and a smile and a nod were cordially exchanged. The others Fancy did not know. They were pretty women, well dressed, with evident signs of breeding. And, as the urn waxed freer, apparently not a little embarrassed at being seen in such a place. Miss Payson showed no such feeling in her demeanour, however much she may have been amused or surprised at the spirit of the place. Blanchard Kiley divided his attentions equitably amongst them, till, looking across the room, he caught Fancy's errant glance. He smiled at her openly as if challenging her roguery. She boldly returned the greeting. Gay caught the glance that was exchanged. "See here, Fancy," he protested, "none of that now. He's got all he can do to attend to his own table. I'll attend to this one, myself." Now, this was scarcely the way to treat a girl like Fancy Cray. At her first opportunity, she sent another smile in Kiley's direction. It was divided, this time, by members of his own party, and the women began to buzz together. Gay was annoyed. "Here's something I like about that man," Fancy remarked presently. "What did you say his name was?" "That's the one we saw at Zinkans. Wasn't there something I don't like about him?" "He'd better mind his own busyness," Gay growled, now thoroughly provoked. "You can't blame anyone for noticing me, can you?" Gag. Her tone was honey sweet. "I can blame you for flirting across the room when you're here with me," he replied fiercely. Fancy opened her eyes very wide. "Indeed," she said with a sarcastic emphasis. "Ty's right," he affirmed. In answer, she cast another languishing glance toward Kiley. Kiley, despite Clytie's entreating hand upon his arm, sent back an unequivocal reply. "Well," said Gay, rising sullenly, "I'll guess it's up to me to leave." He reached for his hat. "Oh, Gay," she protested in alarm, "you're not going to throw me down before this whole crowd, are you?" Already their colloquy had attracted the attention of the nearby tables. He hesitated a moment. "Unless you'll behave yourself," he said finally. His tone of ownership decided her. "Run along, then." She gave him a smile of limpid simplicity, but her jaws were set determinedly. "I'll expect I can get someone to take care of me. Don't mind me." Their discussion had not been unnoticed at Mr. Kiley's table. Clytie was watching the pair interestedly, as if reading the motions of their lips. Fancy caught her eye and flushed a little. Gay's brows gathered together in a sullen 100k as he crowded his hat upon his head savagely. He turned with a last retort. "You be sorry you threw me down, Fancy Gray. You many men on the string at once." He turned and left her, passing sulkily along the passages between the tables with his hat on his head, till he came to the cashier, where he paid the bill for those dinners with lordly chivalry. Then, without looking back, he opened the door of the restaurant and went out. An instant after, Fancy was on her feet. Gay's going had already made her conspicuous and her niche grew deeper. Kiley watched her without smiling, now, waiting to see what she would do. Beside him, Clytie Payson sat watching, her lips slightly parted, her dilated, absorbed, seeming understand the situation perfectly. her eyes gazing at Fancy as if to convey her sympathy. Fancy looked and saw her there, and the sight steadied her. With all her customary nonchalance, with all that jovial, compelling air of optimism which she usually radiated, as if she were quite sure of her reception and came as an expected guest, she sauntered carelessly over to the central table. Her smile was dazzling as it swept about the board, meeting the eyes of each of women in turn. One by one it subjugated them, they even returned it with trepidation, not too embarrassed to be keenly expectant, waiting for the outcome. But it was for Clytie that Fancy Grey reserved her warmest, deepest look. In that glance she threw herself upon Miss Payzant's mercy, and appealed to the innate chivalry of woman to woman, to the bond of sex, a sentiment in finer women more potent than jealousy. Even before she spoke Clytie had arisen and stretched out the hand. In a flash she had accepted what had run counter to all her experience, and played up to Fancy's audacity with a spirit that ignored the crowd, the eyes, the whispers. Who, indeed, could resist Fancy Grey in such a fantastic tiptoe mood? Her act, audacious, even impertinent, was so delicately achieved, she was so sure of herself and her own charm that it was dramatic, poetic in its confidence. Picturesque. But no one could have equalled Clytie as she arose to meet such bravado, when she shook off her issues and took her hand at such a psychological game. Not even Grey, with all her superb poise. On Fancy's cheek that deepened, it was she who blushed so furiously, now, not Clytie. In that flush she confessed herself beaten at her own game. "How do you do?" Clytie was saying, "We've been wishing all the evening that we could have you with us. Do sit down, here, beside me, we'll make room for you. I want you to meet Miss Grey, Mrs. Maxwell." Something in the graciousness of her manner drew the other women up to her chivalrous level. Mrs. Maxwell bowed, smiled, too, with a word of welcome, so did Miss Dean as she was introduced. Fancy beamed. Meanwhile Kylie had arisen. He was the most perturbed of all. He offered his chair. "See what you've done, mister," said Fancy. "I've just been jilted for the first time in my life, and it was all your fault. I'm afraid I shall have to butt in and ask you to protect me." It was not Fancy but Clytie who had, apparently, most surprised him. He gave a questioning look at her as he replied, note a little confused, "Won't you sit down here in my place? There's plenty of room. I'll get another chair," or he stole another glance at Clytie. "I'll let you have half of mine," said Fancy Grey. Clytie smiled encouragingly. "I'll divide mine with you, too, if you like. You're a gentleman. I'd much rather sit with you, Miss Payzant, thank you." Then she looked at Clytie fondly. "I thought I was right about you. You are a thoroughbred. Aren't you, re-educating Mr. Kylie, my dear?" Clytie gave him a bright smile. "He has a few things yet to learn about women. I'll plead guilty," said Kylie, watching the two with curiosity. "Grey and I are disciples of the same school. She gave me the pass. Word was fairly superb, she even outshone Fancy, she was regal." Fancy laughed. "You're the only one who knows it, that I ever met, though," said Clytie. "Then that's the only way I can beat you. I'll believe many women are initiated." Fancy clapped her hands softly in pantomime. Then she turned to Mrs. Maxwell and the others. "Hope I'm not too off frying pan into the fire," she said. "Please let me down easy, ladies. A fire don't make me feel a them pretty quick. I'll be up against it. You don't really have to know me, you know. Only it looked to me like when he had 3 such pretty women to take of one more ought to be easy enough. We were 3 pretty women before, perhaps, my dear, but no, I'm afraid we're only one," said Clytie. She herself, kindled with the spirit of adventure, and so adequately welcoming it, was irresistible. Fancy blew a pretty kiss at her. "No man would know enough to say thing as nice as that. Would he?" But I'm afraid I can't trot in your class, Miss Payson. Why, every man in the room has been watching you all the evening. I really ought to sit beside Mrs. Maxwell, though, to show her off. It takes these brunettes to make me look outclassed, doesn't it? I used to be a brunette myself, but I reformed. Mr. Kiley, you may hold me on, if you like, and remember, when I kick you under the table it's a hint for you to say something about my hands. She laid them on the tablecloth ingenuously. Clytie took one up and showed it to Mrs. Maxwell. Did you ever see a prettier wrist than she said, it's charming. I'm afraid she'd never be able to wear my gloves. Fancy smiled good-temperedly. That second finger is supposed to be %, she said, looking at it reflectively. It's queer that the fourth one hasn't a diamond on it. Mrs. Maxwell suggested amiably. It's only because I hate to fry my own eggs. I never could learn to play on the cook stove. My dear, you'll never have to do that, said Clytie. No man would be brute enough to endanger such a complexion as you have. Fancy rubbed her cheek enough to raise a blush on. Has it worn off yet? Wish you could make me do it again, I'd rather wear a good no-s blush than a silk-lined skirt. The third lady at the table was thin and dark, a piquant, sharp-featured girl, with a dancing devil in her eyes. She had been watching Fancy with an amused smile. Elle thought I'd seen you before, she said. Now I remember. You're the young lady at Granthorpe's, aren't you, my tag? Suppose I am entered for a regular freak but seen you. 2. Miss Dean. Once Miss Dean hastened to say, Mr. Granthorpe's a wonderful palmist, isn't he? He has told me some extraordinary things about myself. She held out her hand. Do tell me what you think about my palm, please. But Fancy refused. Oh, I don't want to make enemies, just as we've begun to break the ice. Everyone would be jealous of other, if I told you what I saw. Besides, I ought to be drumming up more trade for Mr. Granthorpe. How long have you been with him? Kiley asked. Oh. About 5 years. Clytie bit her lip. Granthorpe himself had said too. He has been fortunate to have such an able assistant as you, she said. Oh. Frank's been my 5 good to me. I owe him everything. Fancy said it almost aggressively. Kiley caught Clytie's eye, and he smiled. Well, Blanchard, she said, disregarding his hint. Am I in your list of LM probabilities? You're easily first. You certainly have surprised me. Heretofore Mrs. Maxwell, as chaperone of the party, had been the star, but now Clytie, with her intuitive grip on this human complication, established Fancy as the guest of honor. She drank Fancy's health, and Fancy's smile became more opulent and irresistible. She kept Fancy's quick retorts going like firecrackers. She manipulated the conversation so that it came back to Fancy at each digression. She put Fancy Cray in the center of the stage and kept her there in the calcium till her buoyant spirits soared. Drink with Fancy, cried Fancy Gray, and the company, Mrs. Maxwell included, did her honor. Drink with Fancy, she pleaded again, with a pretty infantile pout, and Clytie knocked glasses with her every time. Drink with Fancy, she repeated, and Kiley drew closer. It did not. Apparently, dawned Clytie, she had accepted Fancy Gray as Fancy Gray had accepted her, and she did not withdraw an inch from her position. The talk ran on, with Fancy always the center of interest. Her sallies were original, brisk, and often witty. Fancy's brain grew more agile and more bold. Also, her glances played more softly upon Blanchard Kiley. He made the most of them, with an eye on Clytie, awaiting her look of protest. But it did not come. About them the revelry still continued amidst the clattering of knives and forks and dishes. Course after course had been brought on and removed by the hurrying, overworked waiters. Once, a madcap couple arose to dance a cake walk up and down between the tables. Of the group of 8 singers in the corner, 3 had fallen into a mild stupor, 3 were affectionately maudlin, still mirthful, sang noisily. Pounding upon the table, by and threes, parties began leave. There was a popular song swinging through the mom, accented by tinkling glasses, when Fancy reached out her left hand, and took Clytie's. "I must be going now, good night." Clytie held the hand. "Oh, must you? Wait and let us put you on your car, anyway." "No, I'll drift along, I can take care of myself, all right." She stopped, and, with her head slightly tilted to one side, looked Clytie in the eyes. "What did you go to Granthopes for?" she asked. Clytie began to colour, faintly. She seemed, at first, at a loss to know how to reply. Fancy prompted her. "For a reading, of course, but what else?" "I don't know," said Clytie seriously. "Really I don't." "That's what I thought," said Fancy. Then her troubled brow cleared, and she turned to Kylie. "Il must say my," she said. "You came to the scratch nobly. I hope it wasn't all Miss Paysan's prompting, though." "Next time I hope I'll be able to bring you," he answered. "I'm sorry I can't take you home now." "Who said I was going home?" As she smiled, then she looked at him, too, and spoke to him with a variation of the quizzical tone she had used toward Clytie. "I don't know what there is about you that makes such a hit with me. What is it?" "Say I have the evil eye," he replied. She laughed. "That's it, I thought it was something nice." Then she rose and bowed debonairly to Mrs. Maxwell and Miss Dean. "Good night, ladies. This is where I disappear. I'm afraid you've impregnated me with social aspirations. Watch for me at the Fortnightly." The collarless youth stretched a glass toward her in salutation and sang, "Goodbye, Dolly Gray." There was a burst of laughter that drew all eyes to Fancy G. Ray. Kylie held her coat for her, and as she turned to him with thanks, a sudden mad impulse stirred her. She audaciously put up her lips to be kissed. He did not fail her. The ladies at the table looked on, catching breath, stopping their talk. A waiter, passing, stood transfixed. Everyone watched, then a cheer broke out and a clapping of hands all over the restaurant. Fancy Gray bowed to her audience with dignity, as if she were on the stage. Then, with a comprehensive nod to her entertainers, she passed demurely down the aisle between the tables. Every eye followed her. At the counter she turned her head to see Blanchard Kylie still standing by his place. She came hurriedly back as if drawn by some magic spell, blushing hotly, with a strange 100K in her eyes. She looked up at him as a little girl might look up at the father. The room was hushed. It was too much for that audience to comprehend. The act had almost lost its effrontery. The audacity had become, somehow, pathos. Fancy walked like a somnambulist, her eyes wide open, staring at Blanchard. He had turned paler, but stood still, with his gaze fastened upon her, yelling, characterish Kai, in a new sensation. The ladies in his park did not speak. Nobody spoke. The room was like a well-governed school at study hour, every eye fixed upon Fancy Gray. Whatever secret emotion it was that drew her back, it was for its moment compelling. Casting out every trace of self-consciousness, she seemed to show her naked soul. She reached him, and again he put his arms about her and kissed her full on the lips. Again the tumult broke forth. In that din and confusion she slipped back to the door. There was another hush. Then the crowd gasped audibly and tongues were loosened in a of exclamations. With a cry, someone pointed to the window. There stood Fancy Gray, pressing through the glass, histrionically, one last kiss to Kylie, and disappeared into the night. Half a dozen men jumped up to follow her, and turned back to account for a new silence that had abruptly fallen on the room. Blanchard Kylie was still standing. He had snatched a wine glass from the table, and now, with a silencing gesture, He held a tab of his head. He was perfectly calm, he had lost nothing of his usual elegance of manner. Don't know who she is, but there's to her, he called out to the roomful of listeners. Bottoms up, everybody. He drank off his toast. Glasses were raised all over the room. Men sprang upon their chairs, put one foot on the table and drank fancy phrase health, then the crowd yelled again. In the confusion Mrs. Maxwell leaned to Clytie. Don't know, my dear, whether I'll dare to chaperone you here again. She herself was as excited as anyone there. Frankie Din's thin lips curled in a sneer. Oh, they call this Bohemia, don't they? Did you ever see anything so cheap and vulgar in your life? I feel positively dirty, watched for Clytie's answer. Came with a jet of she exclaimed, don't you see it's real? It's real. It isn't the way we care to do things, but they are all alive and human, every one of them. Bah! It's all a pose. They are pretending they are devilish eyes fired. So, there's a live person in each of them, they are just as real as we are. I never understood it before. Look under the surface of blood, it's San Francisco, said Kylie, that explains everything. Oh, this town? He sat down shaking his head, the old patron bustled excitedly through the room. Take 8 foot off the table. Take 8 foot off the table, he protested. You spoil the tablecloth, you break 8 dishes. I don't like that. Get down, you. Get down. Chapter 6. Sighed Mrs. Chenoweth. Maxwell would be very glad to see Mr. Francis Granthorpe next Friday evening at 9 o'clock for an informal Chinese costume supper, kindly arrive masked. This invitation marked a climacteric in Granthorpe's social career. It was supplemented by an explanation over the telephone that left no doubt in the mind of the palmist as to the genuineness and friendliness of its cordiality. He had appeared already at several assemblies of the smarter set and had, by this time, a considerable acquaintance with the fashionable side of town. Of the information thus acquired he had made good use in his business. He had always gone, however, in his professional capacity as a paid entertainer, and no matter how considerately he had been treated, the fact that he was not present as a guest had always been obvious. He was in a class with the operatic star who consents to sing in private and maintains her delicate position of unstable social equilibrium with sensitive self-consciousness. In his rise from obscurity, at first, he had been pleased with such invitations, seeing that they brought him money and an increasing fame. He was sought after picturesque and personable character, women evinced a fearful delight in his presence, they treated him sometimes as if he were a handsome highwayman, tame to drawing-room amenities, sometimes as they treated those mysterious Hindus in robes and turbans who occasionally appeared to prate of esoteric faiths in the salons of the Illuminati. Granthorpe's sense of humour and his cynical view of life had, so far, been sufficient to pre-sow his equanimity at the threshold of fashionable society. His equivocal position was tolerable, for he knew well enough what a sham the whole game was. And how artificial was the social position which permitted a woman to snub him or patronize him in public, and did not prevent her following him up in private. He had seen ladies raise their at his appearance in the Urn edition, who had visited him for a chance to talk to him with astonishing egotism. There was a strain in him. However, the heritage of some unknown answers-by, that since meeting Miss Payson, began to give him more and more discomfort in the presence of such company. He had risen above the level of the mere professional entertainer, and had become fastidious. Clytie had met him upon terms of equality. Her frankness had nattered him, and her implied promise of friendship was like the opening of a door which had, hitherto, always been shut to him. Mrs. Maxwell's bid, therefore, was a distinct advance, and he welcomed it, not so much because it unlocked for him a new sort of recognition, as that it furthered the game he had in hand. He could scarce have defined that game to himself. He was playing neither for position nor money nor power, His sport was perhaps as purely intellectual as that of chess, a delight in the pitting of his mind against others. Mrs. Maxwell, with the tact of a woman of sensibility, had made it plain to him that he was invited for his own sake, upon terms of hospitality, as a lion. Yes, she could not deny that she confessed that she wished to tell people that he was coming, but he would not be annoyed by requests for entertainment. With another, he might have suspected that this was only a subterfuge to avoid the necessity of paying him his price, but Mrs. Maxwell's character was too well known to him for that possibility to be entertained. He set himself, therefore, to obtain a costume for the affair at of increasing prosperity known to Americans as the shop of Chu Hing Lung and Company, with the assistance of the affable and discerning Li Go Ball, the only Chinese in the quarter who seemed to know what he required. Granthorpe selected his outfit, a costume of the character worn by the more prosperous Ma-chant class of Celestials. Granthorpe had fitted up the room next beyond his studio for a bedchamber and sitting room. Access to it being had through the heavy velvet arras concealing the door between the two apartments. The place was severely masculine in its appointments and order, but bespoke the tasteful employment of considerable money. Here he had his library also, for since his earliest youth he had been a great reader. Prominent on its shelves were many volumes of medical books, and, to offset this sobriety, the lives and memoirs of famous adventurers of Histoti, Casanova, Cagliostro, Finestra, Abbe-Phobos, Benvenuto Cellini, Salvator Rosa, Chevalier d'Eon. A massive Jewish 7-branch candlestick illuminated the place this evening, splashing with yellow lights the carved gilded frame of a huge oval mirror, glowing on the belly of a bronze vase, enriching the depths of color in the dull green walls, smoldering in the warm tones of the great Persian rug on the floor, wrinkling upon the polished surface of the heavy mahogany table in the center-off room. Beauty was concentrated chiefly upon the gorgeous oriental hues where his Chinese costume was flung, flaming upon the couch. There the colors were commingled as on an artist's palette, cold steel blue, pale lemon yellow, olive green that was nearly old gold, lavender that was almost pink in the candlelight, a circle of red inside the cap, and nashes of pale cream-colored bamboo paper here and there. He had already put on the silken undershirt, a costume in itself, with its straight falling lines and complementary colors. Fancy Gray was helping him with the other garments, enjoying it as much as a little girl dressing a doll, trying on each article herself first and posing in it before the mirror. First, she wrapped the bottom of his lavender trousers about his ankles, over white cotton socks, tying them close with the silk bands, carefully concealing the knot and ends as Go Ball had instructed him. She held the black boat-shaped satin shoes for him to put on. She tied about his waist the pale yellow sash so that both ends met at the side and hung together in two striped party-colored ends, then the short padded jacket, and over all this the long, steel blue, brocade silk robe, cotton at the waist with a cord belt, lastly the olive green coat patterned with brocade mons containing the swastika, and with long sleeves almost hiding the tips of his fingers. Upon its gold bullet-shaped buttons she hung the tasseled spectacle case and his ivory snuff box. "Oh, Frank, I forgot," said Fancy, as she paused with his wig of horsehair eked out with braided silk threads, in her hand. Lucy was here today. Granthorpe was at the mirror, disguising himself with a long, drooping moustache and thin goatee. He put down his bottle of liquid gum and turned to her. "What did she say?" "Why, she said she didn't have time to wait, and didn't want to tell me anything." "Why didn't she write?" "Said she was afraid to. You're to manage some way to see her tonight, if you can. And she has a tip for H.M. Granthorpe, with Fancy's assistance, drew on the wig, and clapped over his black satin skullcap with its red coral button atop. Then he paused again reflectively. "It must be something important. If I can only get hold of some good scandal in this 400 crowd I can have some fun with M. L should be afraid to trust these ladies' maids. they might give you away any time, and then where'd you be? That would be a pretty good scandal, itself. Fancy shook her head. Aren't they all in love with me? He said, smiling grimly. Fancy looked dubious. That's just the trouble. Hell'th no fury like or Oman Grant H. Pay now laughed outright. Fancy, when you get literary you're too funny for words. She bridled, stuck out her little tongue at him, and walked into the front office, where she sat down to attend to some details of her own work. At last she finished her writing and went to the closet to put on her hat and jacket. Oh, Frank, she called out. Yes, Fancy. You don't think I'm jealous, do you? Yes, he laughed. She appeared at the doorway and called again, Mr. Granthorpe. He was busy, and did not answer. Mr. Granthorpe. He looked up, see her put her thumb to her with a playfully derisive gesture, such as gamins use. He put his head back and laughed, then she looked at him seriously, saying, When I am, you'll never know it. I'm not afraid of ladies' maids. When you really get into your own class it will be time enough for me to worry. But I wish you wouldn't use those girls. They are all cats, and they'll scratch. She was standing before the mirror inside the closet door, with her hat pin between her lips, adjusting her toque to the masses of her russet hair, when there came a knock at the hall door. She looked round and raised her eyebrows. Then, after closing the antennes ZNN of the studio, she called, Come in. Madame Spall, in a black silk gown covered with a raglan, entered. She wore a man's small, low-crowned, derby hat trimmed with a yellow bird's wing. How do you do, said Fancy, not too cordially. Good evening, Madame Spall panted, then, as her breath was spent with climbing the stairs, she dropped into a chair and gasped heavily. Fancy went on with her preparations without further attention to her visitor. Frank in, was Madame Spall's query as soon as she could breathe. Meaning Mr. Granthorpe, said Fancy airily. You know who I mean well enough, was her pettish reply. Oh. Do I? And Fancy, her costume now in readiness for the street, walked jauntily into the anteroom and knocked at the door. Madame Spall is here to see you, she called out. Just a moment, he answered. Fancy, pulling her jacket behind, wriggling, and smoothing down her skirt over her hips, walked to the window and cast a glance out. Then she slammed the drawers of her desk, put a hairpin bed in the leaves of her novel, straightened her pen holders on the stand, stopped at a red ink bottle, and marched out without looking to the left or to the right. Madame Spall glared at her in silence till she had gone, and then, with an agility extraordinary in so stout a woman, she sprang to the closet, opened the door and picked up an envelope lying on the floor. It had been opened. She took the letter out, gave it a hurried glance and then returned to her seat. Stuffing the paper up under her basque, the letter was short enough for her practiced eye to master the contents almost at a glance. Itran, my dear Mr. Hope, you didn't take offence at my frankness the other day. If I was candid, don't misinterpret it, and my in you time I may explain it more intelligently, but for the present believe me to your friend, Klein Payson. Granthorpe came out after she had concealed the note. He was fully dressed and almost unrecognizable in his costume. He walked gracefully, with the light-footed stride of a mandarin, and saluted her with mock gravity. Madame Spall stared at him with her mouth open. For a moment she did not appear to know him. Then she chuckled. For the land's sakes! What hurry are you up to now, Frank? Doing the Chinese stunt? And pouted. He laughed at her surprise. No, I'm doing society, he explained. Do em good, then. Lord, you are butting in this time, ain't you? I wouldn't know you from a Samyup highbinder on a Chinese New Year in that rig. What is it, a fancy dress ball at the Mechanics' Pavilion? Worse than that, he laughed. This is a private supper party in costume and I am a guest. Lord, you are getting on, for fair. You ain't been conning them swell girls for nothing, have you? And, to be frank with you, I always thought you was after something very different. Was kind of afraid they'd spoil you, too. It's a good graft, Frank, and if I can do anything to give you a lift, just say the word. Thanks, he said dryly, taking a seat in front of her and pulling his long sleeves up to his wrist. She kept her eyes upon him, as if fascinated by the gorgeousness of his costume, seemingly a little in fear of his elegant manners as well. Then she broke out, pettishly, "Say, Fancy's getting pretty fresh, seems to me. She's a very different girl from what she was when she used to play spook for us." She was glad enough once to be polite, butter wouldn't melt in her mouth them days. "Oh, you mustn't mind Fancy, she's all right when you get used to her. She's pretty, if she is sassy," the medium acknowledged. "I can hardly, Frank. You find a good use for her. She seems be pretty fond of you." Granthorpe scowled. "Never mind about her. She's a great help to me here, and I like Bet, that's enough for you. You didn't come here to talk about Fancy Grey. Elle should think your ladies would object, though," the medium pursued. "It looks kind of funny, don't it? She stays here pretty late, it seems to me, if anyone was to notice it. Some ladies don't like that sort of thing, they get jealous. Fancy's too pretty by half, be about all about Fancy Grey. Suppose we change the very good then, we'll change it to another girl that's as pretty. How would Miss Payson do to talk about?" "What about her?" "A whole lot about her. How are you getting along with her, for the first thing?" Granthorpe smiled with an air of satisfaction, but contented himself with remarking, "Oh, I am getting on all right. I can attend to my own end of the game, thank you. I've handled women before. More ways than one, eh? She's not that kind. Don't you believe it?" "Then what, for the Lord's sake, you doing with her?" Madame Spole gave her words a playful accent that resented. Then she added, more seriously, "Frank, dear, no, I believe you could marry that girl. If I have changed yourself enough to like that kind, you might go farther and fare worse. She'd give you a good stand-in with the Western edition, too. And we might help you out a bit, who knows? I can see all sorts of things in it. Just as it stands, Elle haven't begun to think of anything like that," he replied carelessly. "Of course not, I know well enough what you was thinking of. But you take my advice and don't spoil a big thing for a little one. Work her easy and you can land her. Tie's better a good sight than playing with her in your usual way." He rose and walked to the window and icedked out, vaguely annoyed. He turned, in a moment, to ask, "Has the old man made a will?" "D'you mean to say you ain't found that out yet?" "Lord, Frank, you are getting slow, I don't know. I ain't commento that yet. Beauty ain't, I'll see that does make one, and that's where I can look out for your interests." There was a slight sneer on his face. "Oh, don't trouble yourself. I've my own system, you know. I haven't made many breaks yet. Lie's likely that I can help you more than you can me. That reminds me, you might take these notes. It's about all I have got from the girls so far. They may come in handy." He went his desk, took a of cards from a tin box in the top drawer, and handed them to Madame Spole. She looked them over interestedly, much obliged. "HM. So she thinks she's a psychic, does she? They might be something in that. Supposed to be engaged to be, Kylie. Well, you'll have to fix him, won't you? Father writing a book, ah. That's just what we want. Say, that's great, me and Vixley will work that book, don't you worry. Wears a ring with Clytie inside. Turquoises. Mole on left cheek. Goes to Mercantile Library 3 to 5, sundial with doll buried under it. That's funny, I wish it was papers, or something important. I don't see what we could do with a doll, do you? Still, you never can tell. All's generally fish that comes to my net. I've known stranger things than dolls. Making a birthday present of a hand-bound volume of what? Montaigne. What's that? Say, what's this about Madame Grant, a NYVVA? He turned to her and held out his hand for the card, now distinctly impatient. Don't know, that is, I forgot I put that there's nothing there that will help you. I guess, you'd better let me have it back, after all. It's chiefly about Miss Payson. Anyway, and that isn't your business. Madame Spole refused to return the card. Instead, she tucked it into the front of her dress, saying, "Oh, I don't know. You never know what may be useful, it's well to be prepared. See here, understand that you're to keep your hands off Miss Payson," said Granthorpe with emphasis. "She's my game. Do what you like with the old man, but leave me alone, that's all. Don't you fret yourself about that. Ain't we worked together before, for gracious sakes? I guess I can mind my own business." The palmist walked over to the fireplace, stood leaning against the mantel and kicked the fender meditatively. Somewhat disturbed by Madame Spole's presence, he had seen Miss Payson only twice, yet he had already come to the point where he was annoyed to hear her so cold-bloodedly discussed, and his own heartless notes quoted. Even less could he enjoy thinking of so fine and delicate a creature in the toils of Vixley and Spole. No, she was for his own plucking. She was a quanwhy well worth his chase. To share his plans with such vulgar plotters seemed to cheapen the prize, to rub off the bloom of her beauty and charm. He would play a more exquisite, a more subtle game. It would not do, however, to break with the mediums. They were still useful to him, in spite of his assertion of independence. They knew, besides, altogether too much about him for him to dare to kindle their resentment. If Madame Spole had noticed his detachment, she did not show it. She self had, evidently, been thinking something over, and now she interrupted his meditation. "Say, Frank, about that old Madame Grant. Now, wasn't so old, was. How'd you know she wasn't?" He covered his mistake as well as he could with, "I've heard she was a young woman, not more than 30, when she died. Well, it's so far back it seems as though she must have been old. You know, I fished a little with what you give me about her and Payson, putting that together with what Lulu Ellis got, I believe I can work him." "Funny you happened on that bit. Did the Payson girl tell you?" "Oh, I got it, she let it tootin' away, you know." Madame Spole chuckled. "Lord, they tell us more than we ever tell them. Don't they? But I was saying, I wish I could find out more about that little boy Madame Grant used to keep. I wonder, was he her son, now? Suppose you might find out something if you looked up the files of the Chronicle." "That's a good idea. I'll do it. Do you know what year it was?" 1871. "How do you know?" He walked away from her carelessly, replying, "'Tis the idea I got of it about that Frank," she said. "Ain't you ever got any clue to who you are, yet?" "Never got any hint at all." "Never? Why don't you go to some real sure enough psychic? They might help. I've known 'em to do wonderful things." Granthorpe gazed at her and laughed loud. "You?" was all he could say. She drew herself up. "Yes, me. Sure, why you don't think I consider they ain't no genuine ones, even if I do fake a little, do you? You actually believe there's a medium alive that can tell such things?" "I'm positive of it. Why, when I begun, I give some remarkable tests myself. I used to get names, sometimes, but there are straight ones, not here, maybe, Butte, New York. You could send a lock of your hair." He went up to her and clapped his hand on her shoulder, still laughing. "You're beautiful, my dear, you're positively beautiful." She turned a surprised face to him. "What in the world do you mean?" He shook his head and walked away. Preserve your illusions. It's too wonderful. I'll be believing in palmistry, next I'll believe myself in love, after that and then, I'll believe I'm honest, dignified, honorable, modest. His tone grew, word by word, more hard and cynical. Then he turned to her with a whimsical expression. So you believe I've no time to talk nonsense any longer, she exclaimed, rising obviously. Elle can't make you out at all. Frank, sometimes you're practical as insurance and sometimes you're half bughouse, maybe it's them clothes. She regarded him carefully. He bowed to her with mock courtesy, spreading his fan. Lord, you do look like a fool in that Chinks rig. Have a good time with em, but keep your eyes and your ears open. She went out. He was about to turn out the electric lights and leave, when he heard a knock at the door. He opened it, and saw the little freckled-faced girl who had come to his office the day he had first met Clytie Payson. He recognized her instantly, but she, seeing him so extraordinarily disguised, drew back in surprise. "Did you want Mr. Granthorpe?" he asked. "Yes." She finally made him out, but still gazed at him, somewhat frightened. Her face was bloodless. "Come in," he said kindly. "I'm Granthorpe. You'll have to excuse this costume." He set a chair for her, but she stood, timidly regarding him. "I'm awfully afraid I'm bothering you, Mr. Granthorpe, coming so late. I know ought to have come in your office hours, but he possibly get off, and I did want to see you awfully. I suppose you could help me a little, now? I thought you might be able to. You said such wonderful things when I was here before, and I just can't stand it not to know, and I don't know what to do." "Do sit down. Tell me what's the matter, my dear." She crept into a chair, and sat with nervous hands, staring at him. "Why, don't you remember?" She gazed at him in alarm. "Oh. I've depended so on what you said, it's all that kept me going. Just pardon me a moment, please." He went to his desk drawer and began to fumble over his card catalogue. "I have a memorandum to make, then I'll talk to you." He came to the card, and made a penciled note and glanced it over. Then he returned to her and sat down. "Now tell me all about it," he said gravely. "I'll remember perfectly, of course. Bill was in the Philippines, wasn't he? You hadn't heard from him for some time, and you were expecting him home on the next transport." She sat limply huddled in her chair, gazing at him through her sad eyes. "He did come back. I couldn't meet the boat. I missed him. And now he's gone. He didn't let you know where he went?" "Oh, Mr. Granthorpe, it's too awful. I can't bear it, but I could stand anything if I could only find him. You must find him for me." "I'll do what I can, my dear. Your hand shows that it will all come out for the best. I wouldn't worry, but you don't tell you how bad it," she moaned. "Thought you might know, he was wounded in a battle. But he came back." "Yes." Then she burst into a hurried torrent of words. "He didn't want me to know. He was shot in the face, his nose was shot off. It's awful. Some of the men told me about it. Bill was ashamed to have me see him. He tried to make me think he wasn't in love with me anymore, so I'd go away. But I knew better. Bill's so proud, Mr. Granthorpe, you don't know how proud he is. He'd rather leave me than make me suffer. But what do I care for his nose being gone? Why, Bill's a hero. He had more nerve than Hobson, anyway. Just because he was the only man in his company that dared to go through a swamp, under fire, to save his lieutenant, and he brought him in on his back, Bill did. Why, Bill's father was killed at Antietam, but Bill's luck was a heap worse than that. He has to live without a face and be despised and sneered at because he did his duty. Oh, if I can only find him, I'll give him something that will make him forget. Don't I love him all the more for it?" He's tried to sacrifice his whole life and happiness only for me, just to save me from suffering when 100k at him. Do you know many men who do that for a girl? I don't. She broke down and sobbed convulsively. The story seemed Granthorpe like a scene from a play, and his inability to comfort her smote him while she fought to restrain her tears. And you can't find out where he is? No, the company was mustered out, and Bill just naturally disappeared. Nobody knows where he is. I've asked all his officers, and all the men I could find. He took her hand and at it soberly for a moment. It will all come out right, my dear, you trust me. There's your line of fate as clean as a string. I see trouble in it. But only for a little while. You'll be married, too. You must have patience and wait, ties all. Suppose come back and see me in a week or so, and tell me if I've heard any news of him. Meanwhile, I'll see what I can find out myself. There's a cross in your hand, that's a good sign. Bill still loves you, and he won't let you suffer long. He felt the pitiful emptiness of his words, but he had been too affected by her narrative to give her the smooth banalities that were always ready to his tongue. She got up and looked at him through her tears. You have helped me, Mr. Granthorpe. Somehow I knew you could. I'll be in again sometime. How much is it, please? My dear girl. When you come again, you can thank the young lady whom you saw here before. Don't thank me. She looked at him silently, then she took his hand and shook it very hard. You mean that lady with red hair who sits at the desk? I liked her when I saw her. She was nice to me. Is she Mrs. Granthorpe? Granthorpe shook his head and smiled. The girl blushed at her indiscretion. Kind of thought she seemed to be, well, fond of you. I mean, the way she looked at you, I didn't know but what you were married. I hope you'll excuse me. She was visibly confused, and evidently had said much more than she had intended. Dear Granthorpe replied. Far too good for the girl shook her head slowly. As she rose to go, a smile struggled to her face as if, for the first time, she noted the incongruity of the palmist's costume. Then, with a grateful look she went out, as soon as he had left. Granthorpe sat down at the desk and wrote a note upon a memorandum pad. It read, FANC tomorrow morning please go down to the ticket office at the ferry, and see if I can find out where a soldier, with his nose shot off, bought a ticket to. About 10 days ago. He rose, yawned, stared thoughtfully at the cast, for a few moments, then snapped his fingers and walked to the window. His cab was waiting. He went downstairs, got into the vehicle and drove off. The Maxwells lived at Presidio Heights, in one of the newer residences of the aristocratic Western Addition, a handsome brick house decorated with Romanesque fantasies in terracotta, behind a bronze rail guarded by heraldic griffins. Granthorpe walked up under the lantern-hung awning 5 minutes before the hour and was shown to a room upstairs. Here there were several men waiting and accosting their garments. All but one were in Chinese costume. This was a fat, red-faced man, with a white mustache. He was in evening dress, and kept exclaiming, won't make a damned fool of myself for anybody. It's all nonsense. Hugh was obviously embarrassed at being the only nonconformist. Solly Maxwell, arrayed in a magnificently embroidered Chinese office Euro summer uniform, a 10,113 flounced robe, with the imperial dragons and their balls of fire, the rainbow border and the all-over cloud pattern, was helping the men to dress, chaffing each of them in turn. He was middle-aged and prosperous-looking, typically a man's man and hail fellow well met despite his immense fortune. He greeted Granthorpe cordially, without thin-tough patronage, and introduced him to the others. Of Ngo, Keith and Fernigan, Granthorpe had heard much. They were the pets of a certain smartish social circle, in virtue of their cleverness and wit. They were of the kind who habitually do stunt and were always expected to make the company merry and informal. Keith was a tall, wiry, flap-eared, smiling fellow, made up as a Chinese stage comedian, with his nose painted white. Negan. Short, stout rotundity, almost bald, with spectacles, and a round, Irish face, was dressed in woman's costume, headdress, earrings, green coat and pink silk trousers. He was naturally droll, a wag at all times, and his whimsical way constantly approached a shocking limit but never quite reached it. He was speaking a good parody of the Cantonese dialect to his partner, and making eccentric gestures. Both he and Keith greeted Granthorpe with mock gravity, addressing him in pidgin English. Granthorpe answered with what spirit he had, and, taking his place at the mirror, placed upon his nose an enormous pair of blue glass spectacles, horn-rimmed. They disguised him effectually. As he left the room, a man with a pointed, reddish beard entered, dressed in long flowing robes of plum-coloured silk. Granthorpe caught the greeting, "Hello, Blan," and with curiosity to see the Mr. Kiley of whom he had heard so much. He did not, however, wait to be introduced, but passed on. The great reception room downstairs presented one of the most beautiful, as well as one of the most original of San Francisco interiors. It was entirely of redwood, panels 6 feet in width all round the walls extending up to a narrow shelf supported by court brackets. The low studded ceiling was broken by oftenly adzed beams, carved tastefully at the ends. A feature of reception room was a wide fireplace of terracotta surmounted by a mantel, consisting of at least a dozen combined mouldings, each member of which showed a striking individuality of detail. The place was illuminated by side brackets in the form of copper sconces. Granthorpe entered, quite at his ease, with a long, swinging, heel-and-toe stride that comported well with his costume. There were already some half-dozen persons sitting about the room, most of whom seemed afraid to talk for fear of disclosing their identity, or perhaps a little too self-conscious in their garish arraignment. The silence, if it had not been painful, would have been absurd. Granthorpe looked in vain for any sign of his hostess' presence, and then suspecting that she, too, was masked to enjoy the piquancy of the situation, he saluted one of the ladies, sat down beside her and began a conversation. Knowing that few were acquainted with him, he had no need to disguise his voice. He sat on a straight chair semi, as he had seen Chinese actors pose at the theatre, his toes turned out in opposite directions so as to ensure the proper fall of the skirt of his robe, and disclose, through a narrow gap, the splendour of his lavender trousers. His partner answered him in whispers. As he sat talking nonsense gaily, a woman came into the room with so perfect an imitation of the tottering lily walk affected by high-caste Chinese women, that he turned his eyes upon her in delight at her acting. She was of a good height, and her white embroidered shoes, whose heels were placed in the centre of the sole, gave her nearly inches. Her costume was a rainbow of subdued contrasting colours. It was evident at a glance that every garment she wore was old, valuable and consistent with her character of bride. The smoothly coiled rolls of her black wig were decorated by numerous gold ornaments and artificial flowers. Across her forehead was a headdress of gold filigree work and kingfisher feathers. Its ribbon was tied in the back of her head and fell in fanciful ends. She wore 2 coats. The outer was Ophelo Bro, a pastel shade, trimmed with a wide stripe of close blue embroidery and rows of looking-glass buttons. The inner one, shorter, was of blue and black appliqued work in bold, virile pattern. Below this showed her closely pleated skirt of old rose with a panel of gold embroidery in the centre. This, as she walked, revealed occasional glimpses of a pair of full straight green muses trimmed with horizontal stripes, and a flash of white silk stockings. Necklaces she had in profusion, one of jade, one of purple mother of pearl, one of white coral, one of sandalwood, and others in graded sizes and colours. In her right hand she carried a narrow gold paper fan, on her left wrist was a jade bracelet, and, pulled atrough it, a green silk handkerchief with a purple fringe. Her entry made a sensation, as she courtesied gravely to each one in turn. So, playing her part cleverly, she came to Granthope, who arose and greeted her with a dignified salaam. So far they were the only ones who had at all entered into the spirit of occasion, and he did his best to meet her character and play up to her elaborate salutation. He offered his arm, then, and escorted her, with considerable manner, to a long settee. In all this pantomime she had preserved a serious expression. The repressed, almost inanely impassive, set face of a Chinese lady of rank, but when at last she was seated, she turned full upon him and smiled under her mask. The effect upon Granthope was a sudden thrill of overpowering delight. He was deliciously weakened by the revelation. His breath came suddenly, with a swift intake, the blood rioted through his veins. She wore a much wider mask than the others, so that nothing but her mouth and chin was shown. But that mouth was so tempting, with its ravishing, floating smile, and that smile so concentrated in its limitation to a single feature, that it turned his head. The lips were narrow and bright, the blood seemed about to ooze through the skin. The upper one was curved in a tantalizing bow benveen, the drops of soft shadow at the corners. The cleft above seemed to draw her lip a little upward to disclose a line of small, perfect, regular teeth of a delicate, bluish-white translucence, which, parting, showed a narrow rosy tongue. The lower lip was that delicious fraction of an inch lesser than the upper one which, in profile, gave her a touch of youthful, almost boyish, wistfulness. Her round, firm chin showed, from the same point of view, a classic right angle to her throat, where the lines swept down the proud column of her neck, there to swing tenderly outward toward her breast. He could not take his eyes from her, but he had not the will to restrain his staring. The spell was irresistible, he drank her deep and could not get enough. For these whirling moments he was at the mercy of the attraction of sex, impersonal, yet distilled to an intoxicating essence. Had it not been for her mask hiding the upper part of her face, had her eyes corrected this almost with some or with the effect of a more intellectual character, had his glance even been given a chance to wander over equally enchanting components of that expression, he undoubtedly would not have been so moved by the sight of her laughing, tempting mouth. But that, faultlessly formed, exquisitely sexed, whimsically provocative, had for him, with the rest of her face hidden, an original and freshly flavoured delight. In the spectrum of her beauty the violets and blues of her spirit, the greens and orange of her mind were for the nonce inhibited, only the vibrant red rays of her physical personality smote him, burning him with their radiance. But there was, he felt, no malice behind that smile, though it was mischievous. There was nothing wanton there, though in this guise her lips seemed abandoned and inviting. There was, in their flexed contour, in the engaging mobility of the poise, no consciousness of anything sensually appealing. It was, rather, as if he gained some secret aspect of man beneath and behind all conventions of morality, of modesty, and of discretion. So far, indeed, she seemed, in a way, without a personally. She was woman smiling at him. The vision was too much for him. She bent toward him and her lips whispered, "How do you do, Mr. Granthope? Why are you staring so? I thought of course you knew me, but I really believe you don't." Even then he did not recognize her, and was profoundly embarrassed. That he should fail to remember such a mouth as that. He took her hand which had been concealed in her long sleeve and looked at it. She had glued long false nails of celluloid to her little fingers, completing the picture of a Chinese lady of quality. At the first sight of her palm, at the first touch of it, even, he knew her, and, with a rush, a dozen thoughts bewildered him. This was she whom he had been able so to influence, to cajole. He had, in a way, a claim to this comeliness. She had favoured him, had confessed her interest in him. They were, besides, bound by her. He might hope for more of her, perhaps. She was already some weight in his power. He had, at least, the capacity to sway her. She, alluring, delightful, might perhaps be gained, and in some way, won. She had known him at a glance, there was her prescience again, she had welcomed him, in assurance of her favour. What then was possible? What dared he not hope for? A great wave of desire overcame him. Meanwhile he answered, distracted and unready, "You knew me then? I thought I was pretty well disguised." "Oh, you've forgotten how hard it is to deceive me. I should never try it, if I were you. Of course I knew you. I should know you if you had covered your head in a sack." He stammered, and he was not often confused enough to stammer. "I don't know how to tell you how beautiful you are, Miss Payson." She spoke low and slowly, with a wayward inflection. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Then she added, "I scarcely dared speak to you, you are so magnificent." "I would need to be worthy of sitting beside you," he replied, his wits floating, unmanageable. "Did you get my note?" "Yes, I want to thank you for it. I hope you've forgiven me." "Of course, I was only flattered by your frankness. It's so easy to be frank with you," she said. "You see, I'm perfectly myself with you, even in mask. I doubt if any of my friends would know me as I am with you. But I've seen and knew you that I haven't known before. Hence she owes her existence to your presence. But how am I different? Tell me. You take my breath away. You say such charming things to me that it deprives me of the power of rearing you. Anything I could say seems and cheap, you get ahead of me so. Really, you will have to be positively rude to me before I can summon presence of mind enough to say anything gallant." Again her lips curved daintily. Her voice was dulcet. "Then I am afraid I shall never hear any nice things from you." He was reduced, baffled by her suavity. He sought in vain for a fitting return. He had the impulse to take advantage of her courtesy, however, and gratify some portion of his desire to be nearer her. She wore, suspended from the gold top button of her, a red silk tassel with a of silver threads, containing a gold heart-shaped scent bottle. He reached to it and tried to remove it from its place, covering this slight advance jocosely, with the remark, "Is that your heart you have there?" It seems to be pure gold. She did not resent what might possibly have been considered a familiarity, but smiled when she saw that he could not remove the bottle from the meshes. "I'm afraid you won't be able to get a tea that way." There was a touch of playful emphasis in her voice. Their hands met as she assisted him, showing him how to pull up the sliding ring and open the net. At that contact he became a little giddy. The blood surged to her cheeks. She took out the bottle and handed it to him. That moment was tense with feeling. Then she said, as he tried in vain to unstop the little jar, "Can you open it, do you think?" He attempted futilely to open the little heart. "I'm afraid I can't," he said disconsolately. "Won't you help me?" "No, you must do it yourself. There is a way, see." She took it from him and, concealing it in her hand, opened the top and reached it out for him to smell. He whiffed a penetrating perfume, disturbingly pungent, then she withdrew it from him and closed the heart. "May I take it?" he asked. She returned it now, saying, and her smile was more serious than before, "Learn to open it. There is a way." Granthorpe tcdk the heart and tried to master its secret. The room had by this time filled up so that a further tete-a-tete was impossible. Miss Payson was now besieged by maskers and held court where she sat. F. Ernigan. The stout young man with the powdered face, dressed as a woman, was particularly offensive to Granthorpe, and especially so because it could not deny that his antics and sallies were witty. Granthorpe arose therefore, and walked about the room looking for someone whom he might recognize. There was little likelihood of his succeeding had not his professional capacity given him a clue to follow. He passed from one group to another, bowing, gesticulating and joking, as all had now begun to do, keeping his eyes alertly on the hands of different members of assembly. It was not long before he suspected Mrs. Page, and, after reassuring himself by closer inspection, he went up to her. She was as expensively dressed as Clytie, but without Clytie's taste. Mrs. Page's magnificence was barbaric, untamed to any harmony of colour, though effective in its very violence. She had not left her diamonds at home. She blazed in them. Tall, dark, well-formed and deep-breasted. Not even the loosely hanging folds of her Chinese costume could hide the luxuriance with which nature had endowed her figure. She was laughing with abandon, reveling in the freedom of the moment, when Granthorpe touched her on the shoulder and whispered, "Violet." She turned to him and stared, puzzled by his well-disguised face. "Who are you? I'll know more about you than anyone here." She laughed. "No, shall I tell you? Here, for mercy's sake, don't give me in respectable society, please. Come out in the hall where we be eavesdropped." She took his arm energetically and romped him out to the staircase. The masks and costumes had let loose all her folly. She finished in giggles. "Let's go upstairs in the library," she proposed. "We have the run of the house tonight, and nobody'll be there. I want to see if I can't guess who you are." "I haven't the least idea who you are, but I believe you're going to be nice." She tapped him on the cheek playfully with her fan, then picked up her skirts and ran upstairs, giving him a glance of red silk hose. As she went he was still quivering with the excitement of Clytie's smile, still warm from her nearness, still full of her, though he would not share her wholesale glances to her throng of admirers. He was still rapt with the exhilaration her smile had kindled. He still held her little perfumed heart. As he followed Mrs. Page upstairs he smelled again of the gold bottle. The fragrant odour fired him anew. He grew perfervid. Mrs. Page, unmasked, was awaiting him in the library. When they came down 10 minutes later, he made way to where Clytie sat, talling to the gentleman with the reddish pointed beard and plum-coloured garments. Seeing Granthorpe approach, she turned to her companion, saying, "Would you mind getting me a glass of water, Blanchard? This mask is fearfully warm. I hope we won't have to keep them on much longer." Kylie left to obey her and Granthorpe took his place by her chair. She looked up at him quickly, and said, in a low voice, "I'll think you had better give me back my scent bottle, please." A pang smote him. He felt the shock of reproach in her voice, knowing what she meant immediately, though he rallied to say, faint-heartedly, "Why, I haven't learned how to open it yet. I'm afraid you'll never learn." She did not look at him. "What do you mean?" he asked, summoning all his courage. "I thought you had given it to me." She kept her eyes away from him. "If I did, I must ask it back, now." Perturbed as he was by this new proof of her intuition, he refused to admit it. After all, it might have been merely her quick observation. At any rate, he would make another attempt to pit his cleverness against her sapience. "Oh, we only went up to see Mr. Mayville's books. He has a first edition of Montaigne there." He was for a moment sure that she was only jealous. She bent her calm eyes upon him. There was no weakness in her mouth, though it seemed more quelly in its tremulous distress. The upper lip quivered uncontrolled, the lower one fell grieving, as she said, "I'll ask nothing. I wantonly honesty in what you do tell me." This time he was fairly amazed. The hit was deadly. He dared not suspect that she had taken a chance shot. He was too humbled to attempt any denial, knowing how useless it would be in the face of her discernment, yet she had showed nothing more than disapproval or distress. Her reproof could scarcely be called an accusation, and her chivalry touched him. "I don't know what you will think of me," he said. "Oh, I've heard so much worse of you than that," she said. "And it hasn't prevented my wanting to be friends with you. I hope only that you will never misinterpret that friendliness. You don't think me bold, do you? I'll wish you were bolder. You know my capacity yet. But do you understand? It's that feeling, you know, that in some way we're connected, that's all. It's unexplainable, and I know it's silly of me. I'm not trying to impress you. But you are. In answer, she smiled again, and again that flood of delight came over him, rendering him unable for a moment to do anything but gaze at her. Luckily just then Kylie returned with a glass of water. At the same time, the order was given by Mrs. Maxwell to unmask. Clytie drew off her visor immediately. As Granthorpe watched her, felt the quality of his excitement change, transmuted to a higher psychic level, somehow, with her whole face revealed, with her serene eyes shining on him. He was less in the grip of that craving which had held him prisoner. It fled, leaving him more calm, but with a deepened, more vital desire. The completed bovie of her face now thrilled him with a demand for possession, but the single note of passion was rechained to a fuller chord of feeling. The mole on her cheek made her human, and almost attainable. That feeling gave him a new and potent stimulus, as, under his hostess' direction, he offered Clytie his arm into the and took a place beside her. It buoyed him with pride when he looked about at the gaily clad guests and noticed, with a quickened eye, the distinction of her face and air, comparing her with the others. That dreamy, detached aspect in which he had seen her before had given way now to a fine glow of excitement which stirred her blood. How far she responded to his enthusiasm he could not tell. She was, at least, inspired with the novelty of the scene, the gaudy dresses, the warm red lights of monstrous paper lanterns, the odours of burning joss sticks, the table, flower-bedecked and set out with strangely decorated dishes, and the monotonous, hypnotic squeak and clang and rattle of a Chinese orchestra halfway up the stairs. All trace of her annoyance had gone from her now, and that unnameable, untamed spirit usually dormant in her, had retaken possession of her body. She was more jubilantly alive than he had thought it possible for her to be. He dared not attribute her animation to his presence, however, gladly as he would have welcomed that compliment. It was the spell of masquerade, no doubt, that had liberated an unusual mood, emboldening her to show those nimble flashes of gallantry. At any rate, that revelation of her was a piquant subject for his mind to think on. There was an evidence of temperament there which tinctured her fragile beauty with an intoxicating suggestion. It was a sign of unexpected depths in her, a promise of entrancing surprises. For the first time in his life he lacked the audacity to woo a woman boldly. There had never been enough at stake before to make him count his chances. There had been everything to win, nothing to lose. Women had solicited his favour, but there was something different in Clytie's approaches toward familiarity. She spoke as with a right royal and secure suspicion, with a directness which of itself made it impossible for him to take advantage of her complaisance. He was put, in spite of himself, upon his honour to prove himself worthy of her confidence. There was, besides, a social handicap for him in her assured position. He could see what a place she held by the treatment she received from everyone, while he was in his novitiate at such a gathering. Newly called there, his standing still questionable. But most of all, to make their powers unequal, was his increasing fear of her as an antagonist with whom he could not cope intellectually. He, with all his clever trickery and his practical knowledge of psychology, was like a savage with bow and arrow. She, with her marvelous intuition, like a goddess with a bolt mysteriously and dangerously effective. Already his instinct accepted this relation, but his brain was still stubborn, seeking a refuge from the truth he was to have, even as he sat there with her, another manifestation. Clytie sat at his left hand. Mrs. Page, at his right, had been assigned to the bald, red-faced gentleman with white moustache, who had so profanely requested to make a fool of himself by wearing a Chinese costume. His sprightly, flamboyant partner was ill-pleased with her lot. She proceeded to spread an airy conversational net for Granthorpe, endeavouring to trap him into her dialogue, with such patent art that every woman at the noticed her tactics. Granthorpe, however, shook her off with a smile and a joke, as if she were an annoying Buzzing fly, still she hummed about him, leaving her partner to himself and his food. However clever and willing Granthorpe might have been, ordinarily, at such an exchange of persiflage, it was all he could do to parry her thrusts and at the same time keep up with Clytie. But she, noticing Mrs. Page's game, was mischievous enough. Or, perhaps, annoyed enough, to give the woman her chance and submit to a trial of strength. So, as if to give Granthorpe the choice between them, she turned to her left-hand neighbour, Fernaghan, who, in his female costume, had kept that end of the table, by his wit. From interfering with her, Granthorpe was in a quandary, fearing to be inextricably annexed. Mrs. Page at this moment increased his dilemma by casting a languishing look at him and pressing his foot with hers under the table. All that was flirtatiously adventurous in him boiled up, for Mrs. Page was, in her own way, a beauty, and, as he had reason to know, amiable. He drew away his foot, however, and as he did so, gave a quick inward glance at himself, wondering, and not a little amused, at the change that had taken place in him. Novelty is, in such dalliance, a prime factor of temptation. It was not a lack of novel however, which made her touch unwelcome, for he was, in his relations with the woman, at what would be usually a parlous stage. He had already been gently reproved for his weakness, but it was not the smart of that disapproval that withheld him. He had begun to fear Clytie's vision, yet he was not quite ready to admit her infallible. His self-denial, then, was indicative of an emotional growth. He smiled to himself, a little proud of the accompaniment of its tiny sacrifice. Clytie, turning to him, rewarded him with a smile, and, leaning a little, said under her breath, "I'm so glad that you find me more worth your while." He could but stare at her. Mrs. Page was quick enough to see, if nothing, what had happened. She turned vivaciously to the gentleman in evening dress. Granthorpe exclaimed, "You knew that it is only with you that I can do it." She seemed to be more confused at the incident than he. "I'll know so much more than I ever dare speak of," she added. This did not weaken her spell. She continued, "Do you remember what you said, when you read my palm? About my being willing to make an exaggerated confession of motives, rather than seem to be hypocritical, or unable to see my own faults." He did not remember, he dared not say so. He waited a fraction of a second too long before he said, "Certainly I remember." She looked hard at him and mentally he under her clear gaze. Then her brows drew slightly together with a puzzled expression, as if she wondered why he should take the trouble to lie about so small a matter, but this passed, and she did not arraign his sincerity. "Well, what I want you to know now is that I don't consider myself any better than she is. Do you know what it'll mean? I don't condemn her." "Oh, dear, I'm so inarticulate, I hope you understand," he answered, but he could not help speculating as the definiteness of her perception. She answered his question unasked. "I get things only vaguely. That's one reason why I could not judge a person upon the evidence of my intuition. I couldn't tell you, for instance, exactly what happened between you two just now. I know only that I was disturbed, and that you, somehow, reassured me. But you were more precise about what happened upstairs." He was still at a loss to fix her limitations. "Oh. There I pieced it out a little, shall I confess? I knew you well enough to fill in the picture. I know something of her, too." "Which?" "You're a wizard to make me confess," she replied, brightly shining on him. "I don't often speak. It's usually viewed disagreeable to know so much of people. Indeed, I often combat it and refuse to see. But with you it's different. It's not disagreeable. No, it's disagreeable usually. It makes me feel priggish to mention it, too, but, with you, the impulse to speak is as strong as the revelation itself. That's the strangest part of it." This confession gave him a new sense of power, for he saw that, sensitive as was her intuition, He controlled and appropriated it. It had already occurred to him what splendid use he might make of her, compelling such assistance as she could render. Vistas of ambition had opened to his fancy. For him, as a mere adventurer, her clairvoyance might reinforce his scheming most successfully. With her he could play his game as with a new queen on the chessboard. But he saw now how absurd was the possibility of harnessing her to such projects. He was, in fact, a little dazzled by the prospect she suggested. As he corrected that mistake with a blush for his worldly innocence, he saw what the game with her alone could be, his game transferred from the plane of chicanery to the level of fun, intimate friendship, or even love. He saw how she would play it, how she would hold his interest, keeping him intellectually alive with the subtlety of her charm. So far he had not taken her, he had in the possibility of a love affair. Booth had not even contemplated the possibility of a permanent alliance. As Madame Spoil had said, he had had his pick of women, and each had ended by boring him. Granthorpe, besides, with all his delight in strategy, was modest, and desire for social establishment had not entered into his plans. He had accepted Clytie as one of a different world, desirable and even tempting, but not at all as one who would change either his theory or his mode of life. But now, with a sudden turn, his thoughts turned to marriage with her. Madame words leaped his memory. She had said that it was possible. This idea came as the final explosion of a long, tumescent agitation. He looked at Clytie with new eyes. His ambition soared. The meal went on in a succession of bizarre courses: seaweed soup, shark's fins, duck's eggs, fried goose and roasted sucking pig, boiled bamboo sprouts to birds' nests, and mysterious dishes, with rice, gin and citron wine. The company was rollicking now. Even the gentleman in black evening dress was laughing. And, goaded on by the irrepressible Mrs. Page, had taken a Lal *E crown of gold paper, cut into rich patterns and decorated with coloured trimmings, from its place in the and had set it upon his head. The were covered with of paper costumes, elaborate robes used by the Chinese Tongs in their triennial festival of the dead. They were of all colours, with cut paper or painted in dragon designs with rainbow borders and gold mons. Mrs. Page tore one from the wainscot and wrapped it about her partner's shoulders. Fernigin gibbered a phantom HC allegiance before him. Keith, he off white nose, called for a speech. Over all this mirth the clashing cymbals, the rattling tom-toms and squeaking fagot-stringed fiddles kept up an uncouth AC accompaniment. Granthorpe, so far, had been a quiet observer, but when at Clytie's request he removed his wig and false moustache, he was recognized by Frankie Dean, who sat further up the table. "Oh, Mr. Granthorpe," she cried out, "won't you please read my hand?" Everyone turned to him. Clytie watched him to see what he would do. Mrs. Maxwell, at the head of the table, obviously annoyed at this indelicacy, sought to rescue him. Elle promised Mr. Granthorpe that he wouldn't be asked, she interposed, smiling with difficulty. Almost hours from 10 till 4, Fernigin announced. The guests tittered. Granthorpe arose calmly and walked up to the young lady's side, taking her hand. Then he turned to his sarcastic tormentor. "This is one of the rewards of my profession," he said, smiling graciously. "I assure you I don't often get a chance to hold such a beautiful hand as this." Clytie got a glance across to him, and in it he read her approval. He bent to the girl's palm gravely. "See by your clothes line," he said, "have much and dress well. Your fish line shows that you have extraordinary luck in catching anything you want. There are many victories along your line of march. There is a pronounced line of beauty here. In fact, all your lines are cast in pleasant places. You will have a very good hand at whatever game you play, and whoever is fortunate enough to marry you will surely take the palm." He retired gracefully, followed by laughter and applause, and was not troubled by more requests. Clytie whispered to him, "I'll think you saved yourself with horror. It was a test. But I was sure of you." Mrs. Maxwell, immensely relieved, almost immediately gave the signal for the ladies to leave. After the men had reseated themselves, Heavy Chinese pipes with small bowls were passed about. Most staff guests tried a few puffs of the mild tobacco, and then reached for cigarettes or cigars. As the doors to the drawing room were shut, they drew closer together and began to talk more freely. Blanchard Kiley came over and sat down beside Granthorpe in Clytie's empty chair. He, too, had taken off his wig. His smile was ingratiating. His voice was suave, as he said, "To make you talk shop if you don't care to. Granthorpe, but like to know if I ever heard of reading the character by thumbprints. I don't know exactly what you'd call it, papillomancy, perhaps. I don't think it has ever been done, but I don't see why it shouldn't be," said Granthorpe, amused. "What is necessary to make it a science?" Granthorpe, quicker with women than with men, was at a loss to see what Kiley was driving at. But he suspected a trap, and foresaw his science was to be impugned. He countermined. "Oh, first of all, a classification and a terminology," he suggested. Kiley was caught neatly. He was more ignorant than he knew. "Why don't you classify the markings then? I should think it might be considered a logical development of chiromancy." "One reason is, because they have already been classified by Galton. I've forgotten most of it, but I remember some of the primary divisions. Have you a pencil?" Kiley unbuttoned and threw open his plum-coloured, long-sleeved dun disclosing evening dress underneath, and produced a pencil which he gave Toth palmist. Granthorpe smoothed out his paper napkin, and, as he talked, drew illustrative diagrams upon it. "You see, the identification of thumbprints is made by means of the involution of the and its envelope. One needs only a few square millimeters of area. There are 3 primary nuclei, arches, whorls and loops. Each has variously formed cores. The arch, for instance, may be tented or forked, so the whorls may be circular or spiral. The loops may be nascent, invaded or crested, and may contain either a single or several rods, as they are called. Let me see your thumb, please. You have a banded, duplex, spiral whorl. It was there when you were born. It will be the same in form when you die. Mine is an invaded loop with 3 rods." He saw by Kiley's face that he had scored. Such technical detail was, in point of fact, Kiley's penchant. And he was interested. Granthorpe proceeded. "Almost every distinguishing characteristic of the human body has been used at one time or another for divination or interpretation, as I suppose you." Kiley saw an opening. "But what do you think the reading of homilies, for instance, amounts to, really?" "The reading of them, very little, of course. But the ation of them, a good deal." "Ah," said Kiley, "L thought so. Then you affirm an esoteric basis with regard to such interpretations? You think that a mass of absolute knowledge has been conserved, coming down from no one knows where, I suppose?" "Here are several ways of looking at it," Granthorpe answered him. He threw himself back in his chair and gathered the company in with his eyes. "One theory, as you know, is that palmistry derives its orthography from the fact that the lines are produced by the opening and closing of the hand, originally, at least, the fundamental markings being inherited as our fundamental mental characteristics, and that such alteration of tissue is directly affected by the character. One stamps his own particular way of doing things upon his palm. Using the right hand more is shown there that is individually characteristic. Of course this theory will not apply to the distribution of moles upon the body, but it seems to me that every part of an organic growth must be consistent with the whole, and with what governs it. Everything about a person must necessarily be characteristic of the individual. There are really no such things as accidents, if we accept scars. We recognize that in studying physiognomy, and, to a certain extent, in phrenology. It is suggested less intelligibly in a person's gait, gesture and pose. Everything that is distinctive must be significant, if only we have the power of interpreting it. Of course we have not that power as yet. Palmistry, being the most obvious and striking method, has been more fully developed. A great amount of data has been collected upon the subject, and evilly good palmist is continually adding to that material. But I believe that, to a possible higher intelligence, any part of a man's body would reveal his character, since every specialized partial manifestation of himself must be correlated with every other part, and how else could it be? An experience would draw a man's mental and physical portrait, for instance, from a single toe, as it is possible for a scientist to portray a whole extinct animal from a single bone. I think that there can be, in short, no possible divergence from type without a reason for it, and that reason is the same one that molded his character. But that doesn't explain prognostication of the future. By this time the animus of Kylie's attack had died out. He was now impersonally interested. Oh no, scientific palmist attempts to give more than possibilities. He must combine with the signs in the hands a certain amount of psychology, a knowledge of tendencies of human nature, in order to predict. But, after all, his diagnosis, when it is logical, is as accurate as that of the ordinary physician, and the risk is less serious. How many doctors look wise and take serious chances, or prescribe bread pills? There's guesswork enough in all professions. By this time the OVO had been joined by several others who hung over them in a group, listening. Fernaghan interjected, "That's right. Even Blanchard has to guess what's talking about most of the time." "And you have to guess whether you're sober or not," said Slim Keith with the WH. "When you talk about the probable tendencies of human nature, you don't know way to re up against," said Kylie, retreating. "San Francisco is a town where people are likely to do anything. There's no limit. No predicting for them. They were buying airship stock on the street down at Lotta's Fountain. The last thing I heard. The old gentleman in evening dress, still wearing his Chinese paper crown, took him up enthusiastically. You can be more foolish here without getting into the insane asylum than any place on earth. But you have to be a thoroughbred spiritualist before you can really call yourself Bug House. Said that old man Bennett. You couldn't make anything up he wouldn't believe." "What about him?" said Kylie. "I would like to have him for my collection of fakes." "Oh. He was a furniture manufacturer here. I knew him well. But I forget the details. It was something fierce though, the way they worked him." Granthorpe smiled. "I can tell you something about Bennett," he offered. Happened to hear the whole story nearly at first hand. "Let's have it," Kylie proposed. Granthorpe leaned back in his chair and began, rather pleased at having an audience. "Why, he went to investigating spiritualism and fell into the hands of a man named Harry Wing and a gang of mediums here. They won Bennett over to a firm belief, step by step, till he was the dupe of every ghost that appeared in the materializing circles, which cost him $25 an evening. By the way, one man that helped Wing out, played spirit, pretended to be his dead son, and used to ask him for jewelry so that he could dematerialize it, and then rematerialize it for identification. If Bennett went down to Los Angeles he'd take the same train and turn up at a circle there. Per Quing he was the same spirit by the rings that had been given him up here. Well, Bennett got so strong for it that after a while they didn't bother with cabinets and dark seances. The players used to walk right in the door, then they'd tell him that, as partly materialized spirits, they ought to have dinner to increase their magnetism, and he'd send out for chicken and wine. Finally they got him so they'd point out people on the street and assert that they were spirits. The prettiest test was when they materialized Cleopatra. I've never seen the Egyptian queen, but she certainly wasn't a bit prettier than the girl who played her part. Bennett, as an extraordinary test of her strength, was allowed to take her out o' the Cliff House in a hack. The curtains of the carriage had to be pulled down to keep the daylight from burning her. Oh, Cliff House, what crimes have been committed in thy name? Fernaghan murmured in extension, they made Bennett believe that his influence was so valuable in accustoming spirits to earth conditions, that they were going to reveal a new Bible to him, with all the errors and omissions corrected, and he would go down to posterity as its author. In return, he was to help civilize the planet Jupiter. You see, Jupiter being an exterior planet was behind the Earth in culture. Bennett contributed all sorts of agricultural implements and furniture to be dematerial and sent Jupiter there to be rematerialized and used as patterns. Wing even got him to contribute a $500 carriage for the same purpose. It was sold by the gang for $75, and even when it was shown to Bennett by his friends, who were trying to save him, he wouldn't believe it was the same one. They milked him out of every cent at last, and he died bankrupt. Granthorpe had scarcely finished his stotty when the drawing-room doors were half opened and Mrs. Page appeared on the threshold pouting. "Aren't you ever coming in here?" she exclaimed petulantly. "You might let us have Mr. Granthorpe." At least the men rose and sauntered in, one by one. Granthorpe had but a moment in which to reflect upon what he had done, but in that moment he regretted his indiscretion in telling the Bennett story. He had not been able to resist the opportunity to make himself interesting and agreeable. Now he wondered what price he would have paid for it. The next moment his speculations vanished at the sight of Clytie. He went to her and sat down. Although the party was dispersed in little groups, the conversation had become more or less general, and he had no chance to talk to her alone. He received her smile, however, and she favored him with as much of her talk as was possible. As she sat there, with relaxed grace that was almost languor, she made the other women in the room 100k either negligently lolling or awkwardly conscious. He noticed how some of them showed the fabled Western influence of environment by the frank abandon of to pose, how others held themselves rigidly, as if aware of their own lack, and sought by stern attention, to conceal it. Clytie's head was poised proudly, her hands fell from her slender wrists like drooping flowers, her whole body was faultlessly composed, unified with harmonious lines, as if a masterly portrait were gently roused into life. Furnagin now began, upon request, a Chinese parody, accompanied by a absurd pantomime. Granthorpe could not bear it, and, seeing Clytie still busy with her admirers, slipped out of the room and went up to the library. Mr. Maxwell's books were rare and carefully selected, a treat for such an amateur as Granthorpe. He went from case to case fingering the volumes, opening and glancing through one after another. The pursuit kept him longer than he had intended. There was a smaller room off the library, used as a study and shut off by a portiere. Granthorpe, standing near the entrance, suddenly heard the sound of swishing skirt and footsteps, then the subdued, modulated voices of TWO women. With no intention at first of eavesdropping, he kept on with his perusal of the book in his hand. The first part of the conversation he remembered rather than listened to, but it soon attracted his alert attention. "I'll think it's a rather extraordinary thing, Mrs. Maxwell's asking him, though, don't you?" one of the ladies said. The reply was in a gentle and more sympathetic voice. "Oh, she wanted an attraction, I suppose, and he's really very good looking. You know, he's handsome enough, but he's too much like a matin hero for me, my dear. He's absolutely impossible, really. He's not the sort of one cares to meet more than once. He's beyond the pale. It's rather cruel to ill-white him just to show him off. I think in a way, he had to accept. Oh, I expect he's only too glad to come. I wonder how he feels. Do you suppose he has any idea that's out of his element? It must be strange to be willing to accept an invitation when you know you are, after all, only a sort of freak. Don't worry. A charlatan has to have a pretty thick skin. No doubt he'll make use of all of and his acquaintance. That's his business, you know, he has to advertise himself. No, but every man has his own sense of dignity, and it must be somewhat mortifying. No self-respecting coal heaver would accept such an invitation. His pride would keep him from it. I don't see how a man like that can have much pride." A coal heaver has, after all, a dignified way of earning his living. This man hasn't. His trade can't permit him to be self-respecting. It's more undignified than any honest labour would be. Why, he lives by trickery and flattery, and now he's beginning to toady, too. Just 100k at the way he is after Payson, why she permits it. But she seems to be positively fascinated by him. Isn't it strange how a fine girl like that is usually the most easily deceived? Did you see the way she was looking at him at supper? That told the story. Of course, you'd expect it of Mrs. Page, but not of CLY. Don't you believe it, CLY's no fool, she sees through him. He's interesting, you can't deny that, and you know that a clever man can get about anything he wants in this town. There are too few of them to go round, and so they are all spoiled. But CLY is only playing him. You don't think she's deliberately fooling him, do you? Nonsense. I know CLY as well as you do. She would always play fair enough. Of course, but that doesn't prevent her wanting to study a new specimen, especially one as attractive as Granthorpe. But it won't last long. CM's too honest. It's likely that he'll go too far and take advantage of her, then she'll call him down and dismiss him. Do you think he imagines that he could really, began the other. Oh. He's no fool either, he knows perfectly well where he belongs, but he's working his chances while they last. Granthorpe had been deliberately listening and, as the last words came to his ears, his emotion burst into flame. This, then, was how he was regarded by the new circle into which he had been admitted. He was a curiosity, handsome, but beyond the pale. Even Clytie, it was probable, was willing to amuse herself with him. The illumination it gave him as to his status was vivid, its radiance scorched him. He had never caught this point of view before. He had been too interested in his emergence from obscurity. He had even congratulated himself upon his increasing success. Now he saw that the further he went on that road the away from Clytie he would be. He saw the chasm that separated them. His undignified profession appeared to him for the first time in its truth. The humiliation and mortification of that revelation was sickening. He had not believed that it was possible for him to suffer over anything so keenly. The insults he had received produced, after a poignant moment of despair, an energetic reaction. His fighting instinct was awakened. He had achieved a certain control of himself. He had a social poise and assurance that kindled his mind at the prospect of an encounter. He drew aside the portiere and walked boldly into the little room. Two ladies were sitting there, picturesque in their costumes. Their rainbow-hued garments showed a bizarre blotch of colour in the quiet monochrome of the place. Their faces were whitened with powder, their eyebrows blackened, their lips lined with red. They looked, in the half-light, like fantastic, exotic puerettes. As they caught sight of him they started up with surprise, almost with fear. Granthorpe bowed with a quiet smile, perfectly master of himself. "I want to apologize for having overheard your conversation," he said. "I must confess that I was eavesdropping. My business is, you know, to read character for others, and I don't often have a chance to hear my own so well described. I'm much obliged to you, I'm sure." He had the whip hand now. There was nothing for them to say. They said nothing. Staring at him, their lips parted. He walked through to the door of the and there paused like an actor making his exit from the stage. A cynical smile still floated on his lips. He had never looked more handsome, with his black hair, his clean-cut head, and his fine, deep eyes that looked them where calmly, without haste. His costume imamed him and he wore it well. Now, as he raised his hand, the long sleeve of his olive-green coat fell a little away from his fingers. Below, his lavender trousers gleamed sony. It was a queer draping for his serious pose. It was a strangely figured pair that he addressed as they sat, embarrassed, immovable in their splendid silken garments. He added more gently, with no trace of sarcasm in his smooth voice, "Elle would like to tell you, if it is any satisfaction for you to know, that your operation has been successful. It was rather painful, without the anesthesia of kindness, but I shall recover. I think I may even be better for it, perhaps restored to health, who knows?" Then his smile became enigmatic. He left them and went down the stairs. He made his way to Clytie with a new assurance. Inexplicably to him, some innate power, long in reserve, had risen to meet the emergency. He was exhilarated, as with a victory. She looked up at him puzzled. "I'll wonder if you know what has happened this time," he said. "Oh, if I only did. Something has, you have changed, somehow. Is it an improvement? You know, it is my theory that you're going to—" Oh, she gave up her explanation, her lips quivered. "Well, yes. You have been embarrassed. I'll suppose it was good for my vanity then you have heard something unpleasant. The truth often is. Was it true?" He laughed it off. "It was nothing I mightn't have known." "Then it is for you to make it false, isn't it? If I can think there is nothing you couldn't do if I tried." "There is nothing I couldn't do if I had your help," he answered. For answer, she took the gold heart-shaped bottle from it and handed it to him. "You must learn, but perhaps this may help you. Will you keep it?" He took it and thanked her with his eyes. Then, their dialogue being interrupted, he moved off. He wandered about speaking to one and another for a few moments, gradually drifting toward the hall. As he stood just outside the reception room he glanced up the broad stairs carelessly, thinking of the Tuto ladies to whom he had spoken. He smiled to himself, wondering if they had yet come down. While he was watching, he saw a woman at the top of the stairs, looking over the rail. A second glance showed her to be a servant. She descended slowly, and, in a moment, beckoned stealthily. He paid no attention. She came nearer, and, finally, seeing no one with him, called out to him in a whisper. It was Lucy, Mrs. Maxwell's maid. The moment Granthorpe recognized her, he walked into the parlours again, as if he had not noticed her. Soon after that he paid his farewell amenities to his hostess and went up to where he had left his hat and coat. Lucy was in the upper hall waiting for him. "Mr. Granthorpe," she whispered, "may I speak to you a moment? I have something." "Not no," he said, passing on. She plucked at his sleeve. "I've got a great story," she insisted. He shook his head. "Shall I come down to your office?" "Be quiet," he said under his breath, and went in for his things. She was waiting for him when he emerged. "I'll come down as soon as I can get off," she continued. He shrugged his shoulders without looking at her, and went downstairs. And out. Chapter 7. The weaving of the web. Madame Spole was sitting in her study on Eddy Street, awaiting her victim, when Frances Granthorpe, immaculate as usual, appeared in her doorway. Having been admitted by Spoil, she was in front of the glass, pinning on a lace collar. "Hello, Frank," she said cordially. Looking over her shoulder, "You're a sight for sore eyes. We don't see much of you, nowadays." "I've pretty busy, lately," he answered, sitting down and looking about with an expression of ill-concealed distaste. The stuffy, crowded room seemed more unpleasant than ever, after his evening at the Maxwells'. Madame Spoil seemed more gross. Everything that had been familiar to him had somehow changed. He seemed to have a different angle of vision. It was close and warm, and the air smelled of dust. "You ain't going to forget your old friends, now you've got in with the 400, are you, Frank?" she said earnestly. He pulled out a cigarette case and lit a cigarette. As he struck the match he answered, "Not if they don't meddle in my affairs." He gazed at her coolly as he inhaled a puff of smoke and sent a ring across the room. Madame Spoil's face grew stern. "That's no way to talk, Frank. I've been the same as a mother to you. In times past, ever since you went into business. In fact, it looks like you was getting too good for us. Why, what's the matter now? Oh. You're so standoff, nowadays. He laughed uneasily. You always said I was spoiled. Well, who's spoiling you now? Miss Payson. What do you mean? You know, well enough. Lord. Why don't you come out with it, if's all in the family, ain't it? You've got her on the string, all right, ain't you? I have not. The frown grew deeper in his forehead. She drew a long breath. Well. That means we'll have to begin at the beginning, then, I expect. I had a sort of an idea that you had got her going, and wouldn't he mind saying so, but if you're going to go to work and be mysterious, why, I'll have to talk straight business. She pointed at him with her pug finger. Now, see here, she's been writing to you, anyways. You can't deny that. What makes you think so? Don't think anything at all about it, I know. What do you take me for? A cook? My business know about the peasants, that's very good. Granthorpe looked more concerned. And eyed her suspiciously. There's only one way for you to have found that out, he said. And that reminds me. I want to get house notes I gave you about her when you were up at my place. I didn't keep a copy, and LVE forgotten some off details that'll need. Madame Spole raised her eyebrows, also her shoulders, and made an inarticulate noise in her throat. Funny you need them so bad all of a sudden. Not that they done much good, we've found out a lot for about all we need for the present. Well. I haven't interfered with your game, and I don't see why you should interfere with mine. Only, I'd like those memoranda back, please. His tone was almost peremptory. I'm sorry, but I ain't got 'em. Where are they? Why, I give 'em to Vixley. Granthorpe saw that it was no use to go further. He had, in spite of his precautions, already aroused her suspicions, and so he pretended to consider matter of no moment. Madame Spole, however, was now thoroughly aroused. What I want to know, Frank, is whether you're with us or not. I thought the understanding was that we were to work separately. Separately and together. Mutual exchange and actual profit. For each and for all. We got a mighty good thing in Payson, me and Vixley have, and we propose to work it for all it's worth. It'll be for your interest to come in and help us out. True, you have done something, but now you're lollygagging. So to speak, when you might be making a big haul. Payson's easy, and we can steer the girl your way, through him. He'll believe anything. All we got to do is to say my guides want him to have you for a son-in-law, and the trick is as good as turned. I agree to get him started this afternoon. He's a 10-to-1 shot. I can see that with half an eye. It'll only be up to you to make good with the girl, and Lord knows it'll be easy for you. Now is that straight enough for you? Granthorpe rose and began to pace the floor nervously. He paused to straighten some magazines upon the table, he adjusted a photograph upon the wall, he moved back a chair, then he turned to her and said, don't see how there's anything in this for me. I'm through with all that sort of thing, and I think on the whole, I'll stay out. I'm going in for straight palmistry, and, well, another kind of game altogether. You wouldn't understand it even if explained. Got a good start, and want Madame Spole made a theatrical gesture of surprise. Lord. Frank, who would have thought of you doing the Sunday school superintendent act on me? A body would think you'd never faked in your life. My lord, I'm trying to lead you astray, That's all right. I don't pretend to be very virtuous, but some of this is getting a little raw for me. Madame Spole opened her eyes and her mouth. What's gotten to you, anyway? Something's got out, perhaps, he said. At any rate, I don't care to make use of Miss Payson to help you rob her father. Outraged innocence throbbed in Madame's voice. Lord, Frank. You're plumb crazy. Why, he won't spend no money he don't want to, will he? He can afford it well enough. He'll never miss what we get out of him. You might think I was going to pick his pockets, the way you talk. She took him by the arm. See here. You ain't really stuck on that Payson girl, are you? Why, if I didn't know you so well, I'd be almost ready to suspect you of it, but land, you've had women running after you ever since you went into business, but I notice you don't often stay away from the office more than bevo days running that my private affairs are any of your, he said curtly. He was rather glad, now, off chance for an outright quarrel. But she would not let it come to that, and continued in a wheedling tone, well, this happens to be my business, and I speak to you as a friend, Frank, for your own good as well as mine. You can take it or leave it, of course. I ain't going to TTY and put coercion onto you, and there's time enough to decide when we get Payson wired up. Then I'll talk to you just once more. You just think it over a while, and don't do nothing rash. Grandpapa rose to leave. He was for a more romantic game, himself. The vulgarity here offended him aesthetically rather than ethically, and yet he winced at the insinuations Madame Spole had made. "I'll think I can go it alone," he said. "As for rashness, I won't promise." He had gone but a few minutes when Professor Vixley entered and shook a long lean claw with Madame Spole. Took off his coat and sat down. "Well," he said affably, "how are they coming?" "Bert." "Oh. So, Frank Grandhope's just been here." "Is that so? Did you get anything out of him?" "No, and he wants his Payson notes back again. What do you think of that?" Vixley crossed his legs, and whistled a low, astonished note. "We are going to have trouble with Frank, I expect." Madame Spole's smooth forehead wrinkled. "Frank's a fool. He's leery of us, and I believe he'll thmv us down if we don't look out most time to put the screws on, ain't it?" "I don't know, we'll see. We can go it alone for a while. Wait till we really need him and I'll guarantee to make him mind. He's got the society bug so Battle couldn't do anything with him. The more he gets into society the more use he is to us," said Vixley. "He's a pretty smooth article. Do you know, I have an idea he's getting stuck on that Payson girl." Vixley cackled. "You never can tell," said Madame Spole. "I'll believe Frank's got good blood in him. Sooner or later bound to come well. If he's after the girl, it'll be easier for us to bring him around. He care to be gay, that's right, and we'll use it. I can see that girl's face when she hears about him crawling through the panel at Harry Wings to play spook for Bennett, not to speak of Fancy," Vixley added, grinning. To them, Ringer entered. He slunk into a chair beside Vixley, smoothed down his tow hair, stroked his bristling mustache, and allowed his weak grey eyes to drift about the room. "Well?" Madame Spole queried, giving him a glance over her fat shoulder. "I found him all right, and I've got something. I guess it's worth $1, Madame Spole." "Lee's here at first," said Vixley. "I done the insurance agent act, and I jollied him good." Ringer grinned, showing a hole in his mouth where TWO front teeth should have been. "You jollied him?" Vixley showed his yellow teeth. "Lord, you don't look ill." "Did though," the Paleouth protested. "I conned him for near an hour. You're sure he didn't get onto you?" Madame Spole asked, regarding her head sidewise in the glass and patting the blue bow on her throat. "Sure. I was a dead ringer for the real thing agent, and I had the books to show for it. I worked him for an insurance policy." "Well? What did he say?" Madame Spole turned on him like a mighty gun. "He was caught Book.1-2 trains once on the Oakland Mole, and I guess he was squeezed pretty bad. He said it was a close call." "Tie's all right," said Vixley. "We can trim that up in good shape, can't we, Bert? It'll do for a starter. Give him $1. Anything more today?" Ringer asked, rising slowly. "No, I'll eat and you know if I want to," said the madam. Ringer slouched out. "COOI offer while he's forgotten I'll make him forgetty." "All right," Madame Spole returned. "That's my business. Why, oh, you do your part as do mine, and it's only this first part that makes me nervous. Oh, he ain't going to catch me in a trap. I got sense enough to put a mouse in first to try it." She stood in front of the mirror in the folding bed, arranging her hair, which had been wet and still glistened with moisture, holding her comb. Meanwhile, in her mouth, Professor Vixley tilted back in his plush chair, his head resting against the grease spot on the wallpaper which indicated his habitual pose. "Now don't you go too fast," he said, pulling out a square of chewing tobacco and biting off a corner. "This here is going to be a delicate operation. Payson ain't so easy as Bennett was. Bennett would believe that cows was cucumbers, if we told him so, but this chap is too much on the skeptic. We got to go slow." "You leave me alone for that," Madame Spole replied easily. "I'll guess I know how to jolly a good thing along. Has he got the money?" "That's all I want to know about him. He's got money all right, that's a cinch. I'm not in this thing for my health. Weighs more, he's got the writin' bug, and I can see a good graft in that. Well, I'll give it a bye." "No, you better keep your hands off that subject, Gertie. I can work that game better than you. I got it all framed up how I can string him good. I'm going to make that a truly elegant work of art. All you got to do is to get him going, and then steer him up against me." The doorbell rang noisily upstairs and Mr. Spole's footsteps were heard going to answer the summons. "I'll guess that's my cue," said Madame Spole, smiling affably. "I'll wish I had more magnetism today." She shook her hands and snapped her fingers. "I can't stand so much of this as I used to. I can remember when I could get a name every time without fishing for it. But what I've iced in one way I have learned it in another. I'm going to give him a run for his money, and don't you forget it." Vixley smiled and rubbed his hands. "Go in and win, Bert. I guess I'll take a nap here on the lounge while I'm waiting for you, and see if the doc doesn't come in." "All right," she replied, then marched upstairs and went into action. The upper parlour, where she received her patrons for private sittings, was a large room separated from the back part of house by black walnut double doors. Upon the high-studded walls were draperies of striped stuffs, caught up with tacks and enlivened by coloured casts of turbaned Turks' heads, most of which were chipped on cheek and on chin, showing irregular patches of white plaster. Upon the mantel chaos reigned, embodied in a mass of minor decorations of all sorts, such as are affected by those who deem that space is only something to be as closely filled as possible. The furniture was cheaply elaborate and formally arranged, running chiefly to purple-stamped plush and heavy woolen fringe. The silk curtains in the windows were severely arranged in multitudinous little pleats, fan-shaped, drawn in with a pink ribbon at the centre. There was scarcely a thing in the room, from the fret-sawed walnut what-not in the corner to the painted tapestry Romeo upon the doors, that an artist not writhed and turn backward. A ineffective bamboo in the centre was made a feature of place, but supported its function with triviality. Mr. Payson had just entered, cold and blue from the harsh air outside. He bowed to the stress. She began with the weather, referring to it in obvious commonplaces, elocuting his condemnation of the temperature. She offered to light the gas log and succeeded, during the conversational skirmish, in drawing from him the fact that he suffered from rheumatism, especially when the wind was north. Madam, the ghost of a smile to haunt her face for a brief moment. "Lucky you ain't got my weight, it gets to you something terrible when you're fat. I ain't quite so slim as I used to be." She looked up from the grate coquettishly, marking the effect of her words. "Now lays set down and get ready," she said, going queer to the frail table and pressing her hands to her forehead. "I ain't in proper condition TC day, I've been working hard and my magnetism's about wore out. But I'll see what can do." He a seat opposite her and waited. His attitude was benignly, his eyes were fixed upon her through his gold-bowed spectacles. Funny thing how different people are, she began. Now, I get your condition right off. You ain't at all like the rest of folks that come here. I get a condition of study, like. I see what you might call books around you every year, not account books, but more on the literary books and sheep, you understand. Not live ones. I would say they was on the dead sheep. Flat ones, too, with hair, like, queer, ain't it? Sounds like nonsense, I suppose, but that's just what I get. There must be some mistake somehow. She drew her hand across her forehead and snapped the electricity off her fingertips. Then she rubbed her hands and twisted her mouth. Do you know what I mean? Why, it might be wool perhaps. I have something to do with wool, he offered. Now ain't that strange? It is wool, as sure as you're born. I can see what you might call skins and bales of wool. And I get a condition of business, too, but not what you might call a retail business. Seems like it was more on the wholesale. Yes, that's right, he assented, nodding. What did I tell you? She exclaimed. I do believe I may get something after all, though very often the first time ain't what you might call a success, and sitters are liable to get discouraged. I can tell you only just what my guides give me, you know, and sometimes Luella is pernickety. She's my chief control. You know how it is yourself, for you'll be a man that knows women right down to the ground. And you've always been a favorite with the ladies, too. Oh, I never knew many women, he said modestly. It ain't the number I'm speaking of. It's the hold you had over them, especially when you was a young man. They was women who would do anything you asked them and be glad of the chance now, wasn't they? Did you ever know of a party, what you might call a young woman, though not so very young, with the initial C? She mumbled the letters so that it was not quite distinguishable. He said. That the first name or the last? It seems like it was the first name. The way I get it, would it be Grace? This was, of course, a random fishing test and she got a bite. My wife's name was Grace. She hooked the fact, noticing the tense, and let her line play out to distract his attention temporarily. It don't seem quite like your wife. Seems like it was another woman who you was fond of. Maybe it was meant for the last name. Sometimes my control does get things awfully mixed. Or, it might be a middle initial. You wait a minute and maybe I'll get it stronger. Oh. If it was the last name, I think I recognize it. She had another line out and another bite, now, and played to land both, coaxing the truth gently from him. Yes, it's a last name, and she was terrible fond of you. She was in love with you for some time, you understand? And there was some trouble between you. Here was, indeed. Mr. Payson shook his head solemnly. The hint now made sure of, she heightened it to make him forget that he himself had given the clue. I get a feeling of worry, and what you might call a misunderstanding. You didn't quite get along with each other and it made a good deal of trouble for you. You was what I might call put out, you understand? She's in the spirit now, ain't? Yes, she died a good many years ago. Madame Spoil returned to her first fish and began to reel in. Your wife's passed out, and Luella Miss, she's here now. She says Grace was worried, too. But she's happy now and wants you to be. You was a young man then, and yet you have never got over it. You wasn't rightly understood, was Mr. Payson shook his head again. He was listening attentively. Beautiful fault, do you understand? It was something that couldn't be helped, and sometimes when you think of this other lady you say to yourself, if she only knew. If she only knew. Yes, I wish she did. It really wasn't my fault. Madame Spole cast more bait into the pool. Now, would her given name be Mary, or something like that? No, it was an uncommon name. The medium persisted stubbornly. That's queer. I get the name of Mary very plain. My mother's name was Mary, perhaps you mean her. It might be your mother, and yet he seems like it was a younger woman. Now, this lady I spoke of had dark hair, didn't she? Or you might call it medium, sort of halfway between light and dark. No, she had white hair. Another fish was on the hook. Madame Spoil had got what she wanted. This admission of Mr. Payzant's, coupled with the fact Granthope had discovered that Clytie had visited the crazy woman, identified the old man's first love, she thought, effectually. She kept this for subsequent, however. Not do, as Vixley had said, to go too fast. Hen, this Mary must be someone else, she said. You may not recognize her now, but you probably will. I can't do your thinking for you, you know. It may possibly be that you'll meet her some day. At any rate, my guides tell me you must be careful and don't sign no papers for Mary. I don't know whether she's in the spirit or not. You may understand it and you may not. All I can do is to give you what I get. Madame Spoil now became absorbed in a sort of reverie. Ivan, at last she emerged, it was with this: I see your mother and your wife now, and I get the words. It's a pity Oliver couldn't marry her. I don't know what they mean at all. I'll understand. I was intending to marry another woman, the one you spoke of just now, but something prevented. That must be it. My guide tells me that something dreadful happened, and it was what you might call hushed up, and you separated from her. It was not my fault. I get a little child, too. Mr. Payzant grew still more absorbed. The medium noticed his instant reaction in eyes, mouth and hands. On the strength of that evidence, she took the risk of saying, the child was the lady's with the white hair. What about it? Demanded Mr. Payzant. I see the child standing by a lady who grew grey very young, you understand. And now they are both gone. Was you ever interested in Sacramento or somewhere east of here? Stockton, he asked. Elle lived there for a while. That's it. I see a river, and steamboats coming in, and there's the child again. A boy or a girl? She hesitated for a moment to dart a glance at him as swift as an arrow. Then she risked it. A girl. He drew a long breath. Don't quite, it certainly is a little girl, and she's with the lady with the grey hair. But wait a minute, now I get a little boy, and he's crying. Where is he? Came eagerly from Payzant's lips. He's on this side. He's alive. I'll ask my guide. She plunged into another stupor, then shook herself, rubbed her forehead, wrung her hands. Elle can't get it quite strong enough TC day, but I'll find out later. He seems to be mixed up with you, some way, not in what you might call business, but more personally. You're worried about him? Mr. Payzant, with a shrug of his shoulders, appeared to disclaim this. Yes, you are. You may not realize it, but you are. The time will come when you understand what I mean. Now you're too much interested in other things. Your mind is way off, toward New York, like, or in that direction. He looked puzzled. Maybe it ain't as far as New York, but it's somewhere around there, and I see books and printing presses. Do you have anything to do with printing? This he also disclaimed. Funny, she persisted. I get you by a printing press looking at a book, and then I see you at a table writing. I have done some writing. But it has never been printed. Well, it will be. My guide tells me that you have a great talent for literary writing, and it could be developed to a great success. Now, she added, let me hold your hands a while till I get the magnetism stronger. Just hold them firm, ties right. Lord, you needn't squeeze them quite so hard. She beamed upon him with obvious coquetry. Now I'm going into a trance. I don't know whether Luella will come, or maybe little Eva. Eva's the cunningest little tot and as bright as a dollar. She's awful cute. You mustn't mind anything she says or does, though. Sometimes, I admit, she terrifies me. When sitters tell me what she's been up to, I've known her to sit on men's laps and kiss 'em and hug 'em, like she was their own daughter, but Lord, she don't know any better, she's innocent as a baby. His face grew harder as she said this, but she proceeded, nevertheless, with her experiment. Closing her eyes and sitting for a while in silence, then her muscles twitched violently, she squirmed and wriggled her shoulders. Finally she spoke, in a high, squeaky falsetto, a fair ventriloquistic imitation of a child's voice. "Good afternoon, Mr. Payson, I'm little Eva, I brought you some flowers. But you see cause spirit you 100k very feeling today? Always here, and lovely on this." He made no response. Madame Spoles softened, obviously controlled by her spirit guide, moved up Mr. Payson's arm and patted his cheek. He drew back suddenly. "My, little Eva," exclaimed. "You frightened me, wait a funny man you are. Won't you just let me smooth your hair, once? I'd love to." "Oh. I think you're horrid. I'm just doing to slap your face, there." Which she did quite briskly. Mr. Payson loosened his hold with some annoyance. "Well, I ain't doing to stay if I don't love me," the shrill voice went on. "I don't like men who don't love me. Goodbye, old man. I'm doing." There was another wriggle on the part of the medium, after which a toned voice said, "How do you do? I'm Luella." He watched the medium's blank, expressionless face as she spoke. "Say, you ain't well, I can see that. Haven't you got a pain in your leg? Excuse me saying it, but I can feel it right there." She touched him gently on the thigh. "Oh, that's only a touch of rheumatism," he replied. "No, it ain't," she said, "it's more serious than that. It's chronic, and it's growing worse. Sometimes it's so painful that you almost die of it, isn't it? I know where you got it, it come of an accident. I can see you in a big crowded house, like, and there's railroad trains coming and going, and you're crowded and you got internal injuries and a complication. You didn't realize it at the time. But it's growing worse every day. If you don't look out you'll pass out through it, but if I went right to work, you could be cured of it, before it gets too bad." "What could I do about it?" he asked. "The doctors don't help me much." "Of course they don't. You haven't been to the right ones. I was an Indian doctor, and I can see just what's the matter with you. You need a certain kind of herb I used to use when I was on the flesh plain in Idaho. Can't you help me?" Then, "Oh, we got to go now. They are calling to me. So goodbye." Another wriggle and Madame Spawn was herself again. "Well, what did you get?" she asked when she recovered. "Why, don't you know? No more in a babe unborn," she said. "I was in a dead trance, and I never remember anything that happens. I hope little Eva didn't tease you any." "Who is the other one, Luella?" "Why, she's an Indian princess that passed out about 10 years back. She's got a great gift of diagnosing cases. She's helped my sitters a good deal. She told me something about my trouble." "You mean about the grey-haired lady or the child?" "Oh, no, about my leg." "Did she, now? Well, what did I tell you? Seems to me you do look peaked and pale, like you was enjoying poor health. I noticed it when you first come in. I don't believe your blood's good. Luella don't prescribe ordinarily, but she can diagnose cases something wonderful. If I should tell you how many doctors in this town send their patients to me to be diagnosed before they dare to treat them themselves, you'd be surprised. Why, only the other day a lady come in here that was give up by 4 doctors for cancer, and Luella found it was only a boil in her kidney. She went to a magnetic healer and was cured in a week. Now she's doing her own work and taking care of her babies, keeping boarders and plans to go camping this very month. Who was the doctor? Mr. Payson asked, much impressed. Dr. Masterson. He's up on Market Street somewhere. Perhaps I've got a card of his around, I'll see if I can find it. She walked over to the mantel and fussed among its dusty ornaments, with apparent concern, as she rummaged. Don't know as I ought to send you to Dr. Masterson, after all. You see, he ain't a man I like very much, and few do, I find. He don't stand very well with the spiritual society, nor with anybody else that I know of. He ain't quite on the square, do you understand what I mean? To be perfectly frank, I think he's a rascal. He has a bad reputation as a man, but all the same, he's a good medium, nobody denies that, and he does accomplish some marvelous cures. If Luella said your complaint was serious, she knows, and it looks to me like you must go to Dr. Masterson or die of it, for if he can't cure you, nobody can. He's certainly a more-loose healer. She found the card at last, and brought it over to Mr. Payson. Here it is, but you better not tell him I give it to you, for we ain't on very good terms, and I wouldn't want him to know that I was sending him business. As Mr. Payson to go, the medium stopped him with a gesture. Wait a minute, she said, passing her hand across her forehead. Grace is here again and she says, tell him that we're doing all we can on the spirit plane to help him and we want him to cheer up, for conditions are going to be more favorable in a little while, say, by the end. She paused a moment and then added, who's Clytie? Would that be the grey-haired lady? What about Clytie? He was instantly aroused. It don't seem to me like she's in the spirit, exactly. She's on the material plane. Let's see if I can get definite. Oh, Grace, that's true. What do you think of that? I get it very plain now. Grace says she's watching over Clytie and will help her all she can. Can't she tell me anything more? The medium became normal. No, I guess that's about all I can do for you today. I think you got some good tests, especially when you consider it was the first time. When you come again I expect we can do better, and I'm sure we can find that little boy you was interested in. Mr. Payson rose and stood before her, sedate, dignified, and said, in his impressive platform manner, don't mind saying that I consider this very remarkable, Madam Spoil, very remarkable. I shall certainly call again sometime next week. I am much interested. Now, what is the charge, please? Oh, we'll only call this $3. My price is generally $5, but I'm sort of interested in your case and I want you to be perfectly satisfied. You can just ring me up any time and make an appointment with me. She bowed him out with a calm, pleasant smile. Downstairs, Professor Vixley was awaiting her. With him was a shrewd-eyed, bald-headed, old man, with iron spectacles, his forehead wrinkled in horizontal lines, as if it had been scratched with a sharp comb. He had a 3 days' growth of red beard on his chin and cheeks, and his teeth, showing in a rift between narrow, BLCDD's lips, were almost black. He wore a greasy, plaid waistcoat, a celluloid collar much in need of the laundry, and a ready-made butterfly. Why, how do you do, Dr. Masterson, said Madam Spoll. I was hoping you would get around today, so as we could talk business. I suppose you put him wise about Payson, Vixley. Certainly, said the professor. We're going to share and share alike, and work him together as long as it lasts. How did you get on with him today? Was the answer, as she a seat on the couch and put up her feet. Believe going to be able to use Flora. Professor Vixley's black eyes glistened and he grinned sensuously. Why, couldn't you get a rise out of him? Madam Spoll shook her huge head decidedly. No, that sort of game won't work on him, he ain't that kind. I went as far as I dared and give him a good chance, but he wouldn't stand for it. That's all right, Gert said vixly, "El ain't saying but what you're a fine figure of a woman, but he's 60 and he might prefer somebody younger, you know how they go. Now, Flora, she's a peach, catch any man, she knows the ropes, too, and she can deliver the goods all right. Look at the way she worked Bennett. Why, he was dead stuck on her the first time he seen her. She put it all over fancy at the first rattle out of the box again." Madame Spoil's crisp, iron-grey curls shook a denial. "See here, Vixley," she exclaimed, "El ain't been in this business for 18 years without getting to know something about men. Beanete was a very different breed of dog, I can see a hole in a ladder, and I know what I'm talking about. Payson ain't up to any sort of NY game. He's straight, and he's after something different, you take my word for that. If there was anything in playing him that way, I'd be the first one to steer him on to Flora Flint. But he'd smell a mice if she got gay with him, and he'd be so leety that we couldn't do nothing more with him." "Well, what did you get, then?" Vixley asked. "Did you wire it up for me?" "Dr. Masterson, oh, I fixed you all right, din. He'll show up at your place, sure enough. That accident tip worked all right and I got him going pretty good about his leg. He's got your card and I give you a recommendation, I don't think. You want to 100k out about what you say about me. We ain't on speaking terms, you understand, and you're a farker, for fair. You can get back at me all you want, only don't draw it hard enough to scare him away." Dr. Masterson grinned, showing his line of black fangs, and stuck his thumbs into his waistcoat pockets placidly. "Oh, I'm used to being knocked, don't mind me. I'll charge him for it. If I'm going to the villain of this here drama, I'll do it up brown. Let's see now. I suppose you can probably hold him about 2 months, can't you?" said Vixley, stroking his pointed black beard and spitting into the fireplace. "Oh, not so long as that," said Madame Spoil. "We want to get to work on that book proposition. A month's plenty long enough, they ain't much money in it." "I don't know." Dinter Masterson shook his head. "I've STMNGM for 6 months many's the time. Women, perhaps. But not men," said the madam. "Maybe. Men are in more of a hurry, and women ain't so much, with you, are they?" The Vivo men laughed cynically. "Oh, they's more ways to work women than men, ties all," the doctor replied. "They are more interested in their symptoms, and they like to talk about 'em, then, again, they's a more variety of complaints to choose from. I don't say I ain't had some pretty cases in my day." "Say." Madame Spol interposed. "Who's having a circle tonight, Mau? Let's see, it's Friday, ain't it?" "Yes, Mayhew and Sadie Crumb," Vixley replied. We got to put wires about," said the madam. "Got the bug now and he's pretty sure to make the rounds." "Can't we keep him dark?" said Vixley. "He's our game and they might possibly ring him in." "No, that won't do," she answered emphatically. "We got to play fair. They've always been square with us, and they won't catch him, I'll see to that. Mayhew's straight enough, and if Sadie tries to get gay with us, we can fix her and she knows it. And the more easy tests he gets, the better for us. It'll keep him going, and so long as they don't go too far, it'll help us. The sooner he gets so he don't want to impose test conditions, the better, and they can help convert him for us. I'll ring up Mayhew now. I've got a good hunch that Payson will show up there tonight." She raised her bulk from the couch and went to the telephone by the window, calling for Mayhew's number. When she had got it, she said, "Is this number 31? "Yes, I'm number 15. "Sure, oh, pretty good. I got a tip for you. I'm playing for the handicap, named Oliver. Carries 60 pounds, colours blue and grey, 10 hands, jockey is Payson. Here's a 10-to-1 shot. My wife Grace lived in Stockton. Do what you can for me, but keep your hands off, do you understand? Numbers 4-y-13 are with me in this deal and we'll fix it for in you if I are stand in. Yes, all right. If he shows up let me know tomorrow morning, sure. She turned to the two men. I'll guess that's all right now. What's all that about Stockton? Vixley asked. He lived there once and there's something more about his wife or something. You may fish it out of him, and if he does I'll put you on. I ain't seen him yet, said the doctor, but I guess I'll recognize him. 60 years old, Oliver Payson, 160 pounds, blue eyes and grey hair, 6 feet tall. Are you sure he's a 10-to-1, though? That cuts more ice than anything, said Madam. He swallowed the whole dose. He ain't doing no skeptic business. He thinks he's an investigator. Wait till you hear him talk and you'll understand. Not religious, you know, but a good old sort. He's caught all right, and if we jolly him along, we can polish him off good. There ought to be some good materialize and graft in that wife proposition. Grace, was it? We might turn him over to Flora for that. This from Vixley. I've been thinking of that, said Madam Spoil, but I don't know whether he'll stand for it or not. It won't be anywhere near the snap it was with Bennett, in full daylight, and we'll have to have special players. I believe I can put my hands on one or bevo that can help us out, though. Miss French for one, she's got 4 good voices. Then there's a young girl I got my eye on that'll do anything I say. She's slim and she can work an 8-inch panel as slick as soap, and she's got a memory for names and faces that beats the directory. Besides, I believe she's really psychic. I've seen her do some wonderful things at mind reading. No, can she really? Said Vixley. Oh, I used to be clairaudient myself when I begun, said Madam Spoil a little sadly. I could catch a name right out half the time. I've gave some wonderful tests in my day, but you can't never depend upon it. And when you work all the week, sick or well, drunk or sober, you have to put water in the milk and then it's bound to go from you. You have to string 'em sooner or later. This girl's a dandy at tea, though, but that'll all wait. There's enough to do before we get that part off game. I expect I had better go out and see Sadie Crumb myself. I don't trust her telephone. She's got a 10-party line. What do you think of a 10-party line don't do for business, said Vixley, but if's pretty good for rubberin'. I've got some pretty good dope off my sister's wire. She spends pretty near all her time on it and it does come in handy. Oh, pshaw. Madam Spoil looked disgusted. I ain't got time to spend that way. What's the use anyway? They ain't but one rule necessary to know in this business, and that is, all men is conceited, and all women is vain. Ty's right. Vixley assented. Only I got another that works just as good. All women want to think they are misunderstood, and all men want to think they understand. Ain't that right, Doe? Master Son grinned. I'll guess likely you ought to know, if anybody does. But I'll got a little one of my own framed up, too. How's this? All men want to be heroes and all women want to be martyrs. The three laughed cynically together. They had learned their practical psychology in a thorough SCHCNL. Madam Spoil chuckled for some time pleasantly. You're the one that ought to write a book, Master Son. I'll bet it would out peasants. Lord, said Vixley. If I was to write down the things that have happened me, just as they occurred, be fit, Madam added. Looked at it. How about that pickle girl? He asked next. What's that? Said Dr. Masterson. Oh, a new graft half jerties. Did she come, Bert? I should say she did, Madam Spoil replied. And I got her on the string staking out dopes, too. Why, she's mixed up with a fellow at the Riston Iron Works, and she don't dare to say her soul's her own since she told me. Nothing like a good scandal to hold on to people by, Masterson remarked. Where'd you get her? Oh. She floated in. I give her a reading and found out she worked in a pickle factory down on 6th Street where there are 50 or more girls. Soon as I found out the handle to work her by, I made her a proposition to tip off what's doing in her shop. She makes her little report, steers the girls up here, and then she comes round and tells me who they are and all about 'em. That's what I call a good wholesale business, said Vixley enviously. I'll wish I could work it as slick as that. She uses the peek hole in the screen, I sometimes, and she sits behind the window curtain. Have to give yourself away, the only, said Dr. Mars. Oh. No, Madame Spol remarked easily. I'll just tell her that I can't always get everybody's magnetism, though of course I can always get hers. That gives her an idea she's important, don't you see? Then I can always anything suspicious to the diacaz. Evil spirits are a great comfort. And anyways, if she should want to tell anything, Vixley suggested, you can everlastingly blacklist her at the factory with what you know. Yes, Madame Spall assented, she's got a record herself, only she hasn't got sense enough to realize on it the way I do on mine. Is they any bigger fool than a girl that's in love? Only a man that is, Vixley offered sagely. Oh, men, she exclaimed contemptuously. I'll believe they ain't more'n but 3 real ones alive today. The professor's eyes snapped. Well, they's women enough, thank the Lord. Well, said Dr. Masterson, I'll got to go to work. I'm keeping office hours in the evening now and I have to hump. So long, Gertie, I'll all ready for Payson. Booch, you and Vixley have got to keep jollying him along. You want me to hold him about a month? I'll see what I can do, and if I get a lead, I'll let you know. He shook hands and left them. Ain't so sure of the doc as I'd like to be, said Madame Spol after he had gone, nor me neither, Vixley replied. We've got to watch him, I expect, but he'll do for a starter and we can fix him if it gets funny. There ain't nothing like cooperation, Gertie. As Madame Spolly sat down again to open a bottle of beer she had taken from beneath the washstand, Professor Vixley began to unfurl his fingers in his lap and snicker to himself. What are you laughing at, Vixley? She asked, pouring out 2 frothing glasses. I was just thinking about Pierpont Thayer. Don't you remember that dope who went nuts on spiritualism and committed suicide? No, I don't just recall it. What about it? Why, he got all wound up in the circles here, Sadie Crumb. She had him on the string for a year, till he didn't know where he was at. He took it so hard that one day he up and shot hisself and left a note pinned onto his bed that said, I'll go to test the problem. Lord. I'd a sold every one of my tricks and all hers to him for a $5 bill. Why didn't he come to me to test his problem? He'd found out quick enough and after him all about how it was done. Guarantee that I could have converted him again in 20 minutes. I guess that's right, said Vixley. Them that want to are going to, and you can't prevent 'em, no matter what you do. They are like hop fiends, they've got to have their dope whether or no, and just so long as they can dream it out they are happy. Chapter 8. It is easy to imagine the virtuous pride with which the civil engineer, Jasper O'Farrell, set about the laying out of the town of San Francisco in 1846. It was the ideal site for a city, a peninsula lying like a great thumb on the hand-off mainland, between the Pacific Ocean and a deep, landlocked bay, an area romantically configured of hills and valleys, with picturesque mountain and water views. The setting sun in the west and Mount Diablo a sentinel in the east. To the northward, the sea channel of the Golden Gate overhung by the foothills of Tamalpais. There was still chance to amend and improve the old town site of Yerba Buena, the little Spanish settlement by the cove in the harbour, whose straight, narrow streets had been artlessly ruled by Francisco de Haro, alcalde of the Mission Dolores. He had marked out upon the ground, northerly, La Calle de la Fundación and the adjacent squares necessary for the little pond of Alto in 1835. 4 years later, when Governor Alvarado directed a survey of the place, Jean Viognier extended the original lines with mathematical precision to the hills surrounding the valley, and it would have been possible to correct that artistic blunder of simple-minded Alcalde. But Jasper O'Farrell had seen military vice with General Sutter. His ways were stern and severe, his aesthetic impulses, if he had any, were heroically subdued. Market Street, indeed, he permitted to run obliquely, though it went straight as a bullet towards the Twin Peaks. The rest of the city he made one great checkerboard, in defiance of its natural topography, as one might constrict the wayward fancies of a gypsy maiden to the cold ethics of a puritanical creed, so bound the city was to be forever to a gridiron of right-angled streets and blocks of parallelograms. He knew no compromise. His streets took their straight and narrow way, uphill and down dale, without regard to grade or expense. Unswerving was their rectitude. Their angles were exactly 90 degrees of his compass, north and south, east and west, where might have been entrancingly beautiful terraces, rising avenue above avenue to the heights, presenting the master view of the continent. Now the streets, committed to his plan, are hacked out of the earth and rock. Precipitous, inaccessible, grotesque. So sprawls the fey, leaden-coloured town over its dozen hills, its roads mounting to the sky or diving to the sea. So the stranger beholds San Francisco, the improbable. Its pageantry is unrolled for all to see at first glance. Never was a city so prodigal of its friendship and its wealth. She salutes one on Eveleigh Crossing, welcoming the visitor openly and frankly with her western heart. In Eveleigh little valley, where the slack, rattling cables off her CAN slap and splutter over the pulleys, some great area of town exhibits a rising colony of blocks stretching up and over a shoulder of hill to one side and to the other. Top every crest one is confronted with farther districts lying not only beneath but opposite, across lower levels and hollows, flanking one's point of vantage with rival summits. San Francisco is agile in displaying her charms, as you are whirled up and down on the cable car, moves stealthily about you, now lagging behind in steep declivities, now dodging to right or left in stretches of plain or uplifted hillsides, now hurrying ahead to surprise you with a terrifying ascent crowned with palaces. Now she is waterfront and sailors' lodging houses. In a trice she turns Chinatown. Then shocks you with a Spanish, Italian or Negro quarter. Past the next rise, you find her whimsical, fantastic with garish flats and apartment houses. She lurks in and about thousands of little wooden houses, and beyond, she drops a little park into your path, discloses a stretch of shimmering bay or unveils magnificently the green, gently sloping expanse of the Presidio. No other city has so many points of view, none allures the stranger so with coquetry of originality and fantasy. Some cities have single dominant hills, but she is all hills. They are a vital part of herself. They march down into the town and one can escape them. They stride north and west and must be climbed. The important lines of traffic accept these conditions and plunge boldly up and down upon their ways. And so, going or returning from his home, the city is always with the citizen. From Nob Hill he sees ships in the harbour and the lights off Mission. From Kearney Street he keeps his view of Telegraph Hill and Twin Peaks. The San Franciscan is always in San Francisco, the city of extremes. Of all this topographical chaos, the most spectacular spot is Telegraph Hill. To the eastward on the harbour side, it rises a sheer precipice over 100 feet high, where a concrete company has quarried stone for 3 decades despite protest, appeal, injunction and the force of arms. To the north and west the hill falls away into a of streets, and hollowed the of the sea, crusted with queer little houses of the Latin Quarter. Francis Granthorpe, after the Chinese supper, had found himself swayed by an obsession. The Thought-Clytie Payson was insistent in his mind. She troubled him. He recognized the symptom with a grim sense of its ridiculousness. It was, according to his theory, the first sign of love, but the idea of his being in was absurd. Certainly he desired her, and that ardently. She stimulated him, she stirred his fancy. Buddha was jealous of his freedom, he would not be snared by a woman's eyes. Marriage, indeed, he had contemplated, but, to his mind, marriage was but a part of the game, a condition which would ensure for him an attractive companion, a desirable standing, in short, a point of vantage. What had begun to chafe him now was a sort of compulsion that Clytie had put upon him. Somehow he could not be himself with her, he was self-conscious, timid, he was sensitive to her vibrations, he was swayed by her fine moods and impulses. Though the strain was gentle, still she coerced him. He felt an impulse to shake himself free. In this temper, he decided, while he was at dinner, to see her, and, if he could, regain possession of the situation, master her by the use of those arts by which he had so often won before. He would, at least, if he could not cajole her, assert his independence. No doubt he had been by her claims of intuitive power. He put test as well. It was after sunset when he started Union Square. Kearney Street was alight with electric lamps and humming with life. He walked north, passing the gayer retail shopping district towards the cheaper stores, pawn shops and quack doctors' offices to where the old plaza, rising in a green slope to Kainei Town, displayed the little Stevenson fountain with its merry gilded ship. Here the waifs and the strays of the night were wandering, and he responded to frequent appeals for charity. Beyond was the district where women of the WP are emanating. Seeking their prey, sailors and soldiers descended into subterranean halls of light and music. Then came the Italian quarter with its restaurants and saloons. He paused where Montgomery Avenue diverged, leading to the North Beach, consulted his watch, and found that it was too early to call. He decided to kill time by going up Telegraph Hill, and kept on up Kearney Street. Across Broadway, it mounted suddenly in an incline so steep, that like frameworks flat upon the ribbed concrete sidewalks were necessary for ascent. 2 blocks the hill rose thus, encompassed by disconsolate and wretched little houses, with alleys plunging down from the street into the purlieus of the quarter. Then it ran nearly level to the foot of the hill. The track there was up steps and across hazardous platforms, clambering up and up to a steep path gullied by the winter rains, and at last, by a stiff climb, to the summit of the hill. From here one could see almost the whole peninsula, the town falling away in waves of hill and valley to the west. The bay lay beneath him. The docks flat and square, as if drawn on a map, red-funnelled steamers lying alongside. In the fairway, vessels rode at anchor, lighted by the moon. The top of the hill was commanded by a huge, castellated, barn-like white structure which had once been used as a pleasure pavilion, was now by a rascally herd of tramps. At a near view its ruined, deserted grandeur showed unkempt and dingy. By its side, a city park, crowning the crest, scantily cultured and improved, indicated the first rude beginning of formal arrangement moulding. Displaced concrete walls and seats showed what had been done and neglected. He skirted the eastern slope of the hill, went up and down one-sided streets, streets that dipped and slid longitudinally, streets tilted transversely, keeping along a path at the top till he came to the cliff. Here was the prime scandal of the town, naked in all its horror. The RY men had, with their blasting, robbed the hill inch by inch, foot by foot and acre by acre. Already a whole city block had disappeared, caving gradually away to tumble to the talus of gravel at the foot of steep slope. For years, the neighborhood had been terrorized by this irresistible fate. The edge of the precipice drew nearer and houses, bit off a corner of the garden here, ate away a piece of fence there, till the danger line approached the habitations themselves, nor did it stop. It crept the floors, it sapped the foundations till the house had to be abandoned. Then with a crash, some afternoon, the whole structure would fall into the hollow. House after house had disappeared, family after family had been ruined. The crime was rank and outrageous, but it had not been stopped. As Thope walked, he saw bits of such deserted residences. Here a flight of stone steps on the verge of the height, their fences running giddily off into the air, or drain pipes, broken, sticking over the edge. The hazardous margin was now fenced off. At any moment a huge mass might slip away, and sliding below, at the foot of the cliff, stood the lead-coloured building housing the stone crusher, whose insatiate appetite had caused this sacrifice of property. It was ready to feed again on the morrow. He walked to the edge and looked down a sharp incline. A few rods away from the most dangerous part of the cliff, he was outside the fence, now, with nothing between him and the slope. As he stood there, a dog barked suddenly behind him. He turned, his foot slipped upon a stone, twisted under him, and he fell. He clutched at dirt but not save himself, and over down the slope. 40 feet down his head struck a boulder and he lost consciousness. He came to himself with a blinding, splitting pain in his head. His body was stiff and cold in the night air. He lay halfway down the slope, his hands and face scratched and bleeding. His clothes were torn. He was motionless for some time, endeavoring to collect his senses, wondering vaguely what to do. Then he stirred feebly, tried his limbs to see what damage had been done, and found he had broken no bones. His ankle, however, was badly strained, and it ached severely. As he sank back again, far down the hill towards the crusher building, a voice came up to him, "Francis! Francis!" It penetrated his consciousness slowly. Still a little dazed, he rolled over and looked DCV.RN to the deserted street below. He tried to rise and his ankle crumpled under him. He answered as loud as he could cry, then lay there watching. Sansom Street lay bare in the moonlight. On the near side the hill sloped up to him from the rock crusher. On the other side was a row of gaunt buildings, a pickle factory, a fruit canning works, and so on, to the dock. An electric car flashed by and, as it passed, he saw a woman moving to and fro at the foot of the. He sat up as he could on the slope and again shouted down to her. She stopped instantly. Then, waving her hand, she started to scramble up the slippery gravel of the hill. As she ascended, she had to zigzag this way and that to avoid sliding back part half time. She was forced to go almost on hands and knees. The moon was behind her, throwing her face into shadow. She climbed steadily without calling to him again. When she was a few yards away, he cried to her, "Miss Payson. Is that you?" "Yes, don't try to move, I'm coming." She reached him at last and knelt before him anxiously. Her tawny, silken hair was loosened under her hat and streamed down into her eyes. She had on a red cloth opera cloak with an ermine collar. This was partly open, showing, underneath, a white silk evening dress cut low in the neck. Her hands were covered with white suede gloves to the elbow. They were grimy and torn into ribbons. Her white skirt, too, was ripped and soiled. She put her hand to her hair and tossed it back, then took his hands in hers. "Are you hurt?" she asked anxiously. "Not much. I believe I was stunned. I have no idea how long I've been here." "What time is it?" "It is almost 11. "Oh, I'm so glad I found you. I'm going to help you." She stooped lower to assist him. "Buttle don't understand," he said in astonishment. "How in the world did you happen to come? What does it all mean?" His bewilderment was comic enough to draw forth her flashing smile. "We'll talk about that afterwards. We must get down this hill first." "Oh, I hope there are no bones broken." "Oh, no, I'm all right," he insisted. "But it's like a dream. Let me think. I was up on Telegraph Hill, and I slipped and fell over. Then I must have been unconscious until you came. How did you happen to come?" "I don't understand. It's so mysterious. You must get up now, see if I can walk," she gently urged him. "I'll explain it all when you're safe down there where we can get help." With her assistance he raised himself slowly, but the pain in his ankle was too great for him to support his own weight. He dropped limply down again and smiled up at her. "I'll think I might make it if I had a crutch of some kind, any stick would do." "Wait, I'll see if I can find one." She left him, to go down, slipping dangerously at times, using her hands to save herself. Part M.V down she found an old broom. The straw was worn to a mere stub, and this she brought back with its aid and that of her steady he hobbled down foot by foot. He slid and fell with a suppressed groan more than once. But she was always ready to him and support this weight in the steeper descents. The lower part of the hill fanned out to a more gradual slope, where it was easier going. They reached the sidewalk at last and he sat down upon a large rock almost exhausted. Just then an electric car came humming down Sansom Street. In an instant she was out on the track signalling for it to stop. "If you pass a cab or a policeman, please send them down here," she commanded. "This gentleman has met with an accident and we must have help to take him home." The conductor nodded, staring at her. As she stood in her disheveled finery, splendidly bold in the moonlight, like a dismounted Valkyrie. The car ploughed on and left them. Calmly she stripped off her slashed gloves and repaired the disorder of her hair. A long double necklace of pearls caught the moonlight, and in the front breadth of her gown, a wrench showed a pale blue silken skirt beneath. Granthope, bedraggled and smeared with blood and dust, was as grotesque a figure. The humour of the picture struck them at once, and they burst into laughter. Then, "How did you?" he said. She became serious immediately. "It was very strange. I was at a reception with Mr. Kiley. I happened to be sitting on a couch by myself, when, I don't know how to describe the sensation, but I saw you, or felt you, lying somewhere, on your back. I was so frightened I didn't know what to do. I knew something had happened, yet I didn't know where to find you. I gave it up and tried to forget about it, but I couldn't. It was like a steady pain. Then I knew I had to come. It seemed so foolish and vague that I didn't want to ask Mr. Kiley to go on such a wild goose chase with me. Father understands me better, and if he'd been there I would have brought him along. So I slipped out alone, put on my things and took a car downtown. I seemed to know by instinct where to get off. You should have seen the way the conductors stared at. I turned right down this way, trusting to my intuitions. I seemed to be led directly to the foot of the cliff here where I first called you." "Yes, you called Francis, didn't you?" he said, looking up at her in wonder. "Did Elle?" "I don't know what I said. If I did it was as instinctively done as all the rest. We'll have to go into business together." Her laugh was nervous and excited. He frowned. "Miss Payson, I don't know how to thank you. It was a splendid thing to do. Oh, it's been a real adventure, almost my first. But it's not over yet. I must take you home now." "Wait a sight, You, too. Wait, let me clean you off a little." She stooped over him and, with a lace handkerchief, lightly brushed his face free of the dust, wiped the blood away, then, with gentle fingers, smoothed his black hair. Both trembled slightly at the contact. She stopped, embarrassed at her own boldness, then stood more constrained and self-conscious, till the rattling wheels of a carriage were heard. A hack came clattering up over the cobblestones and drew up at the curb. The driver jumped down from his seat. There were a few words of explanation and direction, then the man and Clytie, one on either side, helped Granthope into the vehicle. She followed and the cab drove off uptown. For a few moments the two sat in silence, side by side. An electric lamp illuminated her face for an instant as the carriage whirled past a corner. Her eyes were shining, her lips half open, as she looked at him. The sight of her, and the excitement of her romantic intervention, made him forget his pain. He felt her spell again, and now with this appearance how much more strongly. There was no denying her magic after such a bewildering manifestation. The event had, also, brought her humanly more near to him. He had felt the strong touch of her hand, her breath on his face, the very disorder of her attire seemed to increase their intimacy. He leaned back to enjoy the full favor of her charm. He was suddenly aroused by her placid, even voice. "Mr. Granthorpe, there's one thing you didn't tell me the other day, when you described that scene at Madame Grant's." He caught the name with surprise, remembering that he had never spoken it to her. In her mention of it he felt a vague alarm. "What?" He heard his voice betray him. "That there was a little boy with her, that day." Clytie turned to him, and for the first time he felt a sudden fear that she would find him out. "Was there a little boy there?" "How do you know?" She kept looking at him and away, as she spoke. In the drifting of her glances, however, her eyes seemed to seek his continuously, rather than continually to escape, quite by accident. "Never mind now. But his is waiters most strange of didn't tell you, before, while I was there, that time, so many years ago. You know what strange fancies children have, you know HMV, if one is at all sensitive to psychic influence, how much sthing and how natural it seems when one is young. Well, all the while, I seemed to feel there was someone else there, someone I couldn't see. She was too much for him, with such intuition. His one hope was, now, that she would not plumb the whole depth of his deceit." He managed his expression, drawing back into the shadow. "Did you know who it was, there?" "No, only that I was drawn secretly to someone who was there, near me, out of sight. Of course, I've forgotten much of the impression, but now, as I remember it, it seems to me as if this little boy, whoever he was, must be related to me in some vague way, as if we had something in common. I wish I could find out you better the rationale of these things. They come to me only in flashes of intuition, suddenly, when I least expect them." He sought desperately to divert her from the subject, summoning to his aid the tricks experience had taught him. First to his hand came the ruse of P.S. in a tie. "You called me Francis before. That was strange, for few people call me that or Frank nowadays, only one or two who have known me a long time." "Ah, I didn't know," Hlatel was saying. "It was strange, wasn't it? But you won't accuse me of coquetry at such a time, will you? You were in danger, I thought only of that." "Oh, I don't mind," he said playfully. "Nor do I. You'll call me Francis." She smiled. "Every time I rescue you." There was evidently no lead for him there. He had to laugh, and give it up. Clytie's mood grew more serious. "Mr. Kiley was telling me how interesting you were after the ladies had left. Really, he was quite complimentary. He told me all about that absurd Bennett affair you talked about." "Yes, it was an extraordinary case. He wondered what was coming. I mean, the story was absurd to hear, but I can't help wondering what sort of people they were who would deceive an old man like that. It seems pitiful to me that anyone could have the heart to do it, and for money, too." Granthorpe cursed his indiscretion. Must she find this out, too? Was no part of his life, past or present, safe from her? If so, he might as well give her up now. It seemed impossible to conceal anything from her clear vision. Booth still strove to put her off. "Oh, these people were weak and ignorant. We haven't all the same advantages or the same sensitiveness to honor and truth. They were used to this sort of thing, hardened to it, and perhaps unconscious of the baseness by a constant association with such deceptions." But didn't Mr. Bennet have any friends to warn him, to show these people up in their true light? "Oh, that was no use. It was tried, yes, that is, he was shown his carriage, for instance, after it was sold, but he refused to believe it was the same one. He confessed that it was just like it. But he knew that his was then on the planet Jupiter. I don't think the mediums themselves could have convinced him. Think of it. It makes their swindling even worse. If he had doubted, if he had tried to trap them, it wouldn't be quite so bad. It would have been a battle of brains, but to impose on such credulity, to make a living by it, oh, it's unthinkable. Well, after all, they made him happy. In a way, they were telling him only pleasant lies, as a parent might tell a child about Santa Claus and the fairies. He could not keep it up much longer, it was too perilous, and he played for her sympathy. After all, I suppose my business is about as undignified. But it's really a science. Isn't it? Mr. Kiley gave me to understand that you had a convincing theory to explain all personal physical characteristics. There's a little more to palmistry than that, I think, an instinctive feeling for character. Of course. You must have felt my personality intuitively, or you would never have been able to get it so well, but it was most extraordinary of all, I think, the way you got my name. How do you account for that? He felt the net closing about him. Oh. I'm sometimes clairaudient. She took it up with animation. Are you? I must read to send you a message. Haven't you? He said, still attempting to keep the talk less serious. All day I have heard you saying, you must learn. But learn what? Seems so to me that shouldn't know, yourself. Then tell me. Explain. No, you'll find out. I think he waited a while, for a twinge of pain gave him all he could do to control himself. Somehow it sobered him. I wish I dared to be friends with you. She gave him her hand simply and he returned its cordial pressure. He was sincere enough. Now. He was not afraid of mere generalities. I'm not worthy of your friendship, he said. I'd hate to have you know how little I am worth it. If you knew how I have lived, what few chances I have had to know anyone really worthwhile. I've never yet had a friend who was able to understand me. I have given you my hand, she replied, and I shall not withdraw it. It is my intuition, you see, and not my reason, that makes me trust you. They relapsed for a while into silence. Then, as the cab turned up into Geary Street, past the electric lights, she went on as if she had been thinking it out to herself. You know what I said the other day about its being easier to say real things at the first meeting? I am afraid I said too much then. Buttle was impatient. I felt that I might never see you again and I wanted to give you the message. Now when I feel sure that we are going to be friends, I am quite willing to wait and let it all come about naturally. The only thing I demand is honesty. Is that all? He asked, with a touch of sarcasm. She laughed unaffectedly. Are you finding it so hard? The cab drew up to the curb at the door of his rooms. Immediately she became solicitous. Helping him to alight. He used the broom for a crutch, and, scratched and torn, his clothes still stained with clay, she in her harlequin of dirt and rags, they presented an extraordinary spectacle under the electric light to a man on the sidewalk who was approaching leisurely, swinging his stick. As they reached the entrance he drew nearer, making as if to speak to them. Instead, he lifted his hat, stared at them and passed on. It was Blanchard Kiley. Clytie's face wentred. Kiley turned for an instant to 100k at them again and then proceeded on his way. Granthorpe did not notice him. Clytie disregarded his protest. And, saying that she would see him safely to his room, at least, accompanied him upstairs. As he fumbled for his key in his pocket, the office door was suddenly opened and Fancy Gray appeared upon the threshold. Her eyebrows went up and Granthorpe's went down. Her eyes had flown past him to stare at Clytie. The two women confronted each other for a tense moment without a word. Fancy had taken off her jacket, her hair was braided down her back. She wore an embroidered linen blouse turned away at the neck, and pinned over her heart was a little silver chatelaine watch with a blue dial. It rose and fell as she drew breath suddenly. Mr. Granthorpe has met with an accident, Clytie announced, the first to recover from the shock of surprise. "Elle should say he had," was her comment. "And you, too." Then she laughed nervously. "It must have been a draw." Clytie did not catch the allusion. Elle happened to find him and brought him back, she explained. He had fallen down the cliff on Telegraph Hill. As Granthorpe limped in, Fancy put a few more wondering inquiries, which he answered in monosyllables. Seeing Fancy so disconcerted, Clytie left Granthorpe in a chair and turned directly to her with a conciliatory gesture. "We always seem to meet in queer circumstances, Miss Grey, don't we?" she said kindly. "It's really most fortunate that you happened to be here at work. I don't quite know what I should have done, all alone, but I'm sure you will do all that's necessary for Mr. Granthorpe, better than Elle. I must hurry home, Father will be expecting me." During this speech, Fancy's eyes had filled, and now they shone soft with gratitude. "Oh," she said, "I can fix him up all right. It's only a bad strain, I guess." Granthorpe watched the two women in silence. "Well, then, I'll even go." Clytie walked to the mirror, smiled with Fancy at the image she saw there, touched her hat and rubbed her face with her handkerchief. Then she held out her hand with a charming simplicity. "I do wish you'd come and see me sometime, Miss Grey," she said. Fancy choked down something in her throat before she replied, "Elle will, sometime, sure. If you really want to see me." "Yes, I really do." Clytie smiled again. Then she went up to Granthorpe. "Good night, Mr. Granthorpe, I'm sure I'm leaving you in kind hands. I hope it won't prove a serious injury, and, remember." Then, bowing to both, she left the room and went down to her cab. Two vertical lines were furrowed in. He turned Fancy with a look that barely escaped being angry. "God! I'm sorry you were here." "Yes? That's easily remedied, you only have to say the word." "Too late. Now." His tone was sad rather than cruel. "Elle hardly expected you to bring home Campan," she began. "I'm sure it was as much a surprise to me. I'm sorry, Frank. But I had to see you. Vixley was here after you left." He with the pain his ankle gave him, and she knew to him and knelt before his chair. "Oh, Frank, I'm so sorry. What can I do for you?" "First, let me take off your shoe and attend to your foot. I can run out and get something to put on it. It was awkward, my being here, but I don't mind on my own account, so much. If it embarrassed you, forgive me." "It's worse than that," he said. "You mean, that you care for her?" "Elle don't know what I do mean, but you'll have to go." She looked up at him for a moment, searching his drawn face. "Elle will, just as soon as I've bound up your ankle and got your couch ready. It won't take long." "No, I can attend to that myself. I'll telephone for a doctor and have him fix me up. You must go now." "All right, just wait till I put on my jacket and do up my hair." Walking off, proudly, she opened the door of closet and stood before the mirror there, while he, a limp, relaxed figure in the armchair, watched her as she unbraided her hair and combed it out in a magnificent coppery cascade to her waist. Tossing her head, she said, "Vixley's laying for you. Frank. You'd better watch out for him. It's something shady about the old man's past, I believe. Anyway, I hope you'll fool him." With this complication of his position, he bent his head on his hand as if he were weary. "Elle don't know what I'm going to do," he said. "It's much for me, I'm afraid." "What's the matter?" said Fancy solicitously. "Didn't I work it right?" "Honest, Frank, I didn't give you away a bit. I didn't tell him a word. You know my work isn't lumpy. I just pumped him. I beat him at his own game, and it didn't taste so good, either. Oh, I'm so sorry if I did anything to hurten you. I'd die first." As he did not answer her, she came over to him and knelt on the floor, seizing his hand. Her tears fell upon it. "You've been mighty good to me, Frank, you sure have. You took me off the streets when I was starving. I don't know whatever would have become of me. I suppose I'd gone right down the line, if it hadn't been for you. You're the only friend I've got, and I only wish I could do something to prove how grateful I am. Honest, I thought I was helping you out when I kept Vixley here. You don't think I like him, do you? Don't say that. Frank. She was speaking in gasps now, her tears were unrestrained. Her hand clutched his so fiercely that he could scarcely bear the pain. He did not dare to 100k at her. I've always been square with you, Frank. Haven't you? He patted her hand softly. Kept to the compact. We? The compact he made it. You trust me, don't you? Of course. You're all right, you're true blue. I couldn't distrust you, you're always the maid of Alma. It was a game thing you did for me. Nobody else would have done it. You have helped me, but I can't tell you what a corner I'm in. He paused and looked at her intensely. Frank, you haven't you? She forced a fondling smile, as she said bravely, no fair falling in love. She shook out a laugh and stroked his hand, looking up at him through her tears. Oh, no danger of that, Frank. You don't know me. I'm all right, sure. Only, and I owe you so much. You've taught me everything. If I could only do something to prove that I'm worth it. You can, that's the trouble. I believe I'm almost cur enough to ask it of you. Wait a sit. Tell me, quick. You know I'd black ibkits for you. I'd do anything. Did you notice Miss Paysen's face when she saw you? Yes. Fancy dropped her head. I'd hate to have her suspect, if she thought. She sprang feet and stood as a lioness. That it? You want me to go for good? Even now there was no anger in her look or tone. The little silver watch heaved up and down on her breast. He sought for a kind phrase. I'm afraid it would be better. It makes me feel like a beast, of course. You understand? His eyes went to her, pleading. Then it is Miss Paysen? Oh, Frank. Why didn't you tell me? You might have trusted me, you ought to have known better. Haven't I always said that when the woman who could make you happy did come, how glad I'd be for you? You're really not hurt, then? I was afraid, poor old Frank. You goose. Of course not, it makes me sorry to think of leaving you, that's all. Never mind, there's nothing in the race but the finish. I'm all right. She had become a little hysterical in her actions, but he was too distracted to notice it. I'll let you have all the money you want, I'll get you a good place, he began. She shook her head decidedly. Cut that out, please, Frank, but thanks, all the same. If I ever want any money, I'll come to you. Why shouldn't I? But not now. Don't pay me to go away, that sounds rotten. I'll even get a position all right. Didn't I turn down that secretary's place only last week? But I guess I'll travel on my looks for a while. I'm flush. LIHDPE. I can tell her all about this, sometime, he said wearily. Bosh. What's the use? Thank God some women know that some women are square without being told. Men seem to think we're all cats. Even women talk of each other as if they were a different sort of human animal, but not Miss Paysen, she's a thoroughbred. I can see that all right. You can't fool Fancy Grey about petticoats. I take off my hat to her. She's got every womania ever had running after you beaten a mile. Don't you worry, she'll never be surprised to find that a woman can be square. Well, I'll fade away then. As she talked she buttoned up her jacket and stuck the hat pin in her hair. Now her eyes grew dreamier and she went over and sat on the arm of his chair and put her hand on his hair affectionately, saying, Say, Frank, I don't know, after all, perhaps sometime you might just tell her this, sometime when the thing's all going straight. When she's got over, well, what I saw in her eyes tonight, when she finds out what you're worth, When she really knows how good you are, you just tell her this, say, there's one thing about Fancy Grey, she always played fair. She'll know then, but just now, you can be careful of hatch out what you do with her, she's going to suffer a whole lot if I don't. You know something about women, but you'll find out that when you're sure enough in love when you'll need it all, and what you know isn't a drop in the bucket to what got learn. Hope get it good and hard, it'll do our good. You only know one side now, you'll learn the rest from her. She's not the sort to do things halfway. When she begins to go she'll go the limit. She leaned over him. You might give me one kiss just to brace me up, will you? It may take the taste of Vixley off my lips. Well, so long. Don't take any Mexican money. If there's anything I can do, let me know. She rose and tossed a smile at him with her old jaunty grace. Then she patted him on the cheek and went swiftly out. Chapter 9. Coming by artful questions, and apparently innocent remarks to lure his confidence, by a little guesswork, more observation, and a profound knowledge of the frailties of human nature, Madame Spoil had plied Oliver Payson to good advantage. She got a fact here. A suggestion that, and, one at a time. She arranged these items in order, and with them wove a psychological web strong enough to work upon. It was partly hypothetical, partly proved, but, slender and shadowy as it was, upon it was portrayed a faint image of her victim, a pattern sufficient for her use. Every new piece of information was deftly used to strengthen the fabric, until at last it was serviceable as a working theory of his life and could be used to astonish and interest him. Of this whole process he was, of course, unaware, so cleverly disguised was her method, so skillful was her tact. She never frightened her quarry, never permitted him to suspect her errors she frankly acknowledged and set down to the ignorance of her guides. She had, indeed, many holes by which she could escape, set formulae for curing her petty failures. After all 3 interviews, she had up almost the weak spots in her web, and was prepared to encompass her victim by whiles with which to bleed him. Mr. Payson had gone away from his first interview limping slightly more than usual, and had talked considerably about his ailment to his daughter. Clytie, not knowing what had increased his hypochondria, was inclined to laugh at his fears and complaints. He found a more sympathetic listener in Blanchard Kiley, who took him quite seriously and discoursed for an hour in Payson's office upon the possibilities of fentanyl disorders, such as the medium had mentioned. The result was a visit to Dr. Masterson. The Heleffs' quarters were 2 flights up in one of the many gloomy buildings on Market Street, half lodging rooms, half offices, inhabited by chiropodists, cheap tailors, painless dentists and such riffraff. The stair was steep and the halls were narrow. The doctor's place was filled with a sad half-light that made the rows of bottles on the shelves, the skull in the corner and the stuffed owl seem even more mysterious. The room was dusty and ill-kept. The floor was covered with cold linoleum. The magnetic healer's shrewd eyes glistened and shifted behind his spectacles, the horizontal wrinkles in his forehead, under his bald pate, drew gloomily together as Mr. Payson poured out the story of trouble. For a time the doctor said nothing. Then he took a vial full of yellow liquid from his table, carried it to the window, held it to the light, examined it solemnly and put it back. He sat down again and looked Mr. Payson over. Then he tilted back in his chair, stuck a pair of dirty thumbs in the armholes of his plaid waistcoat, and said, "H.M." Finally, his thin lips parted in a grisly smile showing his blackened teeth. His victim watched, anxiously waiting, with his T.vo hands on the H.E. of his cane. The gloom appeared affect his. He seemed to expect the worst. Doctor took off his spectacles and wiped them on a yellow silk handkerchief. "It looks pretty serious to me," he said, "but I calculate I can fix you up. It'll cost some money, though. You see, it's this way, I'm controlled by an Indian medicine man named Hassandaka and his band o' spirits. Now, in order to bring this here psychic force to bear on your case, it's bound to take considerable o' my time and their time, and I'll have to go to work and neglect my regular patients. It takes it out o' me, and I can't do but just so much or I peter out. I'll go into a trance and see what Hasandoka has say, and then be in a condition to know what to decide. O' course, you understand, I ain't no doctor and don't claim to be, but I got control of a powerful psychic force that guides me in my treatment, and I never knew it to fail yet. If my band o' spirits can't help you, nobody can, and you better go to work and make your will right away. See. Mr. Payson saw the argument and manifested a desire to proceed with the investigation. The doctor loosened his celluloid collar and closed his eyes. In a minute or two he appeared to fall asleep, breathing heavily. Then, through him, the great Hasandoka spoke, in the guttural dialect such as is supposed to be affected by the American Indian, using flowery metaphors punctuated by GNMTS. The tenor of his communication was that Mr. Payson was undoubtedly afflicted with something which was termed a complication. He went into some prophecies as to its probable progress downward the feet, upward to the brain and forward to the kidney, with minor excursions to the liver and lights. The patient's spine was preparing itself for paralysis, it seemed that death was imminent at any moment. Hasandoka expressed his willingness to accept the case, however, and promised to effect a radical cure in a month at most, if treatment were begun immediately, before it was too late. The cure would be AC calm pelished by massage, used in connection with a potent herb, known only to the primitive Indian tribes. After this message Hasandoka squirmed out of medium's body and the soul of Dr. Masterson squirmed in again. There were the spasmodic gestures of awakening before he opened his eyes. What did he asked. Mr. Payson repeated the communication in a dispirited tone. Bad as that, is it, said Masterson. 1 foot in the grave, so to speak. Well, I tell you what I'll do, I'm interested in your case, for if I can go to work and cure you it'll be more or less of a feather in my cap. See here, I won't charge you but $50 a week till you're cured, and if you ain't well man in 30 days, I'll hand your money back. That's a fair business proposition, ain't it? I guarantee to put all my time on your case. Mr. Payson gratefully accepted the terms. A meeting for a treatment was appointed for the next day. This time Dr. Masterson was prepared for his victim. I've been in direct communication with Hasandoka, he said, and I'm posted on your case now, and have full directions what to do. The first thing is a good course of massage. Now, which would you prefer to have, a man or a woman? I got a girl I sometimes employ who's pretty slick at massage. She's good and strong and willing and as pretty as a peach, if I do say it. She's got a figure like I think perhaps Flora would help you more than anyone. Mr. Payson shook his head coldly, saying that he preferred a man. Oh, of course, Dr. Masterson said apologetically, shrugging his shoulders. If I don't want her I guess I better go to work and do the rubbing myself, if you'd be better satisfied. The Indian herb prescribed by Hasandoka was, it appeared, a rare, secret and expensive drug. The doctor's price was $10 a bottle, in addition to his weekly charge for treatment. He presented Mr. Payson with a bottle of dark brown fluid of abominable odour. The treatment went on thrice a week, the massage being alternated with trances in which the doctor, under the cogent spell of the medicine man, uttered many strange things. The whole effect of this was to reassure Mr. Payson upon the fact that powerful influences were at work for his especial benefit. Whether induced by Hasandoka's aid or by Dr. Masterson's suggestion, an improvement in the patient's mind, at least, did come. He was met, the following week, by the magnetic healer in his rooms with a congratulatory smile. Dr. Masterson inaugurated the second stage of his campaign. Say, you certainly are looking better. Ain't you? How's the pain? Disappearing, eh? I thought we could bring you around. Yesterday I was in a trance 4 hours on your case and it took the life out o' me, something terrible. I knew then that I was drawing the disease out o' you. You just go to work and walk across the room, and see if I ain't improved. We got you started now, and all we got to do is to keep it up till you're absolutely well. Blanchard Kiley also seemed interested when Mr. Payson told him of improve me. You certainly are growing younger every day, said Kiley. Don't know how you age, in this vile weather, too, got more colour and more spring in you. You're a wonder. One afternoon, during the 3rd week of his treatment, as Mr. Payson was seated in his own office, the door opened and a chubby, roly-poly figure of a woman, with soft BMW eyes and hair, came in timidly and looked about, seemingly perplexed and embarrassed. She walked up to his desk. Beg your pardon, she said. But could you tell me where Mr. Bugilow's office is, in this building? I thought it was on this floor, but I can't find his name on any door. He replied, scarcely glancing at her, down at the end of corridor, on the left. She stcnio watching him for a moment as he continued his writing, and then ventured to say, beg per pardon, sir, but ain't you the gentleman that come to me some time ago to have your life read? He looked up now and recognized her as the one who had initiated him into the occult world, through the medium of the Egyptian egg. Why, yes. He smiled benevolently. You're Miss Ellis, aren't you? She seemed pleased. Yes, she answered. I hope you don't mind my reminding you of it, but I took an interest in your case more than usual, on account of your wedding being so different, and I was surprised to see you here. You're looking much better than you did then. When you come into my place. I said to myself, there's a man that'll pass out pretty soon if he don't take care of himself. You seemed so miserable. No, you're so much improved. You must have gained flesh, too. Well, I congratulate you. If I ever want another reading, come around, here's my card, but perhaps you've tried Madame Spall since. She's the best in the business, I go to her myself sometimes. He walked to the door with her and bowed her out politely. A week after he made another visit to Madame Spall. The medium was gracious and congratulatory. You 100k like a man, that's a she said. You and me, I never really expected that you could recover, but I knew if anybody could help you it would be Master Son. I suppose he come pretty high. Didn't he? 200. For the land's sake. I'm sorry you had to fall into the hands of that shark, but, after all, it's cheaper than being dead, ain't it? A desperate disease requires a desperate remedy, they say. I wouldn't take you for more than 40 years old now, in spite of your grey hairs. Now, she continued, you've had experience and you're in a position to know whether there's any truth in spiritualism or not, no matter what anybody tells you about fakes or tricks and that nonsense. I say some mediums ain't collusions, you've demonstrated the truth of it for yourself. And you've found out that we can do what we say. You can afford to laugh at the skeptics and these smart Alecs who pretend to know it all. What we claim can be proved, and why, and you've proved it. Lord, I'd like to know where you'd be now if you hadn't. I've always said, investigate it for yourself, and if you don't get satisfaction, leave it alone for them that do. Go at it in a frank and honest spirit and try to find out the truth, and you'll generally come out convinced. I don't believe in no underhand ways of going to work at it neither. If I was going to study up Christian Science, or Mohammedanism, we'll say, you wouldn't be trying to deceive them and giving false names and all, and why should you when you want to find out about the spirit world? What you want to do is to depend upon the character of the information you get, to test the truth of what we claim. You treat us square and we'll treat you square. We ain't infallible, but we can help. Whatever is to be had FNM the spirit plane, we can generally get it for you. I'm very much, Mr. Payson said. There does seem to be something in it, and I want to get to the bottom of it. There are several things I'd like to get help on, too. "Do you know, I knew there was something worrying you," she replied, smiling placidly. She laid her fingers to her silken thorax. "I felt your magnetism right here when you came in, and I got a feeling of unpleasantness or worry. It ain't a little thing either, it's an important matter, now, ain't it?" Mr. Payson, affected by her sympathy, admitted that it was. Under his shaggy eyebrows, his cold eyes watched her anxiously, as if gazing at one who might wrest secrets from him. His belief in her had increased with every sitting, so that now the old man, grey and bald, in his judicial frock-coat, lost something of his influential manner and became more like a child before his teacher, swayed by every word that fell from her lips. Her manner was half patronizing, half domineering. "What did I tell you? You feel as if, well, you don't quite know what to do, and you're saying to yourself all the time, now, what shall I do? That's just the condition I get, do I think you could help me? Don't know, I'll try. I ain't feeling very receptive to spirit influence today. I guess I overeat myself some, but then, again, I might be very successful, there's no telling. You just let me hold your hands a few minutes and I can see right off whether conditions are favorable or not." He did so. Suddenly she turned her head to one side and spoke as if to an invisible person beside her. "Oh. She's here, is she? What is it? She says she can't find him. Well, what about him? What? Shall I tell him that?" She opened her eyes and drew a long breath. "Luella is here and she says to tell you that Felicia wants to give you a message. Do you understand who I mean?" "Yes, I know. She's the lady you spoke to me about before, with the white. Would her name be Felicia Grant?" He assented timidly, as if fearing to acknowledge it. "Well, Felicia says she has found the child, the one that was lost. Do you understand?" Yes. Go on." "Really, I don't like to tell you this, Mr. Payson, tell anything." Madame Spong dropped her voice, as if fearful of being overheard. "You was in love with her, yes?" He eyed her glassily. "And you was the father of the child?" He nodded, still staring. Madame Spong smiled complacently. "Well, Felicia says she's found the boy, and she's going to bring him to you as soon as conditions are favorable. She can't do it yet, the time ain't come for it. That's all I can get from her. But Luella says you're worried about a book, and she wants to help you." "How can she help?" "Wait a minute." Madame Spong smoothed her forehead with both hands for a while, then went on, "It seems that she can't work through me so well, it being what you might call a business affair, and she recommends that you try someone else, while I'll try to get the boy. I think a physical medium could help you more. There's Professor Vixley, he's something wonderful in a business way. I confess I can't comprehend it." "Are you selling books?" "Not exactly." "Well, whatever it is, Vixley's the one to go to. He'll do well by you and you can trust him. I'll just write down his address, you go to see him and tell him I sent you. And I guarantee he'll give satisfaction. About the child, now, we'll have to wait. I wonder if you could be developed so you could the thing alone. You've got strong mediumistic powers, only they are what you might call asleep and dormant. If I could come to me oftener we might be able to produce phenomena, for you're sensitive, only you don't know how to put your powers to the right use. You could join a circle, I suppose, but the quickest way is to have sittings with me, private." The old man took off his spectacles and wiped off a mist. His hand was trembling. "Elle might want to try it later," he said at last, "but I'm not quite ready to, yet. I want to think it over. If I really think that this Vixley can help about the book, I'll 100k him up first. I want it to be a success, and I am a bit worried about." When he reached home he went into the living room, to find Blanchard Kiley sitting there at ease. Bland, suave and nonchalant Kiley had not yet returned for dinner. Mr. Payson shook his hand cordially. I'm glad to see you. Blanchard. Been looking over that last chapter of mine. What do you think of it? Haven't had time to read it yet. I've been expecting CLY home any minute. How are you getting on with her? Is she still skittish? Oh, we come out all right, I expect, the young man said carelessly. I hope so. She's a good girl. I know she'll see it my way in the end, you just hold on and be nice to her. You know I'm on your side. I'd give a good deal to see CLY married to a good man like you. Strange, she doesn't seem to take any interest in my work at all. If I didn't have you to talk to, I don't know what I'd do. Suppose I read you that last chapter while we're waiting for her. I'd like to get your criticism of it. That trade dollar material has helped me immensely. For half an hour, while Mr. Payson read the driest of dry manuscripts, Blanchard Kiley yawned behind his hand or nodded wisely, with an approving word or two. The old man had pushed up his spectacles over his forehead and held the sheets close to his eyes. He read in a mellow, deep voice, but it was the voice of a pedant. There, he said at last, stacking up the papers. I'll guess that will open their eyes, won't it? It's great, that book will make a sensation. Well, it isn't finished yet, and what's to come will be better than what I've done. I'm on the track of something that may help it a good deal. What's that? Said Kiley perfunctorily. See here, Mr. Payson drew his chair nearer and shook his pencil at the young man. I've had some wonderful experiences lately. You may not believe it, but I tell you there's something in this spiritualistic business. I've been investigating it for a month now all alone, and I'm thoroughly convinced that these mediums do have some sort of power that we don't understand. Really? Kiley was beginning to be interested. Knew you had always been an agnostic, but I had no idea that you had gone into this sort of thing. Have you struck anything interesting? Certainly have. I went into it in a scientific spirit, as a skeptic, pure and simple, but I've received some wonderful tests. Why, they told me my name the very first thing and a lot about my life that they had no possible way of finding out. The trouble is, they know too much. Kiley laughed. Found out about oats, suppose. Mr. Payson frowned at this. There are things they've told me that no one living could possibly know. Whether it's done through spirits or not, it's mysterious business. You ought to go to a seance and see what they can do. I'd hate to have them tell my past. Kiley said jocosely, Buttle don't take much stock in them. They are a gang of farkers. They are pretty sharp. If they are, I haven't lived 50 years in the WS to be taken in as easily as that. I ought to know something about men by this time. Why, see here. You know what trouble I had with my leg? Something pretty serious. Well, look at me now, you've noticed the change yourself. I went to a medium and now I'm completely tired enough to give anyone confidence, isn't it? It's genuine evidence. Kiley agreed with a solemn nod, but what about the book? Why, if they can influence the right forces so that it'll be a success. Why shouldn't I give them a trial? Look at hypnotism, look at wireless telegraphy, for that matter, 100K at the telephone. 50 years ago no one would believe that such things were possible. It may be the same with this power, whatever it is, spirits or not. I'm an old man, but'll keep up with the times. I'm not going to set myself up for an authority and say, because a thing hasn't seemed probable to me, that I know all about the mysterious forces of nature. I've come to believe that there are powers inherent in us that may be developed successfully. The incipient smile, the attitude of pondering protest had faded from face, as the old man spoke. He listened sedately. Oliver Payson was a rich man. He had an attractive, marriageable daughter. Blanchard Kiley was poor, single and without prospects. Of course, there's much we don't yet understand, he said gravely. One hears all sorts of tales. there must be some foundation to them. That's so. Why, just 100k at CLY. She's had queer things happen to her ever since she was a child. Yes, I suppose that's why she's so interested in this palmist person, though I confess I don't take much stock in him. What do you mean? Mr. Payson demanded. Why, I thought of course you knew, Granthope, the palmist, you know, the fellow everybody's taking up now. He has been here, hasn't he? I had an idea that CLY had taken rather a fancy to him. He was here. Mr. Payson seemed much surprised. Why, I wouldn't have spoken of it for the world if I had known you didn't know, but I've seen her with him several times, and I thought, of course, Lay threw it out apologetically in apparent confusion at his indiscretion. Mr. Payson stared. Granthope, did you say? I believe I have heard of him. CLY and a common palmist? I can't believe it. What can she want of a charlatan like that? I was sorely to see it myself, Kylie admitted, but I'll suppose she knows what she's doing. The man's notorious enough. Only, she ought to be careful. Elle won't have it. Mr. Payson began to storm. Reading palms for a lot of silly women is a very different thing from spiritualism. I don't mind her going to see him once for the curiosity of thing. But Elle won't have him in the house. I'll put a stop to that in a hurry. You say you've seen them together? Where? Oh, I think it was probably an accidental meeting, he said. I'll wish you wouldn't say anything about it, Mr. Payson. Very likely it doesn't mean anything at all. Tell me, fellow, you spoke of going to. Do you think he's all? I'll soon find out if he isn't, trust me. Mr. Payson wagged his head wisely. His name is Professor Vixley, and I've heard he's a very remarkable man. I'm going to see him next week and see what he can do for me. I'm not one to be fooled by any claptrap. I intend to sift this thing to the bottom. How do you intend to go about it? Kylie asked. I'll tell you what I'd do. I'd ask him to answer a few definite questions. If he can do that, it'll be a pretty good test, even if it is only thought reading. If there's anything in thought transference, there may be something in spiritualism, too. One's as unexplainable as the other. See here. Suppose I ask him something that I don't know the answer to myself. Wouldn't that prove it is not telepathy? Elle should say so, but what could you ask? Mr. Payson had arisen, and was walking up and down the room with his hands behind his back. He stopped to deliberate beside the bookcase, then he took down a volume at random. Suppose I ask him what the first word is on page 100 of this book. He looked over at Kylie, then down at the title of book, The Astrology of the Old Testament. Queer, I should put my hand on that. I'll try it. I won't look at the page at all. He put the book back on the shelf. Can't you suggest something? Suppose you give me a question that you know the of and don't. Blanchard. Kylie sought for an idea. His eyes fixed on the ceiling. Then he said slowly, Elle used to know a girl once in Sacramento who lived next door to me. Try Vixley on her name, why don't you? Good, I'll do it. Now one more. You might ask him the number of your watch. Tie's a good idea, then I can corroborate that on the spot. You'd better let me see if there's one there, though, Kylie suggested. Elle believes sometimes they are not numbered. 100k. Mr. Payson took out his watch and handed it to the young man, who opened the back cover and inspected the works. He noted the number, took a second glance at it, and then snapped the cover shut. All right, if he can tell that number, he's clever. He handed it back to Mr. Payson. When did you say you were going to see him? He asked. Next Tuesday or Wednesday, I expect, was the reply. I've got to go up to Stockton tomorrow, and I may be gone 2 or 3 days attending to some business. By the by, Kylie, I heard rather a queer story last week when I was up there. You're interested in these romantic yarns of California, perhaps you'd like to hear this. Certainly, I should. It may do for my collection of improbable IHs. Well, I met the cashier of the savings bank up there. He's been with the bank nearly 30 years and he told me the story. It seems one noon, about 20 years ago, while he was alone in the bank, a little boy of 7 or 8 years of age came in, and said he wanted to deposit some money. The cashier asked him how much he had. Thinking, of course, that he'd hand out $1 or $2. The boy put a packet wrapped in newspaper on the counter, and by Jove, if